I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.
What's going on, guys? It's another day, and now your mama knows. So, man, oh man, it's another Tuesday, and we have a lot going on today. You know what's crazy, right? Is there constantly happens to be bad press, right, in the world, right? And it's just crazy, but it gives people a reason to talk. And it's a shame because it's like negativity is so prevalent that everybody want to jump on it because it's clickbait, right? So primarily this show is gaming, and I just love gaming, right? I think Nintendo's, have their place. I think Xbox has their place, PlayStation, PC. But unfortunately, there's a lot of negativity surrounding Xbox, and I feel like they always get dogpiled. It's like PlayStation had issues with Concord got canceled, and then a little months later, then they had the issues with Marathon. Fear Games might be a little weird because Jade Raymond left. But then you hear like Xbox, and I feel like whenever their bad news come, they just go like bang, 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 bang. You're like, dude, can they get a break? So, unfortunately, we gotta cover it. So. If you guys are new to the channel, I'm the Cowboy King of Entertainment, and I'm just a guy that's on the internet. I do gaming, vlogging, podcast, movie reviews, product reviews, and I've been vlogging my life since 2011, every birthday, Christmas, Valentine's Day, even my honeymoon in Mexico 10 years ago, swimming with sharks, it's all on this channel. So, I like to be the channel where it's like a people's channel, right? Anybody could join the podcast and be a part of it. Anybody could bring up a topic, and we're just gonna have all out fun. It's gonna be a great, epic time, dare I say. So, today, we got the standard stuff we'll be talking about a lot. Yesterday, I did a stream. I usually only stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but I did a stream yesterday going over the movie Sinners. So that was kind of cool, a lot of fun. A lot of you guys showed up for that, so I appreciate it. It was a lot of good information. I want to thank the people that joined the panel. My guy Big Mike of One Mike Media, Mr. Josh Warren, my guy FCAT, of course. None other than the maker of Chaos was in the building as well. So that was cool, and all the people that was in the chat. If you guys aren't familiar with the way it goes around here, anybody can click on the link and actually join the panel. So make sure, if you got something to say, and it doesn't matter, right? What you agree with, what you disagree with, we'll hear you out. Just, don't get extra crazy. We know what that means. I don't have to spell it out. But, it's going to be a lot of fun. And I just enjoy conversing with different people all the time. It's just cool, man, to kind of chop it up with people from all over, all walks of life. So, yeah. But anyway, I think that's about it. I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you grab a chair. And let's get the show on the road. So, first things first. Let's say what's up to the people in the comments. My man TPG in the building said, what's up, chat? My man, let me see. Man, how do I say your name again? Well, LG is in the building. And then let me see. He said today's show is going to make fanboys cry and gamers cheer. Well, we'll bring it up, pulling up like Mr. Rogers, pulling them socks up like Mr. Rogers. Oh, Rudig's in the building. He said War on Xbox August 26th, Ponies Unite. Maybe that's when I'll start playing Helldivers again. To war my pony brothers. Always ready. So, is it gonna be crossplay though? Like, is it literally gonna be we're all gonna be able to just play together, like for real? That is the question. But anyway, let's get the show on the road. Pulling up the first person in the back, ready to get the show started. This guy bleeds blue. Wait a minute, is PlayStation blue? I feel like because PlayStation is blue. I feel like PlayStation is kind of white. I don't know. But either way, the guy who makes it clear to all of you out there that he is a PlayStation guy from the heart, from the top to the bottom, is none other than TPG. Let's go.
Good morning. All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know you're 3 hours behind, but it got to be the afternoon.
Kind of my morning, to be fair.
Got to be the afternoon. What's going on, TPG? How you doing, man?
Not much. Just been I've just been re-downloading the Baldur's Gate 3. I'm actually thinking about playing The Last of Us in this new chronological mode they have for part 2.
Wait, what's that?
They just announced it actually today, and they dropped it. It's an update for The Last of Us Part 2 remaster where you could play the events of the game and the way they happen. So, like, Seattle day 1 for Ellie, then Seattle day 1 for Abby, and so on and so forth.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah. 5 years later, this game still gains support. And also, there's a new cosmetic for Joel and Tommy. They're based on Nathan Drake for Joel and Sam Drake for Tommy.
Okay. You know what's funny? I was just playing No Return the other day.
I know, it's fun.
Cool, man.
That
mode is
that makes me wonder is Naughty Dog gonna do this for Returnal? Because I'm kind of okay with that idea.
I feel like Returnal whole game is that way though, right?
Yeah, well, we're still like a couple years away from even hearing more about that game.
Yeah. And then the guy popping in, dude, how come I can't say his name? How do you say his name in the chat? He was right after you.
Let's see here. I'm checking here real quick. Oh wow, yeah, I can't say that. We'll just call him Led Gamer.
I said LG, but
or that
LG. Yeah, well, anyway, he can tell us how to pronounce his name because coming in right now is LG. Let's go. What's going on?
I never figured my game would be that, or my name would be that hard to pronounce.
I struggled last time, man.
Yeah.
Because I know you made it sound like dragon before, right?
Yeah.
So how do you say it?
Yeah, Lendrigan.
Okay, one more time.
Lendrigan.
Ledrigan. Can we just call you Drigan for short?
No, but wait, you put something.
That works.
You said like L Ledrigan. Right?
I forget how it all went down before.
Okay, well,
it's
Ledrigan. So
yeah,
it's Ledrigan, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I want to make sure I'm saying it right.
Man, are we having a show without FCat for once? What the heck? Where is he?
I know you beat FCat to the punch. Rude Diggs, where you at, man? Get up in here.
Yeah, we need a Captain Canada.
He said Sony Corp has given me a directive to eliminate the Xbox on day one. Yo, so I seen a little somebody shared a little thing saying that PlayStation gamers, let's do that. Like day one, if it's co-op, they drop, just go in there. And
by the way, you asked if it has crossplay. It does have crossplay. It's just weirdly it doesn't have cross progression, which is like okay.
So, but wait, will it let Xbox players play with PlayStation players?
Yes, in fact, there's PlayStation gamers who are saying they should target Xbox players and team kill them. I was like, what the hell, man?
FCat, I'm gonna let you in, man. Just hold on. I was trying to get each person on, chop it up a little bit, but let's bring in none other than my guy, F the Cat. When I introduced my man FCat. Bring in F the Cat. I think I let that go on too long. F Cat, what's going on, man?
Doing. Yeah, we can't mess around today. Like last week and cut it short.
Hey, listen, sorry, man. Last week, plus
hey, man, movies take priority. Take priority.
Now, I am going to see Superman on Thursday. So, see, look, that's Thursday. But,
ooh, I want to see that too.
That it's looking good. So my issue with Superman, not that I have an issue, but the last time I seen a movie look like it had so much going on was Spider-Man 3. That didn't turn out too well because they had the Sandman, the Hobgoblin, Venom. Like they had the two, Mary Jane, Emma Watson. They had like so much going on. It was like. But this Superman, I'm like, dude, how are you gonna fit all of this in there? They got so many villains. It looked like so much is going on, and I think from the story, it's 3 years after he's been Superman. So I guess they could skip out on the whole him becoming Superman, So that might.
They been keeping track of this stop killing AMC.
No, not really. You're gonna have to bring it.
Apparently they got enough. Signatures or whatever.
Signatures, nice.
I know you'll bring it up. What's going on, 50 Trey Gaming? Also, wait.
I wasn't gonna bring it up. I was just gonna mention if anybody kept up with it and how there's a bunch of lobby groups for like all the big, lobby groups for all the big corporations that usually shut down games. like they're all against it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Of course, they're all against it because that means I have to do something.
Well, let me see. I think
No,
Yeah, how dare you hold us accountable?
How dare you hold us accountable for our products that we release to the general public?
Yeah.
So,
but
You want to play the games we put out?
if you pull me up, cowboy, pull me up.
Okay, got you. I was gonna pull up the thing, but I'm assuming you got it. Before I do that though, let me see if I get it. The dragon. No, Len.
Ledgerkin.
Ledger.
Yeah, I get called Lenny a lot.
I want you to tell people about your channel. I just popped in as you guys are streaming earlier, so you know, at least tell the people a little bit about you know, you guys over there. You know.
Mainly, we were just talking about the Xbox layoffs.
No, I mean, but explain, you know, tell everybody about your, you know, actually.
Yeah, at the W2 report, we talk about various bits of what's goings on within the gaming industry. Mostly indie stuff, but well, it's sort of half indie stuff, half AAA stuff.
Yeah, I was on there, and we talked about Nexus mods, and we talked about I'm going games thing.
Yeah, well, here's their channel. If you guys want to check them out, you know, go check them out.
I'll make sure to check them out.
Yeah,
I got nothing to do right now.
Yeah, they cool dudes. They came on here before, and FCat was a guest over there, and looked like it was a pretty cool show. You guys was talking about Team Kill Media that day, so definitely check them out. All right, so now I'm gonna pull you up, FCat, and let's get the show started. Now, do we need Chucky yet or no?
Yeah.
Not yet? All right.
Because EA said, hold my beard and stop killing games.
FCat, why you gotta do that?
Hey, man, no, we gotta start with the relevant news.
No, this is main event right here.
You know what's crazy too? Out of nowhere, randomly, like what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I just randomly was like, oh, let me play that. I played Avengers and I played that. And then I liked it so much, I actually played it on stream and beat one of the they don't call them strikes, they call them what the hell they call them, man? Anyway, I don't remember. A stronghold. So I beat a stronghold on stream live, and then the news came out. And I will say FCat did call it. He said, you do know they about to close that down. I said, what you talking about? I said, he took it off EA Play. I was like, that don't mean nothing. And the crazy thing is, when FCat sent me the link, I literally thought, I got excited. I was like, oh, snap, they're going to sunset it. Because in Destiny, when they sunset stuff, it was like, okay, they're just going to restart over. So I got excited. I was like, oh, they about to bring Anthem back. I started reading it. I was like, oh, no.
Dude, so BioWare's living on borrowed time at this point. Let's be real.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be unplayable because it requires online. Something we've seen before with the Battleborn. Up in the Battleborn, that requires all. Even the single player part requires all. Pretty much unplayable.
So,
Anthem, come back, Anthem.
Yeah, if anybody Anthem, you know, there's still people playing. I'm still in a chat with people. Then they just write every day, playing every day. It's like, wow, people still playing this. But so yeah, man, if you know get a chance to play Anthem, because January 12th, 2026, it's gonna be gone. Now maybe they might extend it. They did that through Friday the 13th. They was gonna kill it in December 2024, and then they actually gave it a whole year. And then they did kill it.
I don't think I've got the player base.
But it's definitely this definitely shows the importance of stop killing games, though, because like literally, this is a prime example of like, hey, you put how much money into this game? Well, now it doesn't mean anything. So it's like, man, this is why physical media is so hard to get rid of, because when you physically own it, it's hard for the companies to take it away from you. Yeah, but now since we have these online only games, that's not so much the case.
I feel like it's asking too much.
And hold on, I was gonna say, this is an online only game, and even if you had the disc, after January 12th, that just don't mean anything.
Yeah, it might as well be in the 99-cent bin right there.
Actually, the same thing happened with Tony Hawk 5. In order for Tony Hawk 5 to go gold, they had to put only like the first level in the tutorial on the disc.
Mm-hmm.
So after the server shut down, that's all you could play off of the disc.
Oh yeah, I remember that. But what I was gonna say, yeah, I think the Stop Killing Games movement is asking too much of developers and publishers. It'd be actually easier, especially here in the US, if we adopt some kind of refund protection, like more of a Steam style refund protection, or if things get shut down, we get the refund kind of like with Stadia, Concord, and whatnot. Like if it doesn't last more than 3 years, we should get a refund.
Oh,
I agree on that.
I was about to say, how would you figure the timeline out? Because
because Stadia was 3 years. That was the longest.
Okay,
like we were lucky to get a refund for that. Like we were lucky.
If I was a company, right, I feel like I don't want to be on the hook forever. Like it's a video game, and we know video games be popular, and then they don't live forever because another game's going to come out and take their spot, take their shine. So it's like eventually they're going to dwindle down. It's like, imagine if I make one game and then I'm on the hook to keep the servers up forever. You know, I don't think that. And you might have some companies go out of business. So like my company's not even around, how I'm going to still pay for the servers to be up, you know? So,
for a good example, Call of Duty World War II is being hacked right now on the Xbox app, on the Xbox PC version of it is being all hacked and stuff. I asked for a refund, and they denied me it because I ran out of limited amount of refunds for the year.
Yeah,
That's messed.
Yeah, Stop Killing Games knows it's being vague, but it does try its best to, like, in what's written on it, offer solutions, like asking publishers to provide some way of allowing private servers to exist, for example.
Exactly. We're like, okay, hey, you have this
The
group
problem
of
with
fans.
private servers is you're not under protection. Whatever happens to you in there is well west. I mean,
well, as we saw, like the case
that's called caveat emptor.
Well, you see with also like we see in the case like if like also like Naughty Dog. Remember what happened with them? Someone got into their private servers. If you're leaving these servers still active, but you give them to a bunch of people, it's like, is there a way they could try to backdoor themselves into the other the more, the servers they're making games now in? That leads to that kind of question. Like, we have
also, to like source code, like some of these people, they don't want you to have a source code for the game. Like that,
Well, because the idea would be if you have the source code for the game, you could potentially
remake it.
No, too much code is proprietary for that to even be an option.
Yeah, I think it's all fair if they have let's say they just left with the private servers, right? Like the one thing with Friday 13th, right? When they was done, not when they shut it down, but when they was like, we're not working on the game. The only thing that sucked was somebody could start the lobby, right? And everybody loads in. And if, let's say that person was Jason, or that person wasn't Jason, worst case scenario, that person get killed, they just say, I'm done. And once they exited, it just shut down the whole room. And it was like, oh, come on, man. So, I mean, stuff like that can happen. But let me bring in none other than the man from above. The man, when he walks, we all feel the chill because he's the man of the North. None other than the White Walker Master himself, Captain Canada Rudis. Let's go.
Yo, always love my cowboy intros. Look at that.
Yes, sir.
I hope everybody's doing well on the panel. Just want to bring up again, I got a message. I am a Sumi Corp operator from Helldivers 2, and it is time to eliminate every X-bot on August as soon as they enter the space, all right? It is your super citizen duty to eliminate these newbies, all right? We got to wipe them off. the face of Super Earth.
You know, it's funny.
To hell we dive.
My friend Goon Squad been playing forever, and he keeps saying, "You gotta play, you gotta play, you gotta join me." And I keep saying, "I will, I never get around to it." But I will definitely get back on the game because they had so many updates since the last time I played.
That actually brings us into the next thing after
Wait. Before you do that,
done with
before
the.
I bring on the next person is none other than the complete opposite. Because my God, none other than the man from the north. When he walks, he makes everything cold. But this guy just brings everything to a screeching halt because he is the epitome of death. He's Mr. R.I.P., none other than the maker of chaos.
What's up?
And then he say, "What's up?"
Yeah, rest in peace, Anthem.
Maker, you're behind this. You are behind it. I know you are.
I heard something really. I heard what TPG said, and the whole idea that they're gonna get into the back end for the particular game studio is kind of laughable because there's already private servers out now for games like World of Warcraft, particularly where I have played on a private server for World of Warcraft. It is not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but people do create their own private servers with that stuff, and there's been no real repercussions to like the company other than the company makes them shut down their private server.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? So on PC, on Friday the 13th, dude, they got all the stuff that never came in that update that was supposed to come that had Jason X, the Metal Jason. On PC, they still playing. Like I still see people streaming the game with lobbies and everything on PC. And the game
To play Titanfall 2 on PC, you have to download like this mod called North Star or something, and it puts you into private search.
Yeah. If only the companies allowed them at end of life that other people are able to play them still with private servers. I think that'd be better for gamers in general, just because that means it keeps it going for as long as people want to play it. And it's like Anthem's another one. This is going to be shut down forever.
But like for example, the Titanfall 2, like North Star servers, like everybody has like the matches all like customized, like to go for kind of things like that, and it's annoying.
It allows people to create their own servers. If you don't like that particular server, you can create your own server. It might cost you money to boot up that server, but it's not like, because it still costs money to make the servers for certain games. I mean, even with the World of Warcraft one, they had ways where they made money through the private server, just so that they could fund the servers themselves. That's going to happen for some of these games, but at the very least, you're able to still play them. You're able to you are given the option.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Now before we move forward, I want to say what's up to Mike Pannon's in the building, Ron Slusher's in the building, and then we got somebody in the back who is gonna join us.
Oh,
none other than the diabolical, one of the most crazy individuals, and we don't know what he's gonna say today because he is untapped and unlinked to the regular world because he does what he wants, he does what he please, he is nothing but rage. And I'm talking about Vet. I just said what? Did I just say Vet Rage Gaming?
Did you just sit there and call me Ret? What the hell? What is this?
I somehow was saying Vet.
I mean, you're looking pretty red.
And it just messed
Oh,
up.
that's because that I gotta feed the rage somehow. I thought about getting a PlayStation tattoo on my arm here that says F Sony, but I don't even need to do that because the ponies are up in arms on X as of right now. Anyways, it's fun to watch and just sprinkle that Xbox dust with their precious games that are going to start showing up on the on other platforms. I know. Everybody's already told me, oh, that's just a one-time thing. Well, if you think that, you're as dumb as Sony is thinking that Concord was a successful game.
Can I ask a question? Did anybody understand the story of Anthem? Like, did anybody beat Anthem?
No, that game was garbage because EA owned it.
All the people who I played with,
it was the best Iron Man game we never got.
No, that was the best. That was the best garbage that you ever got because that's all. Anything that EA produces.
Well, it was Dark Sector.
I believe
I do
Maker
plan
would be
on
the
playing.
only one who's played this, right?
I played a little bit of it, but I have not like played extensively into the game. I maybe put like an hour or two in.
Yeah, I did not understand the story. I did that. Like when I heard there was no end game to it, I was like, oh man.
Well, it's more of a continuous.
People called it a Destiny killer, and it was.
Yeah, from my understanding, the campaign had an end, but it's like Destiny. It continues on with expansions and stuff like that.
Right. So
yeah.
The thing is, when the game, so all right, from a person who put hundreds of hours in the game, let me explain. So they did have an end game. So the thing is, when the game first came out, the problem was they was calling it the Destiny killer. Now, never did the team, the developers never called it that, but player base called it that, and ultimately everybody wanted to compare it to Destiny, but Destiny was out for many years, had so much content. This game just couldn't compete with content. So when it came out, they never had their own raid. So their raid took a while to come out. The raid was called a Cataclysm. So all they had was, if you think in terms of Destiny, it came out with just strikes. It only had 3 strikes. So imagine if Destiny came out, it was only 3 strikes. So eventually they did come out with the Cataclysm, which I felt was better than a Destiny raid, but that's just it, neither here or there. But so they did have end game. The problem was it's just people wanted more. They wanted more. They wanted more. It was like, and the team just wasn't putting out stuff as fast as they could. And just like looter shooter, when stuff come out, they break, they get bugs. You got to nerf this, buff this, and it just turned into a bunch of people complaining and being mad. And it just never got off the ground. It was just, it had so much hate to the game, and people wouldn't even try to play it. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I play Anthem. They'd be like, you play that garbage? I'm like, oh, you played it? I'm like, no, I just heard it was garbage.
It's garbage because someone told me it was garbage.
Right.
That's true, Ron. That DLC would definitely help that game.
Oh God.
The Diddy DLC will help Foam Stars. I mean, I can see that being,
Yeah, Foam Stars, and you hear that's the next game that's coming. So, what do we think the next Pony game is that's coming to Xbox?
Oh, come on! It's the obvious one. It's the one. It's the only one that matters. Actually, The Last of Us. The Last of Us Complete Edition coming to Xbox.
When will Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales show up?
So let's get into this.
Year. Okay, wait. Before we move, I think that got a good question. So let's, all jokes aside. So I want everybody to get a chance to chime in on this. All jokes aside, listen, when Phil Spencer said it was only going to be 4 games for Xbox, look what happened. Now, Sony did make the statement that they believe in games coming out first on the PlayStation. But Vet said something smart. I'm not gonna lie, I could see a world where Spider-Man 1, 2, Miles Morales come to Xbox. It's a great.
I'm just saying, if we're going off of your statement, Anthony, that says, and Sony's statement that says, hey, we're going to put our games come on our platform first. Why wouldn't they? What about all the older games that have already been out on the PS5? Put them all on Xbox. People are going to buy
them. Mostly that'll be Disney.
That would probably be Disney would have more to say
whatever Disney owns, like.
No one cares
about
what
Disney
says.
on everything.
Disney's is about as woke as you could possibly get. So is DC.
So when is Bloodborne coming out on anything else?
I don't think we'll see the marquee titles. That would be my best guess, and they'll probably move towards the other titles. But
all right,
I mean, we're just guessing at this point in
time.
I would have said Helldivers is never coming to Xbox a couple weeks ago.
Fair Games is coming to Xbox. Gummy Bears is coming to Xbox. I'll also show you another game that's probably coming soon because it's expired the contract for exclusivity with PlayStation. The only bad thing is the studio did shut down. It's owned by Square Enix, who is very much open to Xbox ports, and all they have to do is pretty much export this from the Xbox PC app to the console, which is pretty easy to do.
They don't even need to port it. It's not like it'll run worse.
Oh.
No, you definitely have to put a time. I believe they have a whole team porting Helldivers over. I mean, it's
Nexus.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
it needs to be Nexus doing it.
Well, the fact that it's already the official port on the Xbox PC app, all they have to do is get the rights to export it to the console, and it's fairly easy on Microsoft's side.
Yeah, let's not say it's not like it's Stadia where they don't have to port it to Linux or another complete
right. Right. It's the same. It's the same codes. I mean, fairly easy. So I'm 100%. This is probably the next because they wanted to get all the big games first out the way, and they'll probably hit you with
this has nothing to do with
small game that flopped.
Forspoken was a good game. You guys are all crazy.
It did flop though. It killed the studio.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Hey, you know what movie's going to kill a studio? Outside of gaming, but it'll kill a studio. And I don't know if it's on your docket of nonsense to talk about, Anthony, but I'm going to tell you this, and this is me speaking. Ghosts of Yoplait, Jesus Christ. Sorry. God damn it. I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't know how many DC fans are out there, but the new Superman film gets released, dead on arrival. It's gonna kill the entire DC franchise as soon as it releases.
No spoilers.
Oh no! I'm not giving spoilers. No. If you're on, no.
If you're gonna go into that woke shit, then get the fuck out of here, man. Okay.
You don't even know what I was gonna say. Settle down, pony boy. Settle down. Go get your PlayStation controller and sniff it a little bit. That might calm you down. I hear they have smell-o-vision on the controllers.
No, they're mad because he's an illegal alien who came to Earth.
Well, no. It has nothing. No, it also has to do with the fact that the director literally came out on social media in an interview and said, "Yes, this movie is all about is a political movie, and it is about immigration. And if you don't like this movie, you're not American."
Superman is literally an alien.
Hold on. I want to enjoy the movie. I don't know if y'all do, but I want to enjoy the movie, okay? So how about we talk about Superman next week, where everybody got to see it, okay? I'm going on Thursday. Bought my tickets already. I'll be seeing it in 4DX and all this glory. For me, Superman, it looked like it got too much going on in the movie. I don't know how they're going to pull it off and make it, like, flow smooth with so much going on. But if they can, I think it's going to be a great movie. I'm not getting into the whole political stuff. I personally go sit down and I watch a movie. So yesterday I had a stream just about Sinners. That was it. And my question, my poll was, do you judge a movie based off of the movie itself, or do you judge a movie based off of the director, right? I guess a new one could be, do you judge a movie off of the outside noise, right? Or I still guess the director. So me personally, I go sit down and I watch a movie. I don't care if the director play in his bedroom as a pony or a unicorn. I don't care if they correlate that somebody's an alien because illegal aliens. I personally just want to watch the movie for myself. Now, if the movie bombs and the studio closes, I don't care. I'm not making money off the studio. That's on them. But I just want to enjoy the movie. So for the love of God, can you guys talk about Superman next week? Because I feel like today was the official day where people could see it, like the early stuff. And I feel like somehow slipping through the cracks is going to be spoilers and this and that. And I personally want to go sit down and enjoy the movie myself on Thursday. So I just, I appreciate it. Also, This is a good time for you guys. It's 12 people watching. Hit that like button. There's only 4 likes. Hit that like button. YouTube loves it. And so, I guess it's a good time to say it. And Ron said he just wants Supergirl. All right. Anyway, DJ Grom is in the building. What's up, DJ Grom? I hope you having a good time, and I hope you have an epic show tonight when you do your stream. All right, so let's bring back on TPG, the Dragon. All right, I know I jacked it up. I was about to say Bartrude. FCAT got his anyway. Rude Diggs, Maker Chaos, and
that's a crazy plot twist that they did in Superman. So
did I upset you, Anthony? I feel like I upset you by calling something out that you like.
I did not expect them to kill them.
No, I'm just a big movie fan, and I just really don't want anything.
Well, and I'm just here to bust your balls like I should, and everybody else.
Okay, we're getting like some kind of feedback where I could hear other people.
What's going on, boys, man? All right, so let's move on with the show. So, anyways,
I just got a response from the. Whoa, what is this feedback?
Yeah, I don't know where the feedback is going.
Test 1 2.
Test,
Okay,
test.
I got a response from a Helldiver mod. Is that me?
I can literally hear someone else, but it's not showing who's doing it.
All right.
What's going on?
Hello?
Yeah, I just want to clear this up real quick. I do not role play as a unicorn. I just put it down as part of my identity on my taxes. That's all.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be like Ray. Who's got a voice changer?
I think when you were talking, Maker, something it was.
Someone's got a. It was happening even when I was muted, so it's someone else.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Cowboy. They're just distracting us with Superman because the Epstein file disappeared into thin air.
What are you talking about? Epstein didn't have any clients. Are you crazy or something?
Right. He had no clients, remember?
Yeah, mainly he had no clients. Around the same time, we're suspected Donald Trump's on it.
Yeah.
Not suspicious at all.
But anyways, let's get out the political stuff and get into more political stuff for freedom.
Mic test.
Time for super
freedom.
I just got a response from a mod on the Helldivers server. Helldivers 2 Battle Royale mode. Penal Legion. There are 16 divers with just base equipment and no stratagems. Difficulty 10 by default. Complete the mission and the Pelican will land. 4 divers will be able to extract on the Pelican. You do the math. Completing secondary objectives will call in Hell Pods with a selection of support weapons in primary and secondary.
So they're adding a new mode. They're finally adding a new mode.
Wait, is that from official
Congratulations.
sources or is that...
I'm asking. A mod just responded with that.
Wow.
I could totally see that happening though.
They need a new mode because it's still the same missions over and over.
Hey, let me just say this.
But yeah, so Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox. PlayStation guys, you cannot hide this. You cannot flip this. You cannot spin this any kind of way.
I think you're always like a second later or something. What I was going to say was just a little bit of housekeeping. So we got a lot of us on the panel, right? If somebody's talking, right? Like let's say I start talking, like let that person finish their thing first. Don't keep talking at the same time. And let's say somebody start talking and you were just about to talk. Just hold on for a little bit. let that person say something, and then you chime in right after. Like you can kind of feel when somebody was like on a good little point. Like I often like this will happen to me all the time with FCAT. I'll start saying something, and FCAT say something, and I'll be like, all right, I'll just let him finish his thought. And then FCAT, you often pause, and we think you're done, and then you go again, and then we think you're done, and then you go again. I'm like, man, this guy. But anyway, I don't feel like we have to take turns, but just if we know, like, oh, somebody like Rudiggs a couple times was trying to just mention what he was saying, but if we just keep going and going and going, it's like just be know that the next person want to say something as well. I just want to kind of bring that up, so that way it's a good flow of back and forth, and we don't have to be like, okay, you go next and you go next. I feel like we can monitor each other trying to get a word in. You know what I mean? And like if you hear somebody talking, like also. Like I just went for a little bit. Just don't drag it out too long, like I just did, because I'm trying to explain it. So make a good little point, put a little bow and a button on it, and then kind of when you're done, and then the next person just kind of fill it out, jump in, and then when you're waiting, it's kind of like you kind of get an idea. Like if TPG was talking, and then the Dragon was talking, it's kind of like why would the Dragon or TPG jump in again? Kind of, and if you kind of heard somebody talking, it's kind of like, oh, I know he kind of want to say something. You know what I mean? So just kind of like, all right, let that person get their point, and then you just remember what you was gonna say, and then you jump in next. If that makes sense, I'm just saying. But JD is in the building, and what's going on, JD? Xbox is a PC, so this part of the game's to PC strategy.
But it's an official port to the console. Like
it was already on Steam.
That's my thing. If PlayStation does want to claim, oh, this is part of the PC strategy, then why did they do an official console port? Like, if there's no point in developing for Xbox.
Technically, the current Xbox is not a PC yet.
That's true.
I mean, technically, everything is a PC in a sense when it comes to consoles.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is an official port from official PlayStation, official, like first party mixes that PlayStation owns the IP.
Yeah, this is
They don't
Sony
own
saying, "Hey,
Arrowhead." Now, apparently, there was an insider claiming that they heard the whole deal.
Okay, I want.
There was an insider that claimed that they heard the deal, and apparently Xbox told them that they're leaving the console.
Okay, can I say something now?
Yeah.
Okay, this is cool. More people get to play Helldivers, too. It's a good thing. It's a W for everyone. And I'm sorry to everyone out there who's so caught up in the console wars, they don't see that gaming needs to grow, and it doesn't grow by staying in the same pot all the time. It's like a plant. If you want a plant to grow and branch out, you can't just put in the same, garden all the time. Sometimes you got to move it around. This is what Sony's trying to do. Hey, let Helldivers 2 is super successful. Put it on Xbox. You know what? Worst case scenario, we make only a couple little bucks. Best case scenario, make a lot of big bucks, and basically for doing nothing.
I think Helldivers is the perfect game to do that for Sony. It's a game that's been out for a while. It's a game that got good success. It's a multiplayer game, so you get a bunch of people playing. It's not a one and done game. It's a game that's going to keep going on and on and on. I think the strategy would be pretty good as far as making extra money. But again, as far as the console war, it is an L. We got to keep it real. I know JD and some people are saying Xbox is a PC. Xbox is not a PC yet, as far as we see. Xbox is still a console, and PlayStation putting their game on there is the same L that Xbox took whenever they did it. But speaking of Xbox, let's bring in none other than the Xbox refugee himself, the man that is so passionate about Xbox. He's the first person to point the trigger and pull it. Is none other than 5-0 Trey Gaming, aka Murder. What's up, man?
What's up, Murder? Why are you white?
Really?
No, I think we can't
black
hear.
and white.
Are you there?
Put your hand
White. We can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you, FCAT. We just want to get to hear murder. But speaking of that, let's just bring in. Okay, he's getting it together. But we got one other person coming in, so let's bring in. You guys ready? One of Doc Dark own people who comes in every now and then. We started off as heated enemies, and now he is a cool dude. My guy, Devil. Let's go. What's up, man?
Hey,
How you been?
how you guys doing?
We are doing good. Just talking some gaming and stuff. Question: since you just came in here, let's put you in the hot seat. What's your full thoughts about Helldivers 2 going to Xbox?
Long term, it's a mistake. Short term, it's money. That's very much my thoughts.
Okay. So
Sony is sending a clear message that we'll put our games wherever we want. So
okay.
double think before buying a PS6. That's all Sony's doing.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna buy a PS6, but it's because Sony's my platform. But that's cool. My choice.
Yeah, well, go buy it.
Well, they did come out and make.
I'm serious. I'm looking into PC. Mm-hmm. Like determining what Sony does determines if I get a PC next gen or not.
You know, I think if you're able to convert from, if you was already if you had a PC before, then it's a no-brainer. But if you was always a console player, for me, I don't think I could force myself to try to become a PC
player. Right now I'm like half of console. My primary system is a PS5. But if I were to decide tomorrow I want to go all in on PC, I can do so and have like a lot of games because I just been redeeming like free games on Epic. I got a pretty good Steam library, and I can't even tell you how many ROMs and shit I have, like fan games and whatnot. If I decide to go PC tomorrow, I can do it. Like full PC, like way better PC than what I got right now. So
hey, that's a good thing. You know what? And I've been recently experimenting with emulation. I've been playing Pokemon ROM.
Oh, dude, bro, if you need emulation sites, hit me up. I know about 2 or 3 really good ones. So yeah, if you need help with that, just let me know, man.
Oh, I got sent a link to a list and everything. I'm like, damn, I just wish I had a computer that could do all this crap.
Well, lucky for you, you don't need a very powerful PC to get into emulation. Pretty much just get like any like decently good mini PC, and you can be off onto races in terms of
I don't need to be buying a 580 with the 32 gigabytes of RAM.
No, most stuff off of Walmart can run emulation.
I mean, if you just want to emulate, you can get almost pretty much any decently good mini PC. Just make sure it has like a decently good GPU. And when I say decently good, I'm not even talking about like a 70 series or anything. Just something that's tailored even a little bit towards gaming, and you'll be fine for the most part.
Yeah, rule of thumb.
And like I said, if anybody wants emulation sites, just hit me up.
Yeah, rule of thumb: 90% of video gaming happens on the graphics card.
True.
Well, for emulation, you want a good CPU, but
you want good brains, and you want good brains, and you want a good heart. In other words.
So in regards to this moving Helldivers to Xbox, I think I mentioned this before that game costs are increasing, like to make the games. So these companies are trying to find ways where they can recoup the amount of money they spend on them, and porting it to more places means more money for them.
So you know what? Do you know what equals less money? If people start leaving the platform and no longer using the PlayStation Store, that leads to a hell of a lot less money. Sony better be careful.
It's not going to be a lot.
Yes and no.
No, it'll be a lot. It'll be a lot. If people start leaving the PlayStation Store and going to Steam or whatever, that's money loss. There's a lot of money loss. So.
The people that are going to be leaving to PC at this point is so minute It's not going to be a lot.
Maybe. I mean, that's what Xbox thought. How many Xbox guys have PC? Now?
Okay, but let's be fair here.
But to be
Let's
fair,
ask.
yeah.
Can we ask the question? How many PlayStation owners have invested so much money into the PlayStation library, and you think they're just going to abandon that at the first drop of the hat?
No, you don't have to abandon it. You add two. It's like
that's the possibility.
If you're not happy with Sony, well, what you could do is just keep your PS5, play on it when it's convenient, and then invest in a PC.
So, Devs, listen, this was my point.
No one considers adding. People think replacing. Like, you don't need to replace. You just need to add two. So,
no, listen, Devs, this was my point. I was trying to figure out your stance, right, as a gamer. So, and after you said what you said about you might go PC, then you explain. Listening to you, it sounds like you definitely, either have a PC, used to be on PC. So, but what I'm saying is, thank you very much. Oh man, I got the dinner just came in, guys. Hold up, real quick, show and tell. Hot dog and some, and some macaroni and cheese. Good enough, it'll do the job.
Oh, I thought it was a macaroni salad. It looked like that from the camera angle.
I love macaroni salad, but Deb, this is my point. I think the thing is, and I think Murder could agree with this, and some other people. If you've been a console player your whole life, I think it's very hard to just say, "Oh, I'm getting a PC" because you're mad because a game went to Xbox, right? Now, if you already was dabbling in the PC, then it's easier transition. I think, like Maker was saying, but I want to extend on it. Like, there's no way for me, and I've been playing video games since Atari console. There's no way in hell anything Sony could do would make me say, "Oh, guess I might as well get a PC." And I think there's a lot of people who say shit.
Well,
so,
if this was PS2 era, I would agree with you. But dude, PC gaming is not hard nowadays. It's almost as easy as the hardest thing about PC is getting the hardware. That's the hardest thing.
There's still a lot of people that there's still a lot of people
the
that
hardware,
do that though.
Wow.
The thing behind this article is what they're saying is Xbox players need to show it. For Helldivers, they need to buy it. They need to get off this whole if it ain't on Game Pass thing, I'm not buying it, whatever, and up to $40. Because if they do, maybe PlayStation will port more games.
Oh,
FCAT.
I definitely think Sony's going to port more games. In fact, I'll go in and call the next one Spider-Man. And and the PlayStation guys are going to say it's Disney. Disney made them do it.
When their Spider-Man games are $200 million to make, you kind of have to put it in as many places as you want.
I mean, dude, Spider-Man 2 sold like 10 million. It made its money back and then some.
It made its money back, but in terms of how much did it cost to make the original compared to the sequel?
It does.
It made
its money back and then some.
The original sold double what Part 2 did. Just saying. But
Well, I'm saying it's like I was gonna say it's
all this over Helldivers.
Your margin for profits. Your margin for profits in the AAA space are becoming smaller and smaller.
Yeah,
and
because the costs are increasing.
When your expenses are 200 million, for example, and you're only selling 10 million copies on a console that has supposedly like 60 million out there, a lot of investors are gonna sit there and go, "Whoa, where the hell did this drop off happen?" We put all this money into it. Where's our,
I mean, who's to say that the drop off isn't because of PC? Have you guys noticed ever since Sony started putting the games on PC, their sales have started declining ever so slowly?
Not that I'm aware of, but I get where you're coming from. Because
like the guy said, Spider-Man 1 sold double. I think that's what he said. What Spider-Man 2 did.
So over 20 million.
Spider-Man 1 also been out longer. To be fair, though.
True, and that does count the remastered version and the PC version at the same time. So it's like when you have three different versions to work with, you obviously have a better chance of making more money.
Yeah. That's why they're moving this. I mean, like I mean, I mentioned it to Cowboy before. PlayStation doesn't have to do this. They don't have to put their games on PC and Xbox, but they're doing it because they want to make more money. They're a company.
Oh, I agree.
They're doing it because they want to get into the China market as quick as possible without, worrying about, going through the kerfuffle.
And why are they? Why are they doing Xbox? Xbox is like non-existent in the Chinese market.
Hey, Xbox dudes just go out and support the game like they did Final Fantasy 16.
The thing is, I've been, listening to Reforge, and he's been making it seem like the shareholders are console warring. He makes it seem like the shareholders are console warring, and I'm like, dude, they don't care about console wars. They care about money.
No, dude, no. Listen, if you listen, dude, every time Sony has an investor meeting, there's always one investor to ask about, like, do you think PC will devalue the console? There's always one, dude. Even the investors are worried about it.
I don't think the investors are actually console warring. Right?
All the investors care about is the game making them money? Are they making more money than they were before?
Okay, so I was gonna say, I don't think investors care in the sense of the console wars. I think they care of like, well, if this devalues the PS5, how's this going to help us down the road? Why are we putting so much money in a PS5 when there's a PC out there that you're obviously capable of putting games on?
Yeah, if I was an investor, I'll be worried about that.
I don't think you guys
clearly
understand
how
much,
like I said,
how much money goes into making a console. They were talking about making a PlayStation 6 before the PS5 was out. That's how much. That's how far ahead of time they have to think.
Well, how come whenever TBG start talking, everybody be quiet and let him speak? Everybody else start talking. TPG don't run this show, all right?
It's the TPG show. Damn it! It's my show now.
So in my opinion, I think all the investors care is the making more money. They're releasing the games at a later date than day and date. So people have to get a PlayStation if they want to buy these games day and date. And then bring it to other platforms just means more people get a chance to buy it, which equals more revenue. And I think they're perfectly fine with this. If it bleeds over a certain degree, as long as it's not excessive, I think they're going to be completely fine with it. And I don't see this changing anytime soon. Like, in my opinion, I think PlayStation will continue to put more games in more places, and I think eventually we'll get PC day and date. I think that's an inevitability at this point.
I mean technically we already have day and day on PC. It's
I meant for even newer.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I was saying the multiplayer games, but multiplayer. Sorry, but yeah, you're right. And that feels like a next generation thing, though. Like next gen, that's what they're gonna do.
The PlayStation themselves has already said that, so that's really,
Yeah, I don't think every game is gonna go to PC. I think what Maker said is, I think it's spot on. So Sony recently, a couple weeks ago, made that statement. Again, we can't believe everything we hear from video game companies, but they did make the statement that they are saying that PlayStation 5 is their primary objective, and they will continue to make games first on PlayStation and then go other places. I think you can have that world where they get away with everything, right? If you bring it first on PlayStation, and then your hardcore people or your people who own a PlayStation 5 say, oh, that's a game that I can only have here. Maybe you got a PC and you say, oh, well, let me buy a PlayStation or let me use my PlayStation to play that game. Maybe you got an Xbox or a Nintendo Switch. You say, oh, you know what? That game came out on PlayStation. Cool. Now, if they wait a year and it goes somewhere else, it didn't hurt, and I always try to say this, what PlayStation strategy has always been since I've been a fan is brand supremacy. Same thing with Nintendo. They have certain things that they feel you have to come here in order to partake in, right? And so they have those games that they're only on PlayStation. Now, if the strategy switches up a little bit like PC, they've been putting games on PC, right? But I think it's just smart. You still do, like Maker was saying, you still could get away with your games going, like, is Helldivers going to Xbox hurting anything? It's not, because it's been out for a while. It's only a $40 game. It's not like the big game. Like for me, when people are like, "Oh, this game's going to PlayStation with Xbox," I'm like, bro, nobody care about that. I said, if I ever see, and people said Forza's going to PlayStation, I still didn't move the needle for me. I said, if I see Gears or Halo go, then you'll get me like, oh wow. So Helldivers 2, like some people don't even remember there's a Helldivers 1, right? Because it was what, a PSP game. So I think the strategy still can be a great strategy, you know, for them to still maintain brand supremacy, meaning you have to come here to play these games. So I don't, you know, now you see a God of War, Uncharted, Last of Us, then it's like, oh snap. But again, if we console warrant, Sony still takes the L because at the end of the day, they have a game that was exclusive to them that's going anywhere else. Now, I don't get so deep as some of y'all. Is Arrowhead Studio like a PlayStation studio? I don't know.
No.
They're not owned by. Sony owns the Helldivers IP, but they don't own the studio.
Okay.
So.
And they own Nexus, so.
And then
it's like the equivalent of Bloodborne. You know, they own the IP rights to Bloodborne, but they don't own the studio that made them.
Cowboy, my question is, Microsoft is already third, you know, for one, and I'm a Xbox predominant player, or I was anyway.
You'll be PC.
Why? Nah, I'll never. I'm old, man. I'll never do PC.
Okay.
I'm a console game. Unfortunately, there's people out there that are like me.
Well,
not everybody has to be forced to go to PC.
Unfortunately for you, next Xbox is going to be a PC. So
that's cool.
Anyways,
hey, my Series X is up there. That'll be the last Xbox console I own.
All right. But
I'm sorry. But I got all the other ones too down here: 360, Xbox One X, Series S, Xbox One. You know. But anyway, why does everybody sit there and feel like PlayStation has to be pressured into doing what the failing company is doing, when what they're doing is working totally fine for them? Why does the whole industry have to believe that everybody's going to go the way of Microsoft? Where is Microsoft going right now? They're losing. That's the question. Why does everybody assume that PlayStation, and they won't even mention Nintendo for some odd reason, has to go the same direction as Microsoft? They all can't do their own. They all can't have their own lane that they're in.
Yeah.
Well, I think Sony copying Xbox's playbook is indicative of it.
Either they're copying their strategy, or
that they want to make more money.
Either they're copying
but
the
PlayStation
strategy,
is already making more money.
Yeah, they're already making more money, but the question is, like, it's clear that maybe their margins aren't what they want. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting games on Xbox. Like, that wouldn't be a thing.
No, I disagree. I think Sony can sell 100% to the PlayStation fan base, and they'll still be poor.
And PC, because that's always part of the plan. I'll throw PC in there as well. Who cares? That's not a
had to go to PC in the first place,
and they really don't have to now.
But then why did they follow Xbox in that suit and start releasing games?
Like you guys say, hey, sometimes it's about the money, but like Grandma said, all money ain't good money.
Now,
money talks.
Yeah.
Now, from what I heard, Murder, there is a chance that Xbox pretty much surrendered and told PlayStation that they're done.
Oh yeah, that 100%.
That there's no threat to them.
Yeah.
Wait, explain that. You mean they're done what? What do you explain that?
That they're done with the console war. Like,
yeah, Microsoft went to PlayStation and asked for that game to come over. PlayStation didn't approach them like, hey, can we put Helldivers over? Microsoft went over there and got on their knees and begged for that game.
Right. Phil Spencer said it first. He said he doesn't see who it benefits for Helldivers 2 to be exclusive. Then they started, looking into it, and basically with Xbox's strategy, they basically said, with our strategy, like, you have nothing to fear from us.
Right, we're going a different direction, and that's fine.
We're doing.
So we're literally becoming a third-party publisher.
Think about that on the same day.
They don't up and say they're third party, but they're.
And that's another thing. Everybody wants to equate Helldivers coming to Xbox. Okay, that is an L for PlayStation. That's a win for Xbox. But could that even be compared to Halo coming? Forza already there. Sea of Thieves. I just put last week. I just played Gears, which broke my heart as an original OG Xbox member.
Do you think
Helldivers is supposed to be one game. They're trying to make it seem like this is the win of the century. When your whole everything your brand was made on. I know I was there, and a lot of you guys were there too. This is already on PlayStation, and you're all up in arms and putting, getting on these posts, which is great. Like I said, Helldivers. I got 174 hours in Helldivers, so can't nobody tell me about Helldivers.
I have a question though. I have a question though. How did PlayStation players react when the 4 Xbox games got ported over to PlayStation?
Oh, it's funny as hell.
They bought the hell out of
Yeah.
But Maker, do you okay? You can have the little pow. We got Helldivers. We got Helldivers. Does that equate to you if you're a real Xbox fan to Gears, Halo, Forza, Sea of Thieves, all these games? Really?
What I'm saying is this: we're gonna start to expect more. Like there's gonna be more. I assume Spider-Man will come at some point, right? Like
God of War's coming next week.
Yeah, because of
not next week, but like if PlayStation wants to make more money, better margins, they're going to release it on more platforms. That's just
true.
Let me ask you a question.
True.
Are we? Because I'm trying to understand this. So there is literally 2 lanes. We can have a direct conversation as we're gamers. And we have a conversation as console war. So I don't understand your question, Maker. Are you saying is that a console war question, or is that like just a gamer question?
It's just like when I hear it's just Helldivers, I immediately think it's just 4 games. It's just 4 Xbox.
Right.
I agree with you, Maker, on that. I agree. I agree.
Just like Helldivers 2 going on to Xbox is the same thing as Grounded and all those other games going on to PlayStation, testing the waters, if people buy it.
Let me say this though. So I think Murder had a point. He said, "Why do you think everybody has to do what somebody else does?" Now, I agree that money is the common denominator, right? Of all of this. But I do feel if you had 2 kids and your one kid is always lying, you just don't all of a sudden think your other kid is always lying. Then not to be funny, but because Xbox said 4 and it turned to everything, I don't think you should just say, well, PlayStation's going to do the same thing. You have to at least see PlayStation. Like for me, I would have to see PlayStation do it with like 4 games. I would have to be like, oh, it was just now, mind you, they never made a statement. So I think that was the hard thing with Xbox. Xbox made a statement saying it's only 4 games. We just Helldivers just end up like, oh look, Helldivers going to Xbox. Like, oh snap, look at that. Now, I feel like you would have to see like 4 games for me. I'm gonna speak for myself. I would have to be like, oh damn, Spider-Man 2. Miles Morales, it was Helldivers. Then I'm like, oh, okay. But I can't just say, okay, the one game is going. Now I feel like everything's going to Xbox.
Cowboy, is PlayStation only place with a Spider-Man game?
The new Spider-Man
there's other Spider-Mans out there throughout time. You can't get God of War nowhere else. You can't get Halo nowhere else. You couldn't get Gears nowhere else. You couldn't get this nowhere else, that nowhere else. So it's when you see those games go, and even Helldivers, hey, Maker, I'm with you. As an Xbox dude, I'm like, yeah, let's go. But it's too late for all that. It really is. It's like, oh yay.
So when Sony started putting games on PC, they said we'll start releasing games after a certain time has passed and put them on PC. But now they're saying multiplayer and experimental games are coming day and date on PC, but not our tentpole titles.
Maker, listen, it's like what Murder said. If you see God of War day and date on PC, right? If you see Last of Us day and date on PC, so experimental games, multiplayer games, like a brand new game that comes out, a new IP is $40 or something, like, or it's like, you don't even know if it's going to survive. Concord, look at Concord.
What I'm saying is their stance changed. Their stance was originally we're going to wait a time period and then it's going to release on PC. Right. Now they're saying multiplayer and experimental games are releasing day and date on PC and other platforms, and so they're changing their stance like slowly and surely.
Okay.
Like experimenting the China hero.
Can I ask a question here? When did we all suddenly become investors and start knowing everything Sony's doing?
I find it interesting. I find the evolution of gaming is quite interesting, and so
Well,
I follow
I'm not saying that it's like it's a bad thing, but it's like can we just live in the moment? Okay, Helldivers came to play Xbox, cool. Let's not assume this is a whole avalanche of games now coming, because like, as far as we know, this could be a whole one and done kind of thing.
No.
Sorry.
Did
I?
I'm not gonna say this.
Well,
I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna
I want to say something
it's not
when I get a chance.
likely. It's not likely that it's not an
Yeah, but-
avalanche, but.
All right, wait.
Well,
I just wanted to ask the panel because TPG brought up something. I am a Sony shareholder. Do none of you guys put any money where your mouth is? Do you not invest in your gaming platform because you like it?
I don't gamble.
You don't game?
No, I said I don't
Hey,
gamble.
you're a Sony investor, right? Okay, well, tell me
Gamble.
why
Doesn't
I have to keep
gamble.
paying for these damn controllers. I have to keep paying for this damn shit.
Well, listen, hey, Rudigs, you're a shareholder. I want to complain. This stupid controller I had for maybe 4 months. It got stick shift. Now, you guys, I'm gonna say you guys, Rudigs, you guys did a good job. You sent me a little FedEx thing. I sent it back. I literally got it in less than a week, and it was repaired. I kind of feel like they gave me a brand new one.
Wait,
I didn't take
hold on.
That's for your loyalty. That's for your loyalty, Cowboy. That's for your loyalty.
Why does these FF, for the love of God?
Wait, hold on. I got a question. Sony will repair your controllers? They do that?
So wait, hold on. I want Rudigs, the shareholder, to let me know why these controllers suck.
Apparently, yes. So what else?
I know it's a terrible state of controllers when like 10, 15 years ago you could drop a Game Boy from a moving car and you could play it when you picked it up from the grass. But nowadays it's like these PS5 controllers you drop from a desk, it can never be used again. It's insane, and it's just them making more money. Have you seen the control sticks and the aftermarket for it? They sell out instantly as soon as they hit the market for the little toggles for the DualSense. I luckily picked up 2 because shout out to Dr. Spaceman. He gave me a heads up when they came on sale. So, but otherwise, it's brutal to get parts for your controller. And actually, another shout to Nerds World. My controller broke down and he fixed it. So if you know somebody like that, they can definitely help you out.
Well,
So my hot take is basically this: like, the console war is over. Exclusivity is probably going to come to an end because this is all about entertainment. I think that one day we're going to see gaming become just pretty much like a shopping mall or a shopping outlet. Like, just everything's there for your entertainment. It's for you to consume.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Game Boy itself was a engineering anomaly. It's like a Game Boy you could throw at a moving car, and then pull it and then play it after you pull it out of the windshield.
The thing went into damn space at one point. Come on, that's how durable it is.
The Game Boy is famous for how well it was put together.
Yeah, the thing is, older stuff, a lot of older stuff was better. Like, if you look at older cars, it was real metal, right? And now everything is like fiberglass or like, plastic or whatever. So,
A lot of fiberglass.
What's that?
Yeah, a lot of fiberglass.
Polyester glass.
Sports cars.
Somebody was at my door. Sorry about that.
But anyway, let's move on. We've been Helldivers.
Hey.
I gotta play Helldivers, man.
Hey, good win for Xbox. I wish I was in the mood, or I was the old Ellis that that used to be in the chat while PlayStation guys like Vet and TPG and Cowboy beat me down for years. But yeah, good win. Good win for
I'm
Xbox.
just gonna say, if you're Xbox, yeah.
It was a good run.
Yeah, me and Maker shit. I'm the Xbox dude in the room, but at some point in time, I just stopped, really caring.
If you're an Xbox guy and you don't already own it on PC, go ahead and get it. You might as well. Everybody needs to show up and buy it. Like, I don't give a fuck. like
Yeah.
Xbox Series.
Last,
Because
hey,
if this
Cowboy.
does
Oh, sorry.
poorly, if this does poorly, like
So wait, here's the
it's
thing.
gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad.
Let me ask you all a question. Who actually likes Helldivers and play?
I do.
I do. I have all the.
I got 174. Oh, Rudigs. Yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
I
It
pull up
was
and watch
fun at
Rudigs
first,
play.
but then it got boring.
Yeah, I mean, I played it every single Monday from launch for like over a year. Love that game. It's
Yeah.
a big show, but I mean, enough is enough. Like you can play too much of one thing, so I just kind of got burnt out on it.
I literally had Monster Hunter for like 4 months and put over 300 hours. I'm the highest level out of anybody I know that I personally know. But I took a break to play Doom, and then when I was done Doom, I was like, okay, I didn't feel like playing it. So that does happen. And speaking of that, let's start the thunder here. After this show, if we ever end the show, I'm actually gonna do my first impressions of Mind's Eye. I totally forgot. I'm doing that today, so that'll be interesting.
Oh, you don't have to do that anymore. You heard they're gonna re-release the game.
Yeah, but
Nah, let Cowboy play the broken version. If that's what they're doing, they're still doing. Let him get it.
Version.
Let him get his feet wet.
You like Saint Row? I'm sure he'll like it.
Yeah.
just be like, all right, well, I don't want to play that anymore. But anyway, I heard they had a big update though, so because I wanted to see it like if it was as bad as people were saying, because I feel like the internet was being a little extra, so I wanted to experience it for myself. Like I remember when I played Spider-Man, and I played and beat Spider-Man online from beginning to end. There was 4 glitches that happened. They were so small, but the internet was like, "Oh my God, Spider-Man 2 is terrible," and I was like,
"Oh my God!"
Live, and everybody could see.
No, that wasn't a lie. I've encountered some pretty big glitches in Spider-Man 2 myself. Nothing to like make me not want to play the game anymore, but let's just say I've been under the map a few times. So
yeah, I had a couple bugs myself with Spider-Man 2.
Keep in mind, I was playing the disc. I was playing the disc on patch version, so.
I don't know what you guys talking about. I had the biggest bug ever in the Spider-Man game. In fact, there was 2 of them. I think their names are Peter Parker and Miles Morales.
On that note, let's move to the next thing.
Next up, let's talk about
physical game.
Xbox. So Everwild was canceled, and it was Phil Spencer's favorite game that was not ever released.
So this is the game where he said he couldn't put it down when he got to play it, right?
Yeah. This was the rare game. One of the games that was shown at the showcase that they promised was going to come in within the next 12 months.
I'm sorry. I'm dancing on Xbox's grave right now.
Wait.
Yes, look at that.
I'm okay with bashing that, but like saying that they said it was coming in the next 12 months, they did not say that.
Yeah,
they said a bunch of games were coming within the next couple of months, and they didn't ever came out.
They didn't say Everwild.
Yeah,
they did not.
I think Everwild was one of those.
No, it was not.
Let's go into Xbox, right? Let's go into. I guess we might as well talk about the games being canceled. I don't know if you want to throw in the. Well, you said we're not going to go into layoffs, but I'll wrap it in also.
So I can go through them right quick if you want me to.
Go ahead. You got more.
Yeah. So we got Everwild, Perfect Dark, which is a big one. I know people want to speak on this. I want to speak on this because that gameplay, what I saw, that looked incredible, and I don't know why this got canceled and this video got shut down, because that looked like some innovative first-person shooter right there. What I saw, whether if it was fake or not.
Hold up, Perfect Dark, they was having issues. Remember, they was getting other companies to come in and try to help on the project anyway. So I mean, they was having issues.
Crystal Dynamics.
Perfect Dark is this erased Doc Dark. So if you guys didn't know, Doc Dark got his name because Perfect Dark is his favorite game. So he actually took the Dark, and that's how he created his name. So Doc Dark it doesn't exist anymore. He's over. Anyway, but so go ahead. Is there another one? I want to give my little sign.
That's bad.
That's all you have to say about Perfect Dark, Cowboy?
We're trying to cover it all.
I think it took.
Perfect Dark, I feel, was always a knockoff of GoldenEye 64, which is made by the same company.
But you never played.
They decided, okay, we can't make a part 2, so we're gonna make Perfect Dark. They even had GoldenEye stages in this game in the multiplayer. So for me, I never like it's an age thing. I was big into GoldenEye. Perfect Dark came out. I was like, man, what is this?
But you didn't play Perfect Dark Zero. You didn't play Zero, and that's the better one. That's the better version.
My thing was, you're not going to give me a GoldenEye 2. I don't want to play this BS, so I never even cared about Perfect Dark. Me and my friends, we were so upset when they brought out Perfect Dark. It was a slap in the face. So we never gave it a time of day. But I think maybe it was my age.
Maker wanted to say something.
I did want to say, just like Everwild, this one also had reports that they had development issues. I guess if any of the games that got canceled, I could see at these two.
Do you believe that the gameplay that they show was fake or not?
I couldn't say for sure. I don't know anything about that.
Apparently, one person said it was fake. One person said it wasn't.
I don't know anything.
Well, when
I
they
didn't
say
look into that.
When they say fake, the gameplay was real, but you had to play it in a very specific way to get like through the demo. That's what they mean.
No, what they showed basically was in game.
Yeah, but
like
everything that they done, that they had to do it perfectly, or else
it was basically rehearsed.
That's what they mean by fake.
Yeah, vertical play.
So
like
yeah,
the best way I can describe it, like, do you guys know the Halo 2 E3 demo?
Mm-hmm.
That was technically fake because you had to do everything correct. In fact, if you're on Steam, you can download that demo and you can try to like go through it like non-conventionally, and you'll just see like it doesn't really play very good if you don't go straight through the way that the demo was made.
Hell, the God of War.
That's what it means by being fake. So,
well, it's more. I think the better word to use is staged or rehearsed.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: speaking of demos, can you still get that? I didn't have a PlayStation 5 at the time, but can you still get that Matrix demo?
Oh,
no. Yeah, I got rid of it. Let's see. Move on. Forza Motorsport canceled.
I'm not surprised.
Okay. Not so much canceled. The team that made it is basically gone.
Yeah, and now they're gutted 50% of the studio.
I'm not surprised, dude. The last Motorsport game literally looked worse than a 360 game. So, I'm not surprised.
I did hear a lot of bad stuff about the latest.
Dude, I watched that game being played on a 4090, and I was asking my friend, like, you sure you're playing the right game? And he's like, yeah, this is Motorsport. Dude, even he was like, yeah, this looks worse than 360. And keep in mind, he was playing on a 4090.
I don't follow Forza that much. Which one came to PlayStation?
The good one.
Horizon.
Yeah, the one everyone actually likes.
But I played Motorsport, and it wasn't bad. I mean, I don't think 50% of the. I mean, I'm not Microsoft either, but 50% of the studio gutted, game canceled. That's kind of harsh. Yeah. Game wasn't that bad. You can get on and play it right now. It's not that bad. It looks great.
I think. Well, if I'm trying to think from maybe a company perspective, if you had a brand and you had two different types coming out and one was worse than the other, they were probably thinking, why are we keeping going when we can maybe ramp up or fund this other section, the Horizon series? Maybe they're going to do better.
Yeah, if that's what they ended up doing, I think that's the better call. Horizon is a lot better. So
yeah, they cut that team in half, and they said they incorporated them into the Horizon team. So
that's what I'm hearing.
And let's be honest, since Forza is going to PlayStation nowadays, it like the Motorsport wouldn't stand a chance against Gran Turismo. So might as well make it Horizon. That's actually unique and something different. So I think that's part of the reason because it has to compete with.
Yeah, Forza is on PlayStation. It's right there.
Yeah.
Wait, which one is the one where you kind of drive off road, and which one is the
Horizon?
one
Horizon's the one.
Forza Horizon 5.
Horizon's the free world one.
And the one that's more the was supposed to be the Gran Turismo competitor is Motorsport. Forza Motorsport.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Like, oh wow, so okay.
So yeah, it sucks, but hey, at the same time, you know, if you're gonna trim the fat, you gotta look where the fat is.
Hey, mind you, Cowboy, we're still going. All this stuff right here came out in one day. The very next day, Xbox comes out and says, "We got Helldivers."
Yeah.
Everybody online forgets about all this stuff and goes into, "We got Helldivers. We got." I mean, I'm sure FCAT has some more bad news. That all this all happened in one day.
You remember a certain game? You remember a certain game Xbox killed a long time ago? A racing game called Project Gotham.
Yep.
Oh, that was a great game.
That was cool.
Yeah,
way underrated.
That was way back in the day, wasn't it? Like
PlayStation 3,
Xbox.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with now, though. So.
So let's move on.
Xbox has a graveyard of games.
Apparently, ZeniMax was working on an MMORPG.
Oh yeah, look, this happened in the same day as well. Keep going. But we got Helldivers.
I was a bit disappointed.
Does anybody think this was Elder Scrolls 6?
No. Okay. Let me explain
it.
This
should
one.
be out in 2031.
Okay, so this one was a independent game. They were a game separate from Elder Scrolls Online. They were working on. It was a new IP. Apparently, they've been working on this one since I read 2018. Not 100% sure about that, but yeah. And this would have been like a space MMO. And if you know anything about MMOs, they take MMOs take the longest of development cycles of all the games that can be made.
So they didn't even have a name, and we didn't know nothing about it. So we shouldn't care about this one.
I think the name for it was codename Blackbird.
If you don't got some form of name after 7 years, anyway. But still, that's another game canceled.
Contraband was removed. The trailer was removed from Xbox official YouTube video. This was also one of the games that they promised coming.
How about the roadmap?
They did not promise this one for 12 months.
Yeah. I don't know about all that. How about the roadmap? So
you don't remember the showcase?
I remember the showcase, but they didn't say it was coming in 12 months.
They specifically said coming within the next couple.
Yeah, you lying.
He's picking one.
FCAT lying.
God dang.
Show us.
And anyways, I was back to the MMO. I was disappointed in that, but a part of me thinks this is my conspiracy theory. I think they cut the MMO because they already have two MMO studios. They have this one working on Elder Scrolls Online, and they have World of Warcraft with Blizzard. And I think adding another competition to their own current successes, I don't think that they wanted that.
Microsoft doesn't like competition in their own studios.
I'm gonna get Ron. I'm gonna get to the chat. Ron's putting a bunch of stuff in the chat. We'll get.
This is one Purple Haze was asking about the most was Contraband.
Okay, cool. No,
by Avalanche,
which they only showed once, and it was a teaser. So apparently, we were confused about OD whether they put it up or not. Apparently, OD is still safe.
Well, there's a reason why.
Kojima's pretty much said after OD and Physic, he's done.
Yeah, he's done. He's retiring after that. Well, there's I don't know if you're going to bring it up.
Was like, give him benefit of the doubt.
Okay, let me ask. Do you have the other? Do you have the other third-party Xbox deal that got canceled?
Yeah.
The John Romero one.
Yeah.
Max. Pull that up next.
Got it all.
Cowboy, all in one day, but we got Helldivers.
Yeah, Jason said I did want Perfect Dark, but 7 years and barely had anything accomplished. I get that.
Yeah. All these games too that were canceled were like in development. Well, most of them that we know of were in development for a long time. Everwild, 7 years. The Omni game or ZeniMax game, 7 years. Everwild, 60 years. You know, it's like that's a lot of money wasted and resources and time, to just.
Yeah, when FCAT gets through it, I want to go around the room.
Next up, what TBG mentioned, and Cowboy has no clue who this person is, even though he claims to be a Doom guy.
Yeah, this actually sucks.
This is the guy. When they say Doom is the grandfather of FPS games, this is the grandfather of FPS.
Yeah,
right here,
John
Cowboy.
Romero.
Wait, hold on, stop.
He's the godfather of Doom FPS.
Listen, I want to believe Wolfenstein was out before Doom. Is that not correct? So,
Yeah, but Doom was the more famous one.
I'm just saying. So if Doom can't be Wolfenstein's grandfather, just saying.
Cowboy, when I heard this news, I thought it was the director of Night of the Living Dead.
Yo, yeah.
I sat there and was like, well, his old ass don't need to be making a video game anyway. And they were like, no. I was like,
no. FCAT was like, I thought you were Doom guy. I'm like, bro, man, how am I supposed to know who the original director of Doom was? You think I cared about that?
Now I will say this. I just want to go on like a quick little tangent here. The reason why I have a big problem with this is this basically sets a precedent that Microsoft is potentially canceling a lot of third-party deals they have contracts with. And that means more studios might get potentially shut down because apparently they were told like a week before all this happened that everything was fine. Like literally, like they were told, oh no, everything's going good.
TPG the day before.
My thing with this,
what you were saying. The literal day before.
Literally, the day before.
They're at the studio saying this looks good. Back to what you were saying.
My thing is, if you really think about it, what has John Romero come out with recently?
What?
Nothing. He's done nothing recently. Like all he did was Doom.
He did Empire of Sin. This is the studio that made Empire of Sin.
Okay.
Yeah, they've made other games. It's just apparently they had a deal with Xbox, and then they cut that deal.
My point being was the reason why I have a problem with this is because this whole thing has created the biggest problem I see in the game industry now. These developers have no fucking faith in Microsoft, and if you listen to them, the former employees, they're like, we were literally told the day before, hey, everything was fine. Then there's just all these layoffs because. Now we're finding out they want to put more money into fucking AI.
That's kind of how it is.
Hold up. Hold your thoughts on that. So I want FCAT to get through all this stuff. Then I want us to go around the room and just kind of, I'll start off and then we'll just literally go down the list about the whole thing.
Yeah, sorry. Just got a little hot-headed there.
Yeah, that's pretty much all the cancellations.
Okay. So let me start off. So we'll bring up, I want to also add in my thing, the 9,000 layoffs, right? Here's what I think, okay? And again, I'm not a Microsoft insider. I don't know anything. I don't own a business, blah, blah, blah. But what I think is one of you guys said the term trimming the fat. This is what I feel, right? I was working at a company for 20 years and I got let go, right? And because they lost their biggest contract, right? So I came to work one day and long story short, listen, 20 years didn't matter. I was leaving. So here's what I think. I kind of said it in my new video I put out earlier, but I think 9,000 people getting laid off, all these studios closing. You got stuff like Perfect Dark, which could have been promising, right? You got stuff like a racing game, but here's the thing, or Forza, right? It has a name. I think what Microsoft is doing is trying to trim the fat, meaning because now they want to just put their thing on they want to put their stuff on everywhere. They have to recoup from this ABK deal, right? But meaning they have to be profitable. You hear the internet, Game Pass profitable, Game Pass isn't profitable. Regardless, I think they want to run really lean, meaning I think they want to have these games that they don't know might make money or not, gotta go. And he probably was like, look, like Jason said, 7 years, gotta go. Forza Motorsport, people seeing it, don't like it, gotta go. I think they're like anything that doesn't seem promising, anything that we're unsure of, I'm sure they had to have some median. And they were just like, listen, This is the bottom line. We done gave Xbox, not Microsoft, but Microsoft is giving Xbox how many years? They giving Game Pass how many years? We got our new strategy. We want to put everything everywhere. So if we putting stuff everywhere, we also need stuff that can make revenue. We also need stuff that if it is in the subscription service, people will be like, oh, I do want to play that. We don't want to have something where it's like, I heard that wasn't that bad, that wasn't that good, so I'll play it for a little bit. And somebody else said this that I think is fair. This is how I felt about Sony. I think you can compete with yourself, right? Like I said, what would be the point of having when we was in the cloud gaming? I was like, what would be the point for Xbox and PlayStation? Well, I guess PlayStation at the time to have cloud gaming that will compete with itself. Because if you tell me I don't need to buy the system because I can play the games over here, what's the point? So what I'm going with is somebody was saying Elder Scrolls, the MMO. That was Maker was saying that World of Warcraft MMO. I think that's true. I think they probably was like, look, anything that might take money for something else to a point, like if this is our big MMO, if this is a big MMO, you know what? That other game you taking how long? Cut it. So I think they're going to be so lean that their profit margins will be better. Meaning they won't have as many losses. You got this game, that game, this game, that. Like when people, you think of Game Pass, you got 400 plus, probably way more than that games now, right? But it's like, what is turning the key? What now? Older games, it is what it is. But going forward, what they showed you was we're going to run lean. We got to get rid of anything that's going to just be a maybe. I'm not sure. Because we're going to start putting these games everywhere. And if this might not be a needle mover, this might not make money, we might be, I felt they said anything questionable has to go. And yes, we might have been in the studio yesterday and said, yeah, everything looks good. When they had the meeting or whatever, it was like, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you like them. I don't care if Phil Spencer, if you said I can't put this game down. Our research shows that this game probably isn't going to be that good. It's probably not going to be a needle mover. And so, you know, because think about it. Yes, the games could be in Game Pass, right? And you could play the games or try them, right? But they also want to put games that they could sell and make money if they are going to go on PC and PlayStation and wherever. So my last point is, whenever a company is doing bad, the first thing you do is payroll. You will save so much money by firing somebody, laying somebody off. Unfortunately, think about somebody's salary. Think about you get rid of 9,000 people. Dude, you know how much money just went in the pocket? It is what it is, right? And you know, when I got let go, like my whole salary, they got the key. Like, hey, we lost our biggest contract, and they let go so many people that day. So that's where I feel now, good or bad, right? I personally think for Microsoft, listen, I know people don't want to trust them, but they put all their cards on the table. At this point, everything is out there. Listen, we just want to make games and put them everywhere. Now you know, right? You know they want to let other companies make their hardware. Now you know. So I think for them, this probably is necessary. Anything you think is maybe questionable, make money, gotta go. I know part of some people from the Call of Duty team got let go. At the end of the day, Call of Duty is going to make money regardless. So will somebody say, well, this one isn't as good as that one? I played the new Doom under Xbox banner, kind of, sort of. I don't think it's as good. But listen, these are games that have names people are still gonna buy, right? So that was just to say before FCAT cut me off.
My bad.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to throw in that Call of Duty Mobile made another $3 billion this year alone.
I got a story about Call of Duty. That is some glitch stuff. If you want to hear about something that glitches, Maker and I did an Easter egg zombie thing where it took us 2 hours of doing all the right steps, getting to the boss, and then once we got there, the boss glitched out and we could not finish it. So that was all our time and progress wasted. They really need to work on making games not break like that, because that was one of the most brutal glitches we came across.
So I'm gonna go down the line. I'll just go straight across. TVG. So your thoughts? 9,000.
Okay. So overall, my biggest problem with all this really isn't so much like the trimming the fat thing and all that. That's like I kind of get from a corporation standpoint, that's what's got to happen. But I think the biggest problem is this doesn't. My biggest problem here is job security. If if you work at a big, studio, like let's say Bethesda, and then they say, "Oh, here's a round of layoffs," like, well, you don't feel secure having that job, and in a game industry, it's particular, it's like it's a long-term commitment for most of these people. So it's like my biggest problem is that Microsoft bought all these studios, had no plans for them, and now it's like, well, now it's time to cut the fat. Oh, by the way, all those those nice studios we have, they're gone. Oh, and by the way, we're only going to invest into the same games we've been making before and stifle creativity. That's really where my biggest problem comes in. It's like, what's Microsoft going to keep putting out? The same crap all the time. And then no new IPs. That's my biggest worry. But that's crazy TPG foil hat moment.
I'll say this real quick. TPG, you want job security? Become a plumber. Because,
you want job security? Be a security guard.
People get let go for that too. But a plumber, you in there, baby. But anyway, FCAT, what about you, man? Did you need me to pull this up? See, this is FCAT drives me crazy.
We could talk about that after we get to these layoffs.
Let's skip FCAT real quick. What about you? What's your
Yeah, so I want to kind of come on the other side of this. I will say that 9,000 is a lot of people, and I think it is 27,000 total over the past 2 years or since ABK has gone through. So it's kind of devastating. But in Microsoft's defense, in 2019, they had 144,000 employees. And as of June 30th, they have 228,000 employees. So their number of employees, even though not necessarily in the gaming sector, has increased. And they do provide a lot of jobs for people. But what happened was absolutely terrible, I would say. And acquiring a bunch of games and canceling them, I would say, is not in the spirit of gaming, and it sucks when gaming isn't taken as the art form it is, and it becomes a business commodity.
No doubt. So from what I heard, this round of layoffs was specifically for AI alone. Just AI.
Rudigs, I don't think I could have said it better myself.
So they canceled Perfect Dark for AI. They canceled Everwild for AI.
Take the money from here, put it over here, increase that money by 20%.
Because AI new thing. If you can pull me up, Cowboy.
Okay.
Let's go through the panel. Let everyone else get their thoughts out.
Yeah, everybody. I want everybody to get their turn. Has it got to do with this or not?
Yeah, it was actually on you.
What?
Yeah, this has to do with this.
What?
No. I wanted to go because we skipped FCAT because he wasn't there when TPG was done. So then I went to Rudigs. But go ahead. The screen. But if it's not about the whole layoff and all that, then we could get to that when we're done. That was my point. No, FCAT, you have a tendency to skip to the next thing. We were like, well, hold up, we ain't done yet. So is this got to do with it or not?
Yeah, well, but they was asking FCAT before you weren't there. He was talking about the layoffs. Like, do you have any opinion about the layoffs?
No, and that's just a normal thing in the industry, and people need to start crying about it on Twitter unless they intend on setting up a GoFundMe for these employees. That's all I have to say about it.
I'll pull you up when we're done. So, Maker Chaos. What's your thoughts?
I think it's awful in the way that they handled a lot of it. Just dropping them basically immediately, locking them out of their accounts in certain situations is awful. Even though I can see why some of these projects did get canceled, like Everwild and Perfect Dark. It sucks to see, especially because I wanted to see a new Perfect Dark. And I think that's the sad part for me. I don't think that it's going to effectively kill creativity, but I think Microsoft is going more for a more efficient like you said, leaner. They're trying to make more money, make it better. And the reason why I say I don't necessarily think it's killing creativity is because we're having 3 new IPs from Xbox this year with Avowed, South of Midnight, and Keeper are all 3 new IPs from smaller teams. And from what I can understand, all 3 of those studios are still, they didn't get any, well, not any significant cuts through those. So it does seem like it is a lean operation, not a just a creativity cutting, as some people might think.
Can I do this real quick? Just want to give my man Rude Diggs always coming in here with that clean cut, precise explanation. So good. Not taking anything away from you, Maker. You kind of agree with what I said, but Rude Diggs, you should be a politician or something, man. You always got that, There it is. All right, what about you, 5-0 Trey? I would love to hear what you have to say because you always have passion. You was a diehard Xbox guy, still love Xbox, but you're just trying to keep it real from as a fan perspective. So, what's your thoughts with all of this?
I'm Rudig's Maker. They kind of summed it up pretty well. For one, I don't, layoffs is something that happens, like you said, as from somebody thinking from a business space or anything like that. Yeah, that's just gonna happen. If like you told a story, Cowboy. If you got fired tomorrow, if I got fired, Maker, Rudigs, the world would just keep moving. And some of those people, they're getting severances, they're getting, I hope I don't, but that's what they say. And it's it just boils down to Microsoft has become a huge company, and it's even though it's 9,000 people, that's probably it's a small percentage of what they overall have. If you ran a business of 100 people and you got rid of 20 of them, that would be big news to you because that's a big that's kind of how Microsoft is getting rid of those 9,000 people, which is horrible. And like Maker said, I don't like the way they did it. That's my main thing. I'm about the game, and all the other stuff that they come with, that they try to distract you with, is none of my problem. I'm out here living my life as well. If I got fired tomorrow, I have a home, multiple cars, 2 kids, wife, dogs, all that all that. It wouldn't matter. The world would keep going. But I don't know. I just thought it just boils down to me like the way they did it, because I heard, and it may not or may be true. Some of like the Romero guy. I don't know him. I don't care. About his games like that. I thought it was a movie guy. That made the person who made Night of the Living Dead's name is Romero. So when I heard it, I was like, oh, why is this movie guy trying to make video games? But whatever. But though they were at that team just the day before, playing the game, talking to them, and then the next day they get fired. I think that it just sets a precedent for people that are coming up in the world that want to get into gaming. Could you really tell your kid right now, hey, go be a game developer right now? It just, the optics is weird, but in the long run, does it affect me? No, I just want good games. So that's pretty much my take.
Devs, what about you, man?
I think the reasons for the layoffs is 2 things. One, I think Microsoft regrets buying ABK, and 2, it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and that is put Game Pass on top, because they wanted 100 million by 2027, and I think we can all agree that's not happening. So to counteract that, they did layoffs. So that's what I think. And the Xbox guy, he said like it doesn't affect you. It does affect you because you're no longer getting Perfect Dark. That's a game a lot of people wanted. You're no longer getting it. So
Right.
it does affect you in that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Like
You're right.
like
But I
yeah,
haven't played Perfect Dark since the exact multiplayer that Cowboy was talking about. I'm not a Perfect Dark fan.
well,
Not
I mean,
everybody,
you
not
may
every
not
game that
be,
comes
but
out is for everybody. Like,
yeah.
what's the genre that you don't play? You won't pick it up for nothing. What's the genre that you won't? You're like, nah, it's not my thing.
MMOs, so I wouldn't play that MMO game that got canceled.
If Rue Diggs or my favorite MMO got canceled tomorrow, you being a real person, not somebody on the internet, would you give a damn?
No.
Yeah. And
Okay.
also,
Anyway.
yes, I do want to say this.
But that doesn't take
This
away
is the
from people
TPG.
wanting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dave, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. I agree with him.
I have a belief that I don't think that did hurt him, because I think what I believe in is you can't miss something you never had. Like when we was in the stadium, they was talking about
but you also missed all the shots.
But you know
take.
you were going to get it, so
no.
Yeah, you can definitely be disappointed in that.
Right, and they showed you something.
Listen, you could have got a new Perfect Dark and it'd been terrible. You ever watch a movie or perfect example, Last of Us Part 2? I might be the only person. I wish they never made it. I feel like Last of Us was perfect, and they just kind of like went downhill. I feel like should have. So that could happen. You could have been like, I love.
You're doing a what if. Like,
that's a good analogy.
I'm not doing a what if.
I wanted to say something, Cowboy. If Perfect Dark had come out and it was like Redfall, or if it was like Crackdown, I would have never wanted it to release in general.
Right, you would have been like,
but you don't know. You don't know if it's going to be good now.
We don't. But
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
If
that's the problem I have. Microsoft is going to rest on the easy stuff, not the risk takers.
What I'm saying is, if that's the case. Like let's say the God of War live service game. What if would you have been happy that got canceled if it would have turned out to be like something horrible? Like
no, because okay, here's the thing. I will say this. No, listen. That's
what I was saying earlier.
I would rather a developer take a risk with something and it ends up being bad than playing it safe.
I would rather the game be feature complete and a good game.
You know what's the thing that's important? Because then you get the knowledge of, hey, this didn't work this time. But if we listen to the audience, tune it up a bit, we can make the next one better.
But the problem is just look at it in the past. Like Redfall, the studio got shuttered. Like I don't even know if the Crackdown studio is still.
We're in times of if you fail once, you never bounce back.
TPD, that's what Maker's saying. That's what Maker's saying.
Especially
that bad, and it doesn't get sales. It's just gonna kill the studio.
Especially when it comes from a company that sits there and talks about how they're making so much money every quarter. They're always their profits are always increasing. So wait, you're telling me Microsoft can make all this money, but they can't sit there and just say, hey, we know this game's a financial risk, but we like this game enough where we're going to sit there and let it take a chance on it.
Microsoft can, but I'd rather them like at least try and either save the studio.
You do realize if Death Stranding was made underneath the Microsoft umbrella, they would cancel Kojima Productions. They would shut them down.
Let's. I don't think that Death Stranding has sold over 20 million copies. There's no way they would.
Why? Whoa.
Well, they didn't cancel OD, so why would they?
Yeah.
That's way off.
It's because OD is not controlled by Microsoft. It's controlled by Kojima's Productions. The game company, his development team. So they can't cancel it. He can.
Tell it to Romero Games.
Yeah.
Well, because but here's the thing: they were dependent on the financial backing of freaking
that's beside the point. That's beside the point. Like let's take Dragon Age. The newest Dragon Age did so poorly. We're probably not going to get another Dragon Age, and that makes me sad. And that's why I'd say I would rather them create a good game so that the franchise can continue.
But how do you know something's good unless you take the chance?
We don't know. Like we don't have this info.
Look, my point was this. My point was simply you can't miss what you. So I get what you guys are saying, but you guys are speculating, right? At best, you're like, hey, maybe it was going to be good. TPG point, Maker point, maybe it's going to be bad. I'm just saying, whether you've seen a trailer or not, you really don't know if you even would have liked the game. So I'm just saying you can't miss what you never had. So to Devil's point, he was kind of putting the fear into, or trying to, for murders, like, oh, but now you're never going to get that game. It's like, well, I never played the game. Perfect Dark came out. Somebody tell me the year, 90 whatever, 2000 whatever. But we haven't had it in that long. It's like you lived without that game. you're not missing that game at all if it never came out. That's my point. You didn't play a demo. You didn't that game didn't. All you're living off is the memory of what you liked back then. But you haven't got anything new to make you feel, oh man, I can't live without this. And to be honest, there's not one game in this world that we can say, oh, we can't live without. I don't care what your favorite game is, you will find something else and you will move on.
No, that's not true. I can't
find a life.
I can't live without The Last of Us or The Witcher 3. Those help me make me who I
If you
am.
never played them, you would have found something else you liked. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, see, I never played those games, never cared about them.
Whatever.
There you go.
Let's get on to the next topic. Let's talk about how Game Pass is a
Can we
flop.
get back to
Definitely gonna be. I'll pull you up. Definitely good that we all got to chime in on this. I mean, it is. We love gaming, and this is big. Something that happened in gaming. So it's good for us. But everybody.
Yeah. Nothing bad.
Let me take the time to pull this up real quick because I feel like this is where we are today, guys. Gaming without limits. Play the games that interest you because you are a gamer, and that's really it.
Yo, that Lies of P DLC is fire. Do not sleep on it, but they upped that difficulty level.
What game?
The Lies of P DLC just came out recently.
Like Overture or Overturn or
yeah. I'm in it right now.
They added an easy mode for me, right?
They did.
So I might have to throw that on my GameFly now.
I've heard so many good things about that game. I'm just not into that type of game. I've heard, Liza P. I've heard for people that like that game that it's amazing, but I'm just not into those Souls-like games.
It's definitely the best Souls-like not made by From Software, without a doubt.
See?
I was gonna say
that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Wow.
But they did make it accessible. If you're ever looking to jump in, like Cowboy said, there's 2 easier modes now. So you can definitely notch down the difficulty, and then it becomes sort of like an action-adventure game at that point. But I'm really loving it. I love the difficulty. I faced that Veronique like freaking 15 times last night. But when you come out with the victory, it's so good.
All right.
Is that the boss?
Hold on real quick. Real quick, let me go to the chat because I feel bad. I want to read something Ron was pulling up, so I don't know if this is gonna trigger anybody. But Ron did pull up a bunch of. So Ron thing was he pulled up a bunch of games that PlayStation got rid of. So he was being funny with baby steps. But he did say, let me see. He said he went on.
He went down the whole damn list. That's cool.
But they all canceled them. That's like no flex.
But here's the thing. That's the big difference. Sony didn't show me trailers for those games. Guess what? They are just projects we knew they were in development.
So let me just read a bunch of stuff he said. He said, "Is PSVR 2 dead?" He said, I just want jumping.
It pretty much is.
I gotta get through the funny stuff he writes, but he said, give me a moment. I'm just trying to get to all the legit stuff. He said Factions is canceled. He said Spider-Man multiplayer is canceled. He said Twisted Metal is canceled. He said, let me see, God of War multiplayer is canceled. He said Marathon's canceled. Fair Games canceled. Days Gone 2 canceled. Concord 2 canceled. All right, that's funny.
Some of those aren't canceled.
80% of those games not shown, not announced, but through YouTube. But anyway, keep going. Keep going.
Factions was announced. That's a pretty big one.
Yeah, but Maker, that's one. But the other ones, okay, keep going.
What game, Maker?
Factions, Last of Us Factions.
Did you ever see?
We never.
No, but they announced it. But they announced that.
They announced it.
Everwild only ever had a cinematic trailer.
No, but I think the thing is, so I'm a big fan of The Last of Us, right? And I was a big fan of Factions. Before I got to Destiny, all I did was play Factions. But I've never seen any gameplay of Factions 2 to be like, oh, great. I just knew they're supposed to be working on another faction.
Cowboy, that's like the Horizon game. They got
formally announced it though, so I think that counts. They formally announced it.
Hey, Ron should throw the Horizon game on.
The most they ever told us was they showed concept art and said, oh, the multiplayer team has been working on something for a couple of years.
Yeah.
We cannot wait to tell you more.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
all
all
you
we
know about
officially ever
factions
heard.
is
That's still
Bungie
a
told them
formal
no.
announcement, though. That's
Look,
still a
I
That's
formal
not
get-
an
announcement.
announcement. That's just telling you, yes, the rumors you are.
Dude, it was on the game stage. I forgot what I forgot what game stage it was on, but
It was the game.
they had like a full
Summer Game
presentation.
Fest.
No,
Oh,
listen,
there
listen.
you go.
They did announce the game. No one's not saying that. What I'm saying is, you ever hear they say temper your expectations? So my thing is this: as a gamer, I can't tell y'all guys how to act as a gamer. And again, I'm a little different than everybody. I'll be honest, because I have this in my back pocket.
I knew he was gonna pull that out. I knew it.
I'm just gonna rent the game anyway, if we being honest. Now, the
I
reason
knew
why I
it.
don't play as much is because some people, y'all guys will hear an announcement and be like, "Oh my god!" Like, bro, I don't get excited until I'm really like, I gotta see a really good trailer, and I gotta have a friend of mine like Rudigs. Now he got me wanting to actually play that game, but I need one or two things. I can't hear an announcement. It's coming. Coming when? Even now, after what we just discussed, you got games that they announcement, they don't even make it. So I do agree that yes, you could say, oh wait, that game was announced. It was. But I feel like, to what end? What made you like the game? Just because you played the original version of it? Because other than that, you didn't see gameplay. That's my point. That's all. And
and Cowboy, they'll come out with something that's data mined. Somebody who broke into something and found something, and they'll go, "Oh, look it, just release it now," and everybody just goes crazy. Nothing announced, just something that's just been broken into and stole. You know, it's like
that'll be a fun game.
The Days Gone 2, Sony told them that they wouldn't allow them to make it. How that like?
Yeah, it was never greenlit. It was never even officially developed on. It was a concept.
Wait, which one was?
Days Gone 2.
Days Gone Part 2.
Oh yeah, that one was never even worked on.
Right, but again, he put that on the list. But I get it. And then I don't even know what this is. Patapon 4 canceled. What the hell is that?
No, that's not. I would ignore that one.
He even added this, which was never a thing. Bloodborne remake canceled.
never announced.
Ron,
like I said 80% or 80% of the stuff he's mentioning never announced. Maybe data mined, maybe stolen or whatever they call it nowadays. You know, but never officially announced. But you know,
that guy's trying to do whataboutisms.
So waiting on Wolverine, right?
The difference between
he's right for some of them though.
He did say
the big difference
Call of Duty and Minecraft will make up for the losses.
So there are several games that recently got canceled through PlayStation in the past couple of years, and I just think cancellations are a fact of the industry. It's going to happen.
And to Murder's point, Murder, you was like, man, it sucks. How could I tell my kid to be a game developer? Dude, listen, unfortunately, it's not even game developers. Car makers, ever since COVID happened, we've seen a lot of people get let go, but then we've seen a lot of stuff on the side of digital making more money. But then when the world got back in, then some of that got cut down a little bit. So I think any field besides probably a plumber, because people don't, or a garbage man, the jobs that people don't want to do. Their job security is a real. It's hard to have job security in anything you do nowadays. So unfortunately, this video game thing, it just happened to be Microsoft. I get why Microsoft did it, and unfortunately, those people was working with Microsoft, and it made them a bigger target. But I feel like or all jobs for the most part, school teachers is hard to be like, yo, you keep me a job. I hope these kids like me. So unfortunately, that's just where we live. But anyway, all right.
The future.
Okay, so I just wanted to get to the chat. I just wanted to look at some of the stuff. I see Wilson was in there. I just wanted to pull up some stuff on the screen. I appreciate you guys as well. But we was getting into, heated, good debates. And all right, there we are. So, FCAT, do you want me to pull that thing up now?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay.
We ready? I'm ready to get back on track. So here we go.
Cool. Now, it's definitely a good talk. I love hearing you guys and what you got to say. And this, what just happened with Xbox was pretty big in gaming, so I felt it deserved,
we have more Xbox though, because apparently there's a rumor swirling maybe Phil Spencer might be retiring.
Hell no.
No,
Letting Sarah Bond take over.
I could totally see it happening.
Well, here's what's
He-
not a rumor.
When
James
James Bond
he's been
releases.
looking bad.
I think they've been leading up to this for a while with the introduction of Sarah Bond as one of the big mouthpieces of Xbox.
Yeah, because you notice how they gradually been taking him off the screen more and more.
So
he's been looking bad. He's been looking bad lately, guys, and I think he is taking his toll, and he's ready to go.
Purple just said he's retiring in 18 months.
Right, Purple always said that, and that's kind of showing now. And I think he wants to kind of kick out this very last thing for Xbox, the PC hybrid thing, and you know.
Yeah, Phil Spencer probably tired. He like, man, fuck all y'all, fuck all this stuff. I'm in Seattle, right down the block. You know, like, you guys can have this. I'm cool.
You know what's crazy?
He's also been in the industry for a long time.
Right?
Maybe that's
I think this is like though. I don't think he's gonna retire. I don't know. It might, like Purple said, maybe a year or two.
The strategy.
Well, you gotta think it gotta be hard for him, man. Like, just imagine all the like ups and downs and anything crazy. We're sitting here having a little show about Microsoft, right? And just imagine all of that is supposed to be put on his back, right? All the negativity. And think about it, like, he don't own Microsoft, but he's the head of Xbox. Microsoft make the final decisions that come down to him. He's just the face that get, you get to throw tomatoes at and all that. He's probably like, it got to suck for him, man.
Yeah.
As a person,
I don't blame him for a second for thinking about retirement.
Well, that's a rumor.
I think that's fake news. I don't know.
Yeah,
I see about a year or two.
For so long, it's like it's about time, Phil.
Yeah.
How long has Phil Spencer
been at Xbox for over 30 years?
Since Xbox One.
Jason just said it. He's been he is 57.
He's been there since 2001.
37.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been since the but he's only been ahead of it since like 2014, I think. So about 11 years.
That's a pretty long time.
Oh yeah. He was doing a good job until, I don't know. To me.
On this Reddit test, he's been
Purple drawing shots.
I don't know.
He'll be wiping his tears with his millie. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna feel bad for him. Yeah, he makes too much money.
If you've been with Xbox since day one and you sit there and look at what's going on nowadays and you're just like, okay, then you really weren't an Xbox fan to me. And I know it is what it is, but I mean, it is what it is.
I totally hear what you're saying.
So when Phil Spencer came in, he was like the Grim Reaper. He was killing everything. He was killing, Fable Legends, Scalebound, this, that, and the other thing. At the end, tail end of his career, like, he's killing off Xbox. He's killed a whole other war games.
Remember the excuse, Cat. The times have changed. The second richest company in the world needs to make more money. It's.
So let me ask you this: do y'all think all the layoffs and all the games being cut? Do y'all think it will though? It will benefit Microsoft though, or do y'all just think like, oh, that's messed up and to hell with it? Or because I feel that they did it for a reason. I feel that the vision they trying to show everybody, everything being on everywhere. I think they're like, we really had to get rid of certain stuff in order to be afloat. Everybody's always saying like, oh, not everybody, but people are saying like, oh, or Xbox isn't going to survive. I feel like everything they just did definitely keeps them afloat and allow them to be able to try to pull off this new version they want. Because they've done, think of all the money they are keeping from letting go 9,000 plus people.
Okay, but Cowboy, you're assuming that they're keeping that money. They're not. They're playing it AI. Wanna why? So then they can replace more people with AI. Until the point where Microsoft is essentially an AI-run company with one human being being the head of the company.
Well, here's the thing. I got nothing to do with that. I don't work for Microsoft, so I don't care who get let go. It is what it is. They don't care if I get let go from my job tomorrow. What I'm just saying is, as a gamer, I'm just talking about clearly as a gamer, us playing games, video games, what Microsoft as a Xbox going forward. Do you guys think what they did is going to benefit them for their strategy? TPG, I'll start with you.
Repeat that question one more time.
So, do you think Microsoft letting go all these people, pretty much finding a way to keep that a lot of money, do you think it's going to benefit them? Do you think like cause some people might feel like, oh, they're just a sinking ship, it's not going to help. But do you think them letting go all these people, cutting all these games, do you think that's going to benefit them as their strategy moving forward?
No. I don't see how reducing your output of games is good for your longevity. But hey, it's Microsoft. They'll keep making money because, God forbid, anyone who's successful company actually take a loss for once.
Gotcha. What about you, FCAT? You got an opinion on this? Do you think them letting go all the people, getting rid of some games is going to benefit them or it's going to hinder them?
Well, like I said, this recent layoff was basically for AI in particular, so I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Got you. What about you?
I'm worried about the next generation of games. I feel like we're coming into a place where we may get AI slop as games, and I'm a little bit scared for that. And I think Microsoft may be heading up that with their next plans. I don't know if that's the case, but look at all the AI generation we got in the very early years. Hands with 6 fingers, messed up images, and I'm just afraid we're going to get that in gaming, and there's going to be a whole other rut until we get it more efficient and running for us. So I'm worried about that, and I don't think Phil's going to leave. He's definitely a brand there, and if anything, Phil and Sarah are going to get married, and they're going to have little Xbox babies.
Well, I will say this.
Little bots.
I will say this, Rudix. Unfortunately, you got to start somewhere. So people might not want to have AI games, but they got to start somewhere. So the first batch might be terrible, but if you didn't have what's terrible, like you got to think of when people want to start flying planes, right, or make a car. The first batch isn't going to be good, but in order to get somewhere, you got to start somewhere. So unfortunately, like Murder could say this, we play wrestling every week. If we ain't beta testers for a game that costs a full price, I don't know what to tell you. We're figuring out bugs and stuff, but again, the hope is that you make it better. So you kind of got to start somewhere. Unfortunately.
To that point, I did want to say, Rue, you've seen the quality of AI imaging and AI music, skyrocket. So I do think the technology will improve. It sucks for creators.
I mean, there already is a fully developed AI game. You know that Escape from the Titanic game? I didn't know that. It was actually developed by AI.
Yeah. So let's move on since we have
people, man. I wanted to hear from Maker. That was it. That's all you have to say, Maker.
Just on another point, I'm not a huge fan of like putting AI into the creative aspect of things. To me it causes problems because you're cutting staff and cutting people's jobs, and that really sucks. But in terms of if it's going to benefit Microsoft because of these changes, I think that's to be seen. I mean, I think some creative decisions need to have that money put together to maybe make something great. So we'll see.
But the question I asked, do you think them letting go all these people and cutting games is going to benefit them or it's going to hinder them?
I think it's going to benefit them in terms of like margins. Like, it's probably going to look better money wise, but there's always that like what if one of these games had hit, it could have been their next big franchise. It could have been the next big thing.
Makes sense. SPG is in the building. What's going on, SPG? I hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for popping in. What about you, 50 Trey?
I don't know. Personally, I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna do for them. I mean, I guess down the road, at some point in time, we'll be able to see if this was good or this was bad.
Right.
You know, they're such a big company. It's like, you know, like I said before, I just didn't like the way that they did it with some companies or some divisions. You know, or
Mhm.
you know, the companies or the development teams. But I understand it has to happen. But yeah, I said what I said before, so I don't know. I guess we got to wait and see.
Nice. All right, FCAT, you could we could pull that up now.
So you're not
What
gonna let me
about yeah.
Oh damn! My bad. I had the comments up on the screen right like this, so it was literally covering you.
Oh,
All
Mm.
right, what about Devs? What's your thoughts?
So is your question asking specifically about Xbox?
Yeah,
Microsoft.
yeah.
Oh,
9,000
Xbox
some people.
Xbox is dead, so it can't affect a dead thing. So there you go.
Damn, that's kind of
Mm.
that was to the point.
I am cutthroat when it comes to Xbox is dead. It's gone. The best you got is a PC in the future, which by the way is actually probably better because you can do a lot more with a PC than you can do with a console. So there you go.
But what about all
But in
these?
terms of
What
huh?
do you say to all these console gamers who like playing on the console?
Well, then get a PS5 or PS6 when the time comes. There you go.
Basically, what I was like, it's like what I was trying to play before Cowboy, but there's Xbox full screen experience. There's gonna be like Steam OS on, well, Steam Big Picture, where you can control it with your controller and just pick a game. Like it's not gonna be all that clicking
Mhm.
around stuff trying to start a
Do
game.
you
Like
do you
it's gonna
think
be more ease of access.
you guys think you'll be able to upgrade the next Xbox? Will it be if it's going to be
No,
PC?
I think it'll be an APU.
What I
Yeah.
don't know what that means.
It'll just be
It's pretty much what the consoles are now, like a GPU, CPU, all in together. I, I think I think that's all it's going
Oh,
to be.
okay.
The next
That's what an
Xbox.
APU is. Is that like a thing?
Yeah, yeah,
APUs
that's what
are basically CPUs
uh,
with like their graphics card built on top of them.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So you could just
yeah.
replace the whole thing.
No, it's all soldered together. You won't be able to.
Oh. So you can't upgrade it.
I mean, it'd be awesome if they make one that you can, but I highly, highly doubt it. It'd be cool though.
Okay. All right. So let's pull up the next thing.
Yeah, so apparently Amy Hood set an early unrealistic goal financial target. Right? They're not gonna read. I don't know what the target is or what's the number, but
I don't know nothing about it.
now I do remember that thing that they said before about in 2027 if they don't reach a certain number of Game Pass drivers, they're gonna exit the gaming industry.
Yeah, that number was 100 million. So I think we can all.
I mean,
agree
I
on
guess so. Realistically, I guess Microsoft can exit gaming, but they do own some of the biggest IPs, of all time. So they would definitely have to sell those off. They like you can't just see Microsoft like we're done and they own Call of Duty. You know what I mean? We're done. They own World of Warcraft. We're done. They own all the Bethesda games. You know what I'm saying? So those games will have to go somewhere.
They can liquidate it.
They can do what they're doing now and just
No,
become
they're not going to throw away
third
all
party
of it.
publisher in the world. You know, like
No, they'll sell it all for AI, nigga. They
No,
don't
they're
care.
not. They're not going to do that. They're not just going to get rid of that. Like the fact that the Xbox division makes more revenue than their computer hardware division is kind of crazy. Like,
But we're getting too close to where AI can make Call of Duty or
no,
you
no,
know.
they're not gonna throw away this. That's I think you're delusional if you think they're just gonna completely go away from making games altogether.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that
They
sounds
can be the biggest third party publisher in the world, like they pretty
I
much are
gotta head
now.
to dinner. It's been a lot of fun chatting with you guys. Remember that in August, when the Xbots come on to the Super Earth Battleground, we as Sony and PC players must unite to absolutely wipe the floor with them, because this is our Super Earth and they are all traitors.
Oh damn!
All right, let's go. Hey, Rudigs, tell us about your channel, where we can find you.
Absolutely. You got Rudigs at the YouTube. That's Rudiggz. You know, I got family game night going on every Wednesday. Boot up some Fortnite with all my siblings, and we have a blast. Not to mention Cloud and Console, one word on YouTube. You can find me doing cloud podcasts and gaming there as well. So be sure to follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. But remember, you can also find me here on Tuesdays, because I love to chat it up with these guys. And always remember at the end of the show, and now your mama knows.
Let's go. All right, guys, well, that's definitely where you can find Rudigs. If you're watching the show back, click on his link, check him out. Definitely a good dude. Got to meet him in person, so that was super epic, and invited me to a really special event of his, and so it's definitely a friend of the show. All right, Rudigs, man, I hope you have something good to eat, and we'll catch you next time.
Take care. See everyone.
Later. All right. FCAT,
let me know when you're ready. Yeah, are you ready for the final
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Let's get into the debate of whether or not Game Pass is sustainable and if it is profitable or not profitable.
We already know the answer. But
sorry.
I know this comes up all the time.
Okay.
This comes up all the time.
It comes up all the time because it's the hottest topic of all time.
Well, real quick, look what Purple said. I don't want to miss this. She said, add up the total Xbox layoffs after ABK and then say something. She said, Xbox has laid off roughly 30% of Xbox post ABK. Neither ABK nor Bethesda would have laid off that if we look at EA and take two as comparables. So,
fair.
Go ahead.
Fair.
So yeah, I mean, go ahead. Who's next? Go ahead.
I was I was saying I can't argue with Purple.
No.
And just keeping it real. Only on one thing. Remember when I was in the chat back in the day and I was sitting there and I was just so big up and or just being pro Activision Blizzard and all that other stuff. And me and Purple, we somebody tried to say I said something, but luckily I had screenshotted it and sent it to Purple. So we had a talk, and she was like, yeah, the deal may go through, but you won't be happy in the end. And I was at the time I was basking in the deal going through. And I was like, well, you said it wouldn't go through. It's not going to happen and blah, blah, blah. But she was like, you know what? Later on down the road, you won't be happy about it. It was something I have to look at it. It was, I don't know, but it was something to that extent. And she was right.
Purple Haze knows you better than all the rest of us.
You're right. So she knows more about what we're talking about than a lot of people do. And
yeah, because he's the thing is what's cool with Purple is to be honest with you, we're gamers, right? She is in a business world, so she comes at it from a different angle. I do love where we come at it from, though, Murder. We're talking about game versus game, stuff like that when we get to our good conversations. But Purple is a little more deep, not saying that she's in these boardrooms and all that, but she is coming from a different angle. So, sometimes when she says stuff, you might be like, what? But it's because she's coming from business. And sometimes we can't see it that way because we just go off of what we know, what we think they wouldn't do from what we know. But that's just being a regular person playing video games. And you and me, we ain't even that big into like the behind the scenes people, who's the top guy and this and that.
Right.
I mean, personally, I'm the like lowest of all of y'all. Y'all know way more than me about behind the scenes gaming. I just could tell you I beat a game, I played it, and I learned all that other stuff from you guys. But Purple, let me read this. Jason said, you don't expand by like 3 times and not eliminate redundancies. And then she said, exactly, Jason. So if you're saying they're the largest publishers that employs the most, then to that, more would have been employed minus the consolidation. She's trying to give trying to give Jason the business. But anyway, back to this. I wouldn't mess with purple. Then
No,
again,
I won. Look, I won the battle. You know, the first round, and was like, yeah, you said it wasn't going through, and it did. Ha 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 ha. And she told me straight up. Like I said, I can look it up, but it was something to the extent of, okay, you gonna regret this down the line, and look now.
I don't mess with
But
purple that much unless it's about Nintendo. Then I crush her and dog pound her into the dirt whenever we bring up Nintendo. That's all I know. So she don't talk Nintendo around me. She don't want
that's
no
just
more
one time. I just gotta be real. That's what she told me.
Yeah, all right. I don't put a couple videos on.
Not all the other stuff. I'm talking about our one time.
Oh yeah. She only got you one time, Murder. She can't do it again.
Yeah, she got me once. And
Yeah,
I got to
can't
give
do
her
it.
props for that, because I thought I won the whole war. Nope.
So let's get into this. So listen, I'm gonna be clear. I still think Game Pass is amazing for some people. Now, people might say, well, you don't even have it. I don't. But I think I'm just more of a specific gamer, so it won't work for me. I'm the guy that where like I want to play that game, and I don't want to worry about if it's going to be on Game Pass or not. But I've always said it, and some people got mad at me. If you're not a specific gamer, if you don't care what games you play, Game Pass is great. If you're just like, I just want to wake up and play something, Game Pass got you covered, and then some, because they got day and date games. So I'm not going to say Game Pass is bad for the consumer. I'll never say that. Now, if you want to get deep and be like, well, it cannibalizes game sales and it does this and that, like, I guess, right? I guess, because that's a real thing. But I think on the here and now, just you wake up today and you want to play video games, I think Game Pass is great. So do they make money? Do they not make money? That I don't know. I've been following some of this stuff that FCAT been putting in the Discord, and there's some studios that went on record and said no, they are not profitable. What they hide is the losses they get on the first party games and all this stuff. So I guess that's what we're talking about. So FCAT, you want to add anything else before we kind of discuss it? All right, TPG, what's your jump in?
So what I gotta say about this, I gotta say it's the truth. Game Pass is not sustainable, and I don't know why everyone's sitting there, touting how great this thing is when it's like half of you guys don't play even like half the games are on the damn thing. And the truth is, I don't think subscriptions are the future of gaming. Sorry, it's just the fact of the life. It works for movies, it works for television, because those are linear forms of entertainment. They don't take hours and hours and hours to finish. Guess what? Video games do. So personally, fuck Game Pass. I think it's turned the Xbox crowd into food stamp gamers. They're looking for handouts when, hey, the rest of us have to buy our shit. No, that's why Helldivers. That's why a lot of them go. Oh, it's not going to get Helldivers 2's not going to Game Pass. I don't want to play it. Well, fuck off then. I don't want you on my Helldivers 2. Thank God you're not on my Helldivers 2. I fucking team kill you.
Damn, so why you're really mad. Maker Chaos. What about you?
TPG was. Oh my god.
So this recently came out that someone announced that Game Pass is profitable. That they spoke with someone higher up at Xbox and is convinced that yes, they actually do make money off of Game Pass. But other than that, I did want to say that I think Game Pass can be good for the consumer. I think having options is always good. And having a subscription service is good. I do think subscriptions are the way going forward. Just look at PlayStation announcing that they got a 16% bump in PlayStation Premium this past year. It's growing, it's increasing, even if it's slower than most. And I don't personally. I think certain games are designed better for subscription services. And if you read what the person said, that it is profitable, that they make money off of other means such as microtransactions. And this is where I've always said this before. Subscriptions can act like this. It's an ease of access. It's cheaper access to the games. It's effectively like free-to-play games. They're free, right? But you're paying for microtransactions that fund the game. And similarly with Game Pass, if you get a large amount of people in a service trying these games, let's say they buy a $10 skin or they buy a $20 pack, it's making money because they can access it easier and cheaper. And that's the whole goal.
So basically, to break down what Yager's pointing out to, it Christopher Dre was told that Game Pass was profitable if you count out the first party stuff, because they don't count the first party stuff.
He later clarified that this is where you really need to keep up with your game news. He clarified today that yes, it is profitable, and that includes first party sales.
Maker, let's keep it real. Somebody pulled him to the side. You don't just change that in one day. Somebody pulled him to the side. It's like, bro, what are you doing? You better go and recant that statement. He was like, "Oh my bad, bro."
Motherfucker, you said that. You said the quiet part out loud. Stop saying it.
I'm gonna post. This is what he posted today. There you go. That's his tweet.
He said, "Let me clarify what I meant."
Yeah. Okay. I need to correct
also in the same thing.
Game Pass is profitable even when you factor in the lost sales for its first party teams. Sources who would have told me. Over 18 months ago, I checked with Xbox about what's included with the Game Pass P&L. Basically, I was looking to see if Game Pass costs factor in the impact of unit sales. I was told that first party have their own P&L separate to Game Pass as they make money via other means. I felt this internal accounting might mean that Game Pass is profitable, but it sure does put pressure on the margins for its internal games. It possibly means some studios don't make as much profit or any at all. It doesn't actually matter in real terms, but seeing the impact Game Pass was having on first-party games and the amount of money Xbox was spending on studios, I wanted to check if the full impact of the service was being considered in their Game Pass's profitable line. This was before Xbox started publishing fully on PlayStation 5. Studios can now make stronger margins on premium sales as a result of that move. Sources have reached out to tell me that even when you include lost revenue associated with first-party games, not just unit sales, but microtransactions, Game Pass is still profitable. So that's great. That's what he said today.
I don't believe it. He's lying.
There was also a thread. He was like, "Oh, I don't know why gamers care about this kind of stuff."
Yes, because the normal average gamer doesn't care. They just play the games that are available.
The console war people.
That's what I was about to say. Like,
paint a narrative. They have a good little conversation in the chat.
Maker and everybody. That's what I was gonna say. Does it really? I mean, does it really? At the end of the day, Cowboy. At the end of the day, does it affect your gaming or your everyday or any of us? I mean, cool. Game Pass is doing this. I think it's a great value. I've consistently for 5 years, regardless of everything, I've consistently had Game Pass for me. And then my son got old enough to where he was 8. Now he's 9, but he's almost 10. But since he was like 7 or 8, he introduced me, and my lady introduced me to Game Pass. And I still have it to this day. But that's one of the problems, though. I don't think that everybody should think that Game Pass is the only way you should be able to get a game. Like that's, it's like, since when did going out and working hard if you have to buy a game become a bad thing? It's like they make it seem like, oh, you're buying games. Yeah, ain't that how we used to do it?
I think the hard thing with, if you do that, right, is like, so I've always said my counter to Game Pass was not every game is on Game Pass. And
not every game that they put on Game Pass is for you.
Right, but here's the thing. If you get it, like what you were saying, if you get into this, I don't have to buy my games, then you're gonna miss out on those games that's not on Game Pass. You're gonna be like, you're gonna see a game that look cool, you're like, oh man, and your friends be like, that's not on Game Pass. You're like, well, I don't really need it because I got all these other games. It's like, damn, you might have missed out on something that was really good because it wasn't in a subscription service. You know.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
geez.
hey, let's take Oblivion Remastered for one. That was day one in Game Pass. Yet when it came out, within its first like month, became the number 3rd best selling game of the year in its first month. Like,
and I bet you that wasn't because of Game Pass.
No. That's just raw sales of the game. It already came in 3rd. So people are buying games. I hate this narrative.
Yeah.
That, like, that
no, I'm not saying people aren't buying. That's exactly what I'm saying, Chaos. If I like a game, I'm sorry, I'm a grown ass man. If I want to buy a game, I'll go buy a game. I don't need to sit and wait for Game Pass. I don't need to sit there and tell anybody I'm not going to buy this game. I'm just going to wait for Game Pass. If I want the game, I'm going to get it.
And what game were you talking about, Maker?
Oblivion, the new Oblivion remastered game. Like it charted number 3 for the whole year within its first month of release, which is crazy considering it's just a
remaster of an old game that people have been begging for a remaster for. Oh, suddenly charts at number 3 for a whole year. Shocker!
It sold.
Wow.
It made more money than Split Fiction, which is a lot of people's game of the year this year, which is crazy to think. Like that fast.
Well, you got to think about it. I think what TPG said is what he said, right? People was wanting that game for so long. It was a critically acclaimed game back in the day, right? So it's kind of like, it's almost like you said, a no-brainer. If you love that game, then you know, and they finally do it, right? Now, Split Fiction, yeah, if you were cool with A Way Out and you were cool with It Takes Two, then you're like, okay, I'm gonna try this, but I don't think Split Fiction is for everybody because one, it's a game where you have to play with another person, you know, so that makes sense. So I want to compare it to.
Let's see
and
here.
Cowboy on that Oblivion remaster, did not one of those sales come off Game Pass? Imagine that.
My point being is established big IP.
It got rented off of Game Pass.
Established big IP that everyone loves versus, let's be honest here, a niche type of game that's for a specific audience. Who do you think comes out on top on that one?
Yeah. I think that was a bad comparison. But
well, the fact that it's rivaling Assassin's Creed Shadows and Monster Hunter Rise for one of the top sold games this year already is crazy to think about. Like, because those were the first 2 selling games for the year. And Assassin's Creed Shadow came out in February. Oblivion came out that month and was like rivaling it in sales. It's crazy.
Well, I think what's cool is that slaps me in the face because I would have been like, nobody want that old game. So, you know, apparently some people do want older games. But I think what Maker said was cool is I know David Wilson's in the chat right now. Dude is young as hell. Like, I don't know if he might be 20. How old is Wilson now?
He's early 20s.
He's early 20s. And he got it and was playing it, right? So, like, but he clearly didn't play it back in, I don't know if he played it back in.
And Cowboy, it's totally remade. They're not playing the Oblivion you played or Maker played or we played. They're playing a totally redone and a great redo. You know, like, but sorry, continue.
Yeah, I didn't play it back then, but anyways, but you know what I want to say to you, Murder, bro. I don't know why I'm itching, bro. I want to play some Killer Clowns for some reason, so we gotta jump on there. Like they update. I don't know why. I was like, I meant to tell you that the other day. We gotta get on there, man. I got this for some reason. I wanna.
I don't know. Purple seems like she wants to vent about some layoff.
I still got it downloaded. I had to make sure.
All right, cool. So, one of these days we gotta get on there.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got anything else? Because guys, I am gonna stream as soon as we shut this down, so I don't want to be on here forever. So, Purple, today ain't the day. You come on here.
She wants to vent about some layoffs. She wants to vent about the layoffs.
What whack game is you streaming?
She's gonna vent about them layoffs on Thursday on her show. Now you know what's cool? I did the same thing she did to me. I was waiting in the back to get on her show last week, and I waited to the end of the show, and she had me back there for like an hour. But I jumped on, and it was really good. Oh boy, here we go. Hey, listen, I'm gonna make this clear. I'm not when it hit 3 hours. We've been on here for 2 hours and 44 minutes. I'm gonna spend 15 more minutes, and I'm just hitting the end button.
So I'll drop out now so Purple could get in. I gotta do some shit anyway. So
all right, cool.
Thanks for having me on, Cowboy. It was nice hanging out with you guys.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
care. All right, guys. Coming in right now is none other than our businesswoman in the industry, in our circle, in the community. None other than a person that when she bring up Nintendo, I just come out of nowhere with a hammer and smash her down. But Purple Haze. Purple, what's going on? Purple, you got that pool clean or what? That chlorine looking good?
Mike's not on.
Watch that mic gonna pop on.
There you go. It just came on.
Yeah.
Purple, you there? It's funny because I just heard it.
What you streaming? What you playing?
Oh no, I'm Mind's Eye.
Oh, that's right. I was about to say,
Yeah.
man, we need some Space Marine.
Hell
you doing?
Nasty. I said, listen, you played it. I said, play the story mode because Murder he already up there. He been playing. I said, so you could kind of get used to the game. Then when we jump on there with Murder, we gonna be good.
Yeah,
so
I beat that. I beat the whole game, and
yeah.
I'm been in the PvP.
I know you've been. Yo,
oh,
did you play the Horde mode yet? Siege?
Nope. I've been waiting for you.
I wish I wasn't playing this game tonight, man.
Yeah. I've been keeping it real and just going P versus P, and I was like siege mode. Nah, I'll wait.
It is fun. It is fun.
Right.
I gotta get back on there. Who do you use on the PvP?
I use the attack specialist. He has one of his specials is I can throw out and I can throw the sensor mine around.
Okay, got you. I like I think the one I like is the Vandal. He has the grappler hook. He grappler hook and then that's my dude.
Yeah. I be getting hit with him all the time. I'm like, what the
Yeah, that's
yeah. But once you get to play him real people, it's fun, man. It's way underrated.
Okay, he said 25 Cowboy Maker. You should have you should have known better. You literally got me a B-Day present like 2 months ago. Hey Maker, it be your own people, bro. It be your own people. Listen, Purple, you better stop playing, Purple. We got like 14 minutes. I'll hold off the show, but I just don't, I don't want to give Mind's Eye a good hour and a half, good 2 hours. Like I want to play it till I feel like, all right, I don't want to play it no more. You know what I mean? Like I want to feel like, all right, cool, and then I want to feel like because I said
about 30 minutes
that I have more interest in that than Grand Theft Auto. So
about 30 minutes.
Might be.
But I don't know though. You do have a reputation of liking bad games, so I mean.
Hey, listen. As long as
that's my rep. Not everybody. That's my.
Hey, listen, hold up. Hey, and listen. I might like some bad games, but as long as FCAT on here, I don't look that bad. All right?
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good as long as FCAT on. I don't like some games that died, but FCAT. Hey, listen. He like games that ain't.
If FCAT tell you he's interested in the game, just know it's gonna die.
Bro,
look at those Splitgate 2 numbers right now, Nerd.
Is it damn near dead?
You saw those Splitgate 2 numbers going down. All the sweaties left.
And that's a good game. Like I don't see why all of them got to die.
There she goes.
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Purple. Right.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what it is with the Chromebook. It never works with your stream. So
that's strange. It's this thing, man. This Talk Studio. It's my friend Dave. It was his laptop. I think it was just wouldn't work, and he had to go out in his car and use his phone. But anyway, Purple, what is going on? Purple, how you doing with the chlorine levels?
I got it. It's balanced. So I think I got a balance maybe a Friday, so it's balanced. But it's you spend so much. Like it just rained, so now that's a whole another thing of chlorine. So like so I can't. But my mom's using the pool. She's using the pool.
It's crazy that rain will put more algae in your pool. You know what I mean?
For real. Like no, because it destroys the chlorine, and then the algae can then creep up because of. Yeah, I'm learning all sorts about the chemistry of the pool. So.
Right. But what's up, Purple? Talk to us. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to Murder. Like he knows I was in my feelings that day. He sent that message, we had our little back and forth. But at the end of the day, we're all just trying to have fun.
Definitely.
That's all it is. So
yeah.
So
Purple told me
the 9,000 plus layoff. Come on, you was in the chat spitting some stuff. So let us hear it.
No, I think Jason, Jason and I went back and forth sometimes, a lot on like ISO and Doc's channel in their chats and stuff. But like to me, it's not like I don't start with the 9,000's not all in Xbox. That's across Microsoft, right? So can't really say like 9,000's in Xbox. But my thing is if you add it up over the like my timeline starts 2 years ago, 2023.
Okay.
That's when my timeline starts. And so if you add up that timeline, that's where I drive from. And like after ABK, they're at 19K. They're close to 13. And most likely over the next like year to 15 months, it's going to drop down to another like 11K, 10,000. And so all my thing was to him was just saying, consolidate, like into David Wilson. It's not against the law to consolidate. You can do that. Like that's what it is. They did promise, and I said this on my channel last week, they promised us 4 things after the ABK, during the ABK deal. 4 things. First and foremost, games would not be just to the Xbox ecosystem. They said that. They said, hey, we are not going to make Call of Duty just to Xbox, right?
Okay.
They said prices will not go up. They said layoffs would not be here. And they said studio closures were not likely and innovation would continue. We look at that list, everything after games not being to the Xbox ecosystem, all the other ones were alive. Now, you can say what you want to say, but like that's what happens with consolidation. As far as this pivot to AI, I continue to say it's not like an Xbox pivot, it's a Microsoft pivot, right? Where if you want to know where Xbox is going, if you want to know where Windows is going, you want to know where cloud is going with them, know where Microsoft is. And right now, the flavor of the year is AI. So they got to make sure that their strategy is aligned to that. With that said, this is why I think large companies don't need to be making games, though, because AI is not where technically the rest of the industry wants to go. Like if we look at the other large players, what has Take-Two said about that? What has Sony said about that? What has Nintendo said about that? Right? So if I look at that list of players who are at the same size, they're not talking about that. So I'm going to make a video probably dropping later tonight about this idea with has Xbox become what Phil Spencer warned us against?
Ooh.
I think Xbox became what Bill Gates wanted Xbox to become in the first place.
Wait, say that again. Say it again.
I said I think Xbox became what Bill Gates wanted in the first place. Satya just kind of like took inspiration from what Bill Gates wanted to do with it, and basically made it with Windows in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bill Gates, that's like 25, 26 years ago, right? But it's I don't fault them at X. Like, let me make it. I don't fault Xbox for doing what they did. What I fault it for is, at the same time, at the end of the day, it's a big company and they're gonna do what big companies do. That's all But whether they're trying to survive, and those people who are leading that division are doing the best they can. But at the same time, I don't know. Like I'm more disappointed with whatever that chick's name who came out with that video last week. To me, that chick pissed me off.
Yeah, Farrah.
Laura Fryer.
Yeah.
She spoke facts. She spit facts.
No, but my thing is so this is my thing with Laura Fryer, and like for one, I generally don't like her commentary, but I can agree with when I think she's right. What I'm ultimately upset about with that is you left the company, right? You went to whatever you thought were greener pastures and did whatever you wanted to do. You saying like you started it, it's not like you created a startup. You technically were part of a division of Microsoft that gave you money to go create this. Just like Google Stadia people, just like any of those other people. But for you to sit here and say like, well, as a founder, as someone who found this brand that I made, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, chick, like you were always part of a corporate.
I get it.
Like a corporation. And if you're so good, like that entire generation of gaming exec who came about during that time frame, the whole like the whole crop of them, with the exception of maybe the people who founded Roblox. The whole crop of them, to me, are struggling right now. They have no answers. They keep hearkening back to the time of the Xbox 360, PS3 era, which, in my opinion, was probably the best time to jump into gaming because gaming was booming. Players were coming in. Now it's having to compete with so many other things that it's like, that's especially from someone like her. Like, I'm not saying like someone who's just coming in and trying to make it starting out. I'm talking about someone who's established, who has that. It's like, why don't you start your own company and see how hard it is to survive right now? Like, I don't blame Xbox for like Sarah Baum and Phil for trying to make something work. What I blame is at the end of the day, it's always been about Microsoft, and it's still you're underneath Microsoft. So don't get surprised when they start acting like Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, Purple. Do you feel the all the layoffs and all the studios being cut? There's a significant amount of money they just recouped, right? Or didn't have to spend. I'll say it that way. Do you think that that's definitely you feel that's going to help them move forward? Because I said earlier, I feel like they were trimming the fat. They want to be a more lean Xbox.
So as someone who, like I said, like I'm actually actively working on a similar, not at the scale that they're working on. Let me tell you what's going on right here. That money is not going back to Xbox. If you really want to know where this money is going, whether it's Google, whether it's Meta, whether it's Microsoft, it doesn't matter. What it's going towards is this. Look how much an AI researcher gets paid right now. Go look at the going rate for one of those people. And when you start to do the math on that, what you start to find out is that it's about 20 to 1. For every single one of those people that I need to retain, I got to cut about 20 to 30 other people. That's what it's about. So,
yeah, but my point is this: is that so if you say Game Pass isn't profitable, if you say if you just think of Xbox getting ABK, how much money they spent, and they're spreading themselves thin. They got all these studios. I feel like even if though, not saying the money is going back to Xbox, but now that money that you would have spent on all those employees, the money you would have spent on those developers, the money you would have spent on those games you just cut. That I feel like that I feel like it will benefit them to be more lean. To not have like what I said earlier before you came on was I think they probably was like anything that don't seem profitable or anything that's a question, any game that like they made that one game that said Phil Spencer played and said, oh, he couldn't put it down. They still got rid of that. I feel like they was like any game that you feel is a maybe, gotta go. Because in the foresight going forward, let's run more lean. Why have stuff where if we're gonna be on everything? That means not only in Game Pass. Why have our own games where they're in Game Pass and they're like, I might turn them on and turn it off. No, we want that might be fine for Game Pass, but we want games that could sell. So if we're gonna put my games here or there, we want people to actually get games that like, we will buy those games. And I feel like they even mentioned the one Forza game, right? Everybody's like, oh, well, the other Forza is better. You know what? Get rid of it. We already got one, right? So that's what my point was. I was thinking, I feel like they're going to want to be more lean, just like, not have questionable products, as much questionable products.
I think it's interesting. It's an interesting point because it's actually, and I'll give you my point after this. There's a thing in accounting called a death loop, right? Like where accountants, they'll talk about this thing called a death loop. And what a death loop is like where you cut, and what you end up cutting is actually the things that make you money. Or your investments. And what ends up happening is you invest or you keep the things that are a diminishing asset. And so what saves you money today, eventually it will hurt you tomorrow. Not saying that's what's happening. I'm not sure. Like I wasn't in that room for them to decide on what is what.
Right.
But I think there's some truth to that. And I think when we're thinking about the entertainment industry as a whole, gaming is just part of that. Sports is part of that. There's the tendency to put all your money on your proven winners, like, right, your things that made money in the past. My logic, though, is that I think, and I said this during after they became a deal. But it's specifically thinking about Bethesda as well. Bethesda is not out of this conversation either. I think people forget that. Microsoft put their money on all-stars of the last decade. That is not the all-stars going forward. So when we say like, hey, this is good, they're getting rid of the things that isn't making money, sure. But what they're also getting rid of is potentially that green pasture that is going to be able to compete tomorrow. And that is where I think, so do I think they're going to be profitable? Like whether Game Pass is profitable or not profitable, those people know how to make money. Like, don't get me wrong. Like Microsoft is not keeping around execs making 1.5. That's how much a VP makes there, by the way. That's at the low end. There's 5 levels of VP. The low end VP makes 1.5. That's 750,000 base, 750,000 stock every year. So when we think about like they're going to make money, but is that really what the gaming industry what we like about gaming, right? Because if that's the case, then everybody on this
Thank you, Purple.
What's that?
No, what you just said right. When you start spitting, I'm just gonna be quiet. But what you just said right there, what you were just saying right there, is I was saying that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like, if everybody wants to do what
You're 100% right.
Is making the most profitable thing, is that if that's what we're cheering always on, is what is the most profitable, then for one, everybody who loved Baldur's Gate 3, that's not the most profitable game. I can tell you that they probably barely broke even. Everybody here would be playing Roblox 24/7, right? Or would be playing Candy Crush 24/7, right? Those are the games that are super popular. Or name your mobile gaming du jour.
Hey, Purple, I know we had our conversation before, but I don't appreciate when you always get this slander. Why you don't never throw Fortnite in there? I don't appreciate it.
I thought I did throw Fortnite.
You purposely don't throw Fortnite in the conversation because of me.
I thought I did throw Fortnite in there.
No, you said Candy Crush.
Warzone.
You said Roblox.
Oh, Fortnite. Well, yeah. Why are we always playing? Like, there's a list of them you could throw out, right? There is a list of them. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I would agree with you, but I haven't heard anything about cuts to some of Microsoft's smaller studios like Double Fine. Like we haven't heard anything about that. I think the fact that, or if that's the case, that we're not seeing cuts with some of the smaller studios. I think as long as there is that creativity,
that's right.
I think
weren't people predicting Hellblade 2 studio was gonna go get hit or something?
So what I would say is this: that I don't think you're gonna get it, right? I don't think you're gonna get a byline who's getting cut where and what. But I'm gonna tell you how you roll down a studio, right? And when we're talking about Canada, we're talking about France, we're talking about England. The thing is, they announced the layoffs, but they can't say who's going to get layoffs because of what I said in chat. There's a thing called a works council in a lot of countries where you have to get permission from this basically government-sponsored union body to say who gets laid off. And then what they're going to offer them is a buyout and so many other things. Like, that's what's going to happen. But to your point, Maker, what you see is probably the most not transparent, it's not the right word. Clearest example of what you're going to see is what you've seen at Ubisoft, is where you see, hey, I was working on this game, now I'm working on this other game. And then you start consolidating your workforce like that. And then what you start to see is, hey, there's layoffs at that bigger game. That we have not seen. We have not seen like, hey, what was the restructuring like at XYZ studio? Hey, who went to what project, right? We haven't seen that, but we have heard like, hey, I was working on this, now I've been redirected over here, right? Yeah. You have started to hear that in the that's not unique to Xbox, by the way, but that's how it happened. And then they cut the big ones.
Yeah. So like, for example, with PlayStation, they have cut a lot of their smaller studios, like Media Molecule. Studio Japan was closed down, and then the rest of their team shifted over to Asobi, and stuff like that. So it's not uncommon amongst several of the other big studios.
Yeah, I didn't say it was unique, but that's how I always. And I did a show about a year ago why I don't like to compare the Japanese gaming companies with American gaming companies just because of the difference in how they view profitability. Like there's a reason why Japanese companies don't get the same valuation on a stock market that US companies get. And a lot of times that has to do with Japanese companies more or less prioritize sustainability over profitability. That doesn't mean they're not profitable, but a lot of times they prioritize like, can we have a sustainable business? Because their population is a lot of it has to do with that. Versus a US company is going to put profits above all else. And so I don't like to, but that's why I do look at the other big US publishers, EA and Take-Two, because those are probably on this. We had ABK, Bethesda, EA, Take-Two. All of those were kind of in the same category, with Xbox probably also in that size element if it was on its own. But again, it's under Microsoft and a company that just reported 30% profit margins due to what they're doing in cloud. That everything else is going to have to follow that in what AI is doing.
Right. Purple, I wanted to ask you, give me kind of your thoughts or insight on how this whole deal with Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. So from what I heard, apparently Xbox pulled PlayStation were exiting the console space. You have nothing to fear from us, kind of thing. And like, what's your thoughts? What do you believe could happen?
So I think anything with Helldivers, I've talked about this. Like, who is it? Who's getting on me about PlayStation? Someone's getting on me about not talking about PlayStation.
Reforge was like, "Oh, shareholders is going to ask about this, and
no,
they're going to be all console worry about it." And I'm like, they don't care about console wars.
They don't care about what I will say is this about when it comes to PlayStation in a game like Helldivers, really any of their live service games. Their biggest statement is when looking at Sony, is when you had who's Sony's former CEO, the old dude,
Jim Ryan.
Yeah, Jim Ryan. When Jim Ryan steps down, every title, every decision after he steps down, and people who replace him are not traditionally Jim Ryan's crew, you might as well just throw everything out the window that he did. So the fact that Helldivers 2 came out under Jim Ryan, was published under Jim Ryan, and now they're putting it somewhere else. To me, that makes sense. It's just like in sports when you have a new coach come in town or a new general manager. Usually what do? They get rid of the former all-star. They get rid of whoever the number one draft pick was for that person. They clean house because they're trying to say like what happened then is not happening right now. And so when it comes down to Helldivers 2, I think it makes sense. It's a multiplayer game. But I also think that PlayStation's kind of made it clear that they think the live version was a mistake, right? We've seen some of the most spectacular closures of some of their titles there. And the people they hired in in Jim Ryan's place are not Jim Ryan backgrounds, right? So obviously they're making that's a decision to say, hey, we're going a different direction. So when it comes to this game going there, I think they're just saying like, okay, like we're going to get out of that. But I think they are going to double down on single player titles, not going to other platforms. They're going to probably have like this dual strategy. That's my opinion. But to me, it made sense. I'm happy with it.
Do you think Helldivers is there to kind of like the fruit of labor? Like if people buy it by the droves, like that'll make PlayStation a bit more?
Say that again? You broke up.
Do you believe that if a lot of people buy Helldivers, PlayStation will put more games?
Sure. I think maybe. I don't think a lot of people are going to buy the game on Xbox if that's what you're like. I think Xbox
Well,
has created another issue.
Purple, they'll put those type of games on there. Like that's the thing I have a problem with. When you see people arguing and doing this and doing that, they try to act like Helldivers, which a lot of people already in the so-called industry, they already knew Helldivers, or they if you watch Xbox shows months ago, they were calling this, like or hoping, throwing, wishing on a star. But it's like they act like Helldivers coming over is on the magnitude of like a Gears, a Halo, and they take that and they run with it.
Yeah, no.
It's like I mean, Helldivers, a great game. I have 100 and I was wrong. I said 174 hours while you guys were talking. I was looking. I got 140 hours on Helldivers on PlayStation. So I know it's a good game.
No, I think it's
If anything, Murder,
it's a good- I
Helldivers
think
2
Hell-
coming to Xbox is equivalent to Sea of Thieves coming up PlayStation 5 Pro.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I bought that on PlayStation too, and it's sold out for what, 2 months, and it's
Yeah,
still doing good.
I think
But yeah,
yeah.
That
I
was-
mean, to me,
that was
it's free money. It's an easy port.
right.
Easy port. It's free money. But I still don't think a ton of people buy the game on Xbox, especially considering Helldivers is about to have like its strongest competition later this year with Arc Raiders. Even though those are very different games, they're still in the same.
I'm
still in the
interested in
same
that.
kind of.
Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of people in that third-person shooter. Even though one's more hero-y, one's more tactical, and
I gotta
different.
feel like Arc Raiders isn't gonna do that great on console.
I think
I think it's going to do better on PC, but that's just because I felt that way about the finals and some of their other titles. They tend to hit PC crowd a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely.
Helldivers 2 is the fastest on PlayStation.
Because Arc Raiders is an
I
extraction.
love the finals.
I don't know anybody. I don't know any of my friends like that. Even I don't know anybody who.
I do.
Anybody who did the extraction game. So I just feel like, yeah, you do. Who?
Me, Murder.
What?
I play extract. Okay, you could call Helldivers an extraction game.
No, it's not an extraction.
Yes, it is.
The extraction game. Go ahead.
It technically is because you go in, complete the objective, and then extract out.
Yeah, you can't get off the map or win your mission without extracting. It's
And
literally
you
an
collect
extraction
resources
game.
as well that you extract with.
Yeah, so the thing is, you can leave when you want. Extraction is more you're going to get something, and it's privy to you to leave with that thing, so you don't die and lose it. That's the point of extracting. But yeah, Helldivers, you can just leave. You're like, well, let's leave now. But it's not. That's not the main thing. Is to go and complete objectives. Extraction game is you're always going and grabbing something, and it's like risk or reward. We could stay a little longer, or we could leave now. So like it's a different vibe. Like extraction just never really hit on consoles. And even if you say Helldivers, well, that's one game. If we went around the room and collectively all of us, let's just all put together in our hats what extraction games we played on console. Like it'll probably be like 4 or 5 games at most. And when I played Arc Raiders, I was like, this is kind of cool, but like it didn't give you that console feel. It's a weird thing. It didn't give you that, that action game. It didn't like it serves its purpose to extract. It's like me. I said my most underrated game I ever played in my life is Hunt Showdown, which is an extraction game. But I still don't really play it, right? I think it's really cool, but it's just a weird dynamic that we're just not it's not in our console library of games. It's not something we're groomed to play. And I got a feeling like it's just not going to be something people are going to really care about that much.
I think it's because a lot of extraction shooters are PvP, like Escape from Tarkov and stuff. Like there are other players in there, whereas Helldivers is more PvE. You're just fighting bugs or aliens or whatnot. It feels more casual than those PvP ones, which are very like popular on.
It's hard. Yeah, you just it's.
Yeah, I don't think they're it. I just seen from talking to people who played, like they are looking forward to Arc Raiders, and when we think about, Jason brings up a point that Helldivers 2 is the fastest selling PlayStation game.
Yep.
That's in conjunction with a PC crowd who's potentially like that is their that is more of a PC game than a console game to a degree.
So
and so that's why I say like it's gonna have some competition.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did want to say, I do have a friend who is going to be picking up Helldivers 2. He only has an Xbox. But at the same time, I also asked two of my other friends who only have Xboxes if they were going to pick up Helldivers, and they said, "What's Helldivers?"
It's not,
Right.
yeah, it's not,
it was crazy.
no. So like that's all I said. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad move. I just think that like it's if it's multiplayer, they will put it on, like it is up. It could potentially go to Xbox because PlayStation doesn't necessarily have like a long list of bangers that are like. Not to say they don't have multiplayer bangers, but that's not what got them on the map per se. At least in the last 2 generations.
Yeah, I was about to say back in the day.
Yeah, back,
No.
yes. If we go
Oh,
back,
no.
people want those to come back. Sure.
Yeah.
Flintstone days.
I will say I do think like if this is very successful for PlayStation and they see the numbers, I do think Spider-Man will be one of the next ones to go.
So I was gonna ask you that because Jason literally asked, so do you think Insomniac Spider-Man will ever hit? I think that would be the perfect game to go.
I gotta head out though.
It's
if it does, it'll be Disney. Disney's call.
I gotta head out later, guys.
All right, man. Later. I think Spider-Man's already made his money. It's and I think it will be a good game to go over there because of the IP, because it's Spider-Man, because it's recognizable, whether it was on PlayStation or not.
Right.
It's Spider-Man. So I think Spider-Man would probably do good.
It depends.
Yeah.
I think it depends, right? I think Xbox right now, this is going to be a pretty solid test for Xbox right now is with Helldiver, even though I don't think that's fair to Xbox, right? I think Xbox has two titles coming out within the end of the year that did not launch on Xbox day and date, that both of them were huge hits on PlayStation and PC, right? One of those is Helldivers 2, and the other one is Black Myth Wukong, exactly. And I think that's not fair to Xbox because I think those are very unique circumstances what drove both of those at the time, right? One is like a PC. We're probably opening up to PC when they were starting for that type of game. And the other one was a pretty big hit in China, right? With about 80 to 85% of the sales happening within China. So if Xbox can show that, yeah, this is a top selling game on Xbox, like that's huge. But to me, that is really the battle. Like, can Xbox show that they can have something launch a year, 18 months after it launched and garner excitement?
Purple, do you think there is, again, this is what people say, do you think there is something to say for there are certain players on Xbox that's groomed to not buy games because they're used to games being included in Game Pass?
Yes. Okay. Like that's been Take-Two CEOs have said this since day one. Right? Like that's what the industry has said about Game Pass. But to be very clear, I don't think Xbox really cared. I think Xbox wanted people on their when I say their platform, the Microsoft ecosystem. Right? So I don't necessarily think it's fair to say like putting it like, yeah, that's a side effect, but they were going for something different. But now, to your point about Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, those are not going to the subscription service. So that's why I say it's going to be a very big test because I think they've pushed a lot of their player base to PC, right? We see that move from like a Duck Dark, like we see there's a reason why PC Game Pass is cheaper than console Game Pass. There's a reason why they're trying to get people that this handheld will be from the PC, Xbox store. Like, there's a reason why they're doing.
I'll say this: it's gonna not so you got two different games. You got a multiplayer game in Helldivers 2. You got an action adventure soldiers game in Black Myth Wukong. If they both went to game Xbox and didn't do well, that would be crazy.
Hey,
That was
Cowboy and Purple and FCAT, can I throw a number at you? As of for all the people that just be out there talking about playing these games, as of 4 hours ago, Final Fantasy 16, and remember, it was big talks on Twitter and it's big talks everywhere. As of 4 hours ago, it sold 24,000 copies
damn.
on
That's
Xbox.
it.
on
That's
Xbox.
it.
Okay.
Like there's a that,
Oh.
that
24,000 copies as of 4 hours ago.
and so my thing isn't to say that they wouldn't. So I think what you just explained right there is the real thing that I think PlayStation will look at, right? Which is at the end of the day, games are IP, like it's literally IP, trademark, and patents. That is what a game is. Whether or not
Okay.
like you take that away, a game isn't really anything else. So
Mhm.
if your IP starts to look poor, like it's not selling somewhere else, that has a contingent effect across the entire thing. And so that's the real fear. And is if it doesn't sell well, is it a failure now? Well, what does it say about that IP? Is it not strong enough to carry itself? Here's a great example of an IP that just sold really well several years after launch on a new system. Cyberpunk on Nintendo. Cyberpunk on Nintendo is the second best-selling game behind Mario Kart. It's the best-selling game when we put
Hey,
it
Purple,
standalone.
Purple, can I just
There's
jump in
money,
real quick?
plenty of
Can I just jump
yes.
in real quick? Real quick. I just want to say, so if you take the 26 games that came out when Nintendo Switch 2 came out, other than Mario Kart, what's the next best game you gonna buy? If we
I just told you.
Probably Metroid.
No.
Probably Metroid.
Breath of the Wild.
I'm saying that by default, that was gonna be the next best selling game. Like if you get a console and you can get 2 games, you gonna buy Mario Kart World and Cyberpunk, and that's like if we being real. So I feel like
I mean, if you look at the top 6 selling games, right?
Okay.
You had a couple of them were old, but there's some game I never heard of. There's some island game that's now number 2. That's a third party game. Like what I think what we're forgetting is that we're adult gamers, and also we are some of us 50 plus, some of us 40 plus adult gamers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is not necessarily what's driving the gaming industry. If you did not hear that first,
We're not the demographic anymore.
we're not the demographic. So for a game like Cyberpunk to beat out whatever that stupid island fantasy game I just saw, that's number 2 right now, for it to beat out this other Japan anime game, that's actually a pretty big deal because those games were launching relatively much sooner, and one of them was a launch date title for Switch. So I hear what you're saying, but my point still stands when comparing Cyberpunk launching on a Switch 2 3-4 years after its initial launch, in what is Black Myth Wukong going to do on Xbox? I think that's
I just don't think the Switch situation is comparable to Xbox. That's all. I feel like a Switch 2, so you had a Switch 1 and you're waiting to get a Switch 2, I'm saying in general, and then you're like, okay, well, now we hear third party is going to be a bigger deal. Xbox has always got similar type of games as PlayStation. They got their own thing. PlayStation got their own thing. Now you're going to get a game that was on PlayStation for a while, and it was a limited time, and now it's come to Xbox. I feel like that's different than you having a Switch 1 if you was in the Nintendo ecosystem and just wish they did better job at third party, and then you get Cyberpunk, which was a big deal eventually when it got fixed. I just feel like that's not just say Cyberpunk did well on Nintendo and Will Black Myth Wukong. I feel like they're not even in the same conversation.
No, here's why. Because you got to look at the denominator. How many Switch 2s were out there on week 1? 3.5 million. How many Xboxes are out there year 5? Let's put the number at 36 million, 35 million, 30, let's 8 to 10 times. That's why it's a big deal, right?
I'm just saying I don't feel whatever Switch 2 is doing is the same thing as what the Xbox will be doing. I'm
looking at the title, how the title does. You have to look at, like, I'm not looking at it from a console. I'm looking at it from purely
the game.
It's the title. So when Xbox puts what's the game y'all just did? Sea of Thieves on PlayStation. It's a top-selling game, right? What that now means is like that ecosystem. If you're a game developer, you're saying like, "Yo, I'm going to put something." You're like, that ecosystem is biting at something. Maybe it's the game, maybe it's the ecosystem, maybe it's whatever. When you have another game go on another one and it doesn't do that well, right? And this time we're saying Helldivers 2, which is a top-selling game on two other ecosystems, PC and PlayStation. We're saying, what's the other one we're saying? Black Myth Wukong, top-selling game, right? I think it's more regional than they make it out to be, but top-selling game. You're using Cyberpunk. That's why I bring that up. That's a 25, 30 million game seller right there, right? They're able to drive sales. You then put it on another top-selling game on Xbox, and I agree. Final Fantasy 16 was not a good one, as chat points out. But you put another one on the Xbox, and it doesn't do well. One that highly accolades, that sold really well, Game of the Year conversations, it doesn't do well. That does damage the IP in the industry's eyes. That's what I'm bringing up. And so then to that point, does Sony then do that with Spider-Man? That's the question.
Well, yeah, I mean that. Yeah. So the thing is, that's why I was asking. Do you think us Xbox players would purchase the game? Because at the end of the day, it's like, do you put your game somewhere that you feel they might not purchase it? You know?
Yeah, that's I just brought up why I think all the information why I think.
No, and hold on. And Ron Slusher says Final Fantasy 16 is a terrible game. To you. There's a lot of other people that said it was a good game. I might not be into it, but people got online and they begged for it, and they used that as some kind of proven point. Oh, bring the Final Fantasy 11 game. Oh, we got Final Fantasy 16, but all they did it for is what we're doing right now. They didn't actually go out and buy those games. That's all it's about. They pick a game they want a fanboy for, and then the next. Has anybody heard anything about South of Midnight? Has anybody heard anything about Helldiver or excuse me, Hellblade 2 or any of the games that they use them? They use them as fanboy points all of a sudden because Microsoft has games, but they don't really buy them.
I bought 2 collector's editions of South of Midnight and the game.
But I'm talking about on the people that that they big up these games, Purple. You know what I'm talking about. They big up these games and then they move on to the next twisted little fanboy point. Oh man, and they don't buy these games, and you don't hear nothing about them. Doom should still be talked about. Does anybody hear anything about Doom? Doom should still be being talked about, like Eternal was. Game of the Year praise, everything else. But they move on. It's this game is coming out.
Actually, Dark Ages did
funny
do that well. Dark Ages didn't do well. But Dark Ages did do well. Doom Dark Ages.
But there's a reason why. But the reason why FCAT I would say didn't do well has nothing necessarily to do with Doom
Game Pass.
As much as, in my opinion, that IP they allowed to get stale. That's why I say.
So here's the thing. I don't feel Doom IP got stale because I played and beat the last one, and that was my 2020 game of the year. I think this Doom just didn't hit it. So if you play Doom 2016, it was a good Doom. You play the next Doom, it was a good. It was.
And it didn't really do well either.
But if you played the new Doom, they took a step back. So if you as a fan, you're like, dude, the creative differences. The stuff they threw in, I think they thought was gonna be a good thing, and it hurt them. Like they thought getting rid of the what do they call FCAT that I was pissed off that they got rid of? They call them the kills. What is it called? I want to get the right term of it. You know when you like rip the enemies open and all that.
Oh, the glory kills.
Yeah, the glory kills. So they thought it was a good idea to get rid of that. You're like, wait, what? That makes Doom for me. We're leading off the last Doom, right? They thought adding the dragon and flying was cool, but you barely did anything. They thought having you walking around in the mech was cool, but you barely did anything. So I think I don't think Doom is stale. I think they messed Doom up because the last Doom they added so much different nuances that was a plus. You was like, oh wow, Doom was regular. You know, you run around. Doom's main thing was you had a weapon wheel with a bunch of different weapons. You had the BFT. And you blow everything up. And then the next game they took it different, like you could hug on walls, and then they just totally they scaled it down. So anyway, I'm sorry.
I know you want to get off and play Mind's Eye.
Yeah,
I wanted
really
to end up one final question for Purple. How legally, how do you feel about Stop Killing Games movement? Do you think it's a strong movement? Would it affect the industry or game development? Like, are you for or against it? Kind of.
What was the subject matter? I heard everything by
Stop Killing Games initiative. Have you heard of it?
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it's part of their process, right? It's part of their legal thing. Like they're actually an actual process, but
yeah,
it's not. I don't know. It's not the U.S. right? So I'm not
yeah.
really, not my dog
No.
really. You know, it's not my
Okay.
but I mean, if it's part of their legal process, I guess they have the right to do it, right? But I honestly don't know too much. I just know
You think they're asking too much, or you don't know too much about it?
No, I've read it. I don't know if they're asking too much, but I also think that it probably is maybe an abuse of what that system is for. Personally, but that's just me. That's just.
So
Okay.
real quick, Jason said there is no sales data on Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox, and this was something Murder did send to me. So Final Fantasy 16 has only sold 22,000 copies on Xbox in its first week. This is less than 1% of the PlayStation version sales in the same time period, 3 million. So there you have it. All right, guys, look, good stuff. I definitely want to check this game out, and I don't want to be up all night. And Murder, listen, if you want to play some games later on, Murder, if you want to play some games later on, you know, if I'm still trying to rock on some games after I play this, I'll hit you up. But anyway,
when you're done with Mind's Eye, you know what we do? We play games.
Thanks, Devs, for coming on.
Why are you playing Mind's Eye again, Cowboy? Cowboy, why are you playing Mind's Eye? Why are you playing Mind's Eye?
Mind's Eye. I'm gonna play it as soon as I shut down the stream.
Why are you interested in that one? Just to give it a shot.
No. So when they showed the trailer of it, I was saying that to me, this grabs me more than Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm a big
tripping.
I was a big fan of Grand Theft Auto when I was younger. Me and this girl used to play them all. We broke up, and I was like, I don't care anymore. That's when San Andreas came out, so that's the one Grand Theft Auto I never played. Then I got back into it in Part 4, played and beat it. And then when Part 5 came out, I was like, dude, Grand Theft Auto never changes. Yes, they got a different story, but all you do is just steal cars and drive around. And I never really got into the multiplayer. So when Mind's Eye was coming out, I was like, oh, one of the people on Grand Theft Auto made this game. And I was just saying how this gave me more interest because I like futuristic stuff. So they like you're fighting robots and all that. So it was just something on my GameFly list. And what moved it up the list was it was getting so much heat. Like FCAT was constantly sending me the videos of being bad. And I kept seeing people playing the same clip. And it was from PC. And I was like, people saying it's really bad and buggy, but everybody's sharing the same clip. So I'm like, I wonder if this game is really bad. So I just personally wanted to check it out myself. Don't care that want to play and beat it. Fortunately for me, I got something called GameFly, so it ain't no skin off my back. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna move it up to my next game. So I just want to do a first impression on it. I don't think it's enough to make me want to beat it, unless I Google it and it's only like 15 hours. If it's like 15 hours long, then I'll and I like it. And the controls got to be good because Grand Theft Auto. As you know, when you was playing, you agree when you were playing Red Dead, the controls are just terrible. Grand Theft Auto controls terrible. Hopefully, the controls in this isn't bad, and it'll make me like the game a little more. But to answer your question, I'm just playing it because I didn't know what to get as my next game. I had just sent back Doom, so I was like, all right, let me check out Mind's Eye because it had a lot of buzz as far as being buggy, and I just wanted to see if that was true. But they added a big update, they said. So the game's probably in a good state now, and I can't really play it to be able to say the internet is just lying as usual. But that's it. Nothing special. This ain't one of the games where I would even consider buying. Like I never seen a trailer that said, the story trailer looked kind of cool, but I'm real in the I'm not in the moment where I want to play a long drawn out game. I kind of want something I'm just gonna play for a little bit and send back. Like I'll probably get a racing game next or something. So, but I just want to check it out.
That's cool. And I don't know. I was just looking at. I hope Jason is right in which he says the 22,000 number you put up there has been debunked for Final Fantasy. So I just want to say I hope he's right. And for Ron Slusher, Ron, this is why you don't do math. That's not a good number. If you do 20,000 times 50, that ain't no good number. That's a little over $1 million. So if you look at Square Enix, would take home roughly 70% of that at most. Now looking at 700,000, I guarantee you to port that game costs more than probably 10 times 700,000.
Right.
Just based upon.
And Purple, I wasn't using that as a thing. I was when you guys were talking about moving games over to another platform and them not selling. You don't see nobody on nowhere bragging about Xbox sales of Final Fantasy 16 besides using it as a fanboy argument. I'm talking about really buying it.
No,
You're talking about really
get
playing
what you're saying. I totally get. I saw the same number from Matt Piscatella, and I actually trust his numbers because he does do a lot of sales analysis. So I do trust his. I saw something very similar, but I'm just hoping we will find out soon enough because Square Enix has no problem throwing someone else under the bus. So we will find out soon enough when they report their revenue because they will throw Xbox under the bus in a heartbeat.
No, they will.
They did it. They do it all the time.
He said it was some analytic website. They literally said it's based on how many reviews.
Like I said, I saw the number from Matt Piscatella. Matt Piscatella does pretty good analysis on, he's actually used in the industry, and he's done analysis on the sales. Not saying that's where it's landing, but even if the number is under, if the number's under 100,000, it's not a good look. If the number's under 300-400, it's not a good look. So, and the reason why that is because you then will start to say how much money goes into the next development cycle and so forth. That's why. But hopefully it's better than that. Ron Slush obviously is playing Luna, so it is what it is. Candy Crush makes more money than Final. Yeah, it does.
Candy Crush makes more money than a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah,
actually, I've been playing a lot of phone games lately. I've been playing this game called Factory Match or something like that. Man, it's so addictive. I was up to almost 4 a.m. last night playing this stupid game. It's super addicting. Me and my wife, we used to be playing next to each other, and I'd be like, "Oh, we started a team on the game. Send me lives. I'm out of lives." And it's just something to do. You heard the term bedridden? She was telling me, that's a thing they talk about on TikTok. So it's when you and your significant other just lay in the bed for hours and y'all just sitting next to each other, just we don't really have we'll have something on TV but not really watching it. But we're just kind of I'm on my phone, she's on her phone. But this is our new little thing that this game is super addictive. But
that's a whole nother avenue. Mobile.
Definitely is.
Mobile.
Yeah, I used to play Candy Crush. I used to play this Transformers game, card game. I played it every day for 2 years. I used to be in the mobile. I used to, I had this big screen. Trust me, I used to play some mobile games. You know what I mean? And actually, tomorrow the new Fold go on sale, and it will be on sale. I didn't think I would want to get the new one. I was like, all right, I bought the one last year. It took me 3 years to get the next one, but this year they actually made significant changes. So one, the camera will be an ultra camera. In the lineup of phones, usually the ultra is the best of the best. Last year, that Fold didn't get the ultra camera. This year it will. And then it's going to be, the front screen is going to be bigger. The opening is going to be bigger. I'm like, oh, wow. So, and then for me, because I paid off all my debt, my phone, it was wiped clean, right? Meaning I could literally trade it in and make money. You know what I mean? So,
how much is the Fold? Cowboy, how much is the Fold?
It's probably going to be around the same as this one. And it was $1,880.
And how much? When did you buy your other Fold?
Last year.
So you were making fun of $80 games, but you just spent damn near $3,600 in less than 24 months on a phone.
A
I
little
make fun of
briefcase.
Nintendo $80 games. Let's keep
No,
that
I'm just.
clear.
But you just said, but for a phone, you were spending $3,600, and you are going to play games. And you used to make fun of Nintendo graphics by saying it's mobile graphics, which we know it's not mobile graphics.
No. But
$3,600 for that.
hold on, wait. You would buy. Get this straight. When you buy a Nintendo console, that's all you're doing with it is playing those PlayStation 4 looking games. When I buy a phone,
I'm glad we went up to PlayStation 4 now. You were PlayStation 3 not too long ago, so I'm glad we moved up.
No. I said PlayStation 4. That was my first thing. I said you'll pay for PlayStation 4. I said you would get PlayStation 4 quality and pay more than PlayStation 5 games.
Okay, so keep going. So your phone, but you had a phone, and your phone, it's not like the battery's dying or anything like that. It's just the camera.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with it. Yeah, nothing. My phone, I just got it last year. Nothing's wrong with it at all. But I used to get a new phone every year, but then it got to a point where it was almost the same phone every year. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. So the money isn't a thing. Listen, whoever paying for
I'm not saying the money's not a thing. I'm not saying the money's not. What I'm saying though is I think it's interesting when you're actually articulating a point very well for me right now, which is I think it's very interesting that people have a phone that works, does everything, will buy year over year, and you're talking 18. I'm not even talking about that, right? I'm talking $600, $700 phone, and then complain about potentially. It doesn't have to be Nintendo. It could be another one, right?
No, Nintendo, because I'm only talking about Nintendo. If you talk about something else, that's you. But my gripe was Nintendo, so I just want to keep it clear. My gripe.
Okay,
was,
sure, but I just think it's interesting consumer behaviors, and when these companies then price something, seeing that you're willing to pay the same amount, if not more, year after year, for a product that does the exact same thing, except now it has the ultra camera versus the non-ultra camera.
That's called selective politicking. Out west.
Murder, do you see where I'm going? You see where I'm coming from on this one, Murder?
When he started saying it and you said something, I knew where you were going.
No, so listen, here's the difference, right? So I went 3 years. I got the first fold, didn't get another one to 3 years later, right? I got the 6, so I went from the 3 to the 3. I went from the 1 to the 3, and I was like, okay, and then I went to the 6, right? So I was like, I'm not even getting another one because they're always pretty much the same. This one, if you're a phone person, which you're probably not, but a phone, the significant differences would be the pretty much
the camera, the screen, the processor.
The camera, the internally, the chipset, right? So chipset always going to be better. That's what they have to do. So that's a given. But the camera in the phones and Samsung, usually the S model, the highest S model, the Ultra gets the best camera. So what they was doing with the Fold, they wouldn't give the Fold the best camera. It came out the same year, but they wouldn't give it the best. They would give it like better than the mid grade, right? So anyway, long story short, this phone would get the best of the best. So if you were a phone person, this would be the reason to upgrade. Like when I made my video, when I got this phone, I said I'm going 3 years later, and my title said do not upgrade. Like I would not recommend you to upgrade. Like I would don't do it. So. But if you're a phone person, everything I've seen, again, these are rumors. The Unpacked event is tomorrow. Samsung's going to officially show you. From the rumors, this would seem like the phone to upgrade if you wanted to upgrade. I don't have to.
You're making my point, though. Like
I'm not making your point because you won't take the heat that Nintendo came out with.
No, we're not even talking about Nintendo. We're talking about you, Samsung, and the phone. And we're gonna get back to that. So, but my point is, you just said if you are a phone person, I would say if you are a phone fanboy, utilizing some language that you would use, you are willing to pay whatever it is because you're like a new camera. I will pay $1,800, even though I paid $1,800 last year for it.
But
hey,
what you're forgetting, hold up, this is what you're forgetting. See, you're leaving out details. This is why you might not want to debate. What I said was I got paid off all my debt. Now, if I paid last year and I'm going into it like, well, I still owe money on like a car. You buy a car and then couple years later, you're gonna get a new car. You're like, damn, but I still own my other car. And it's like, bro, you like my wife did that one time. Anyway, you still owed on that. I had the luxury to be walking around with a phone that's fully paid off, right? I don't owe any how. So I could trade this in and get upwards to $1,000 to subtract off that phone. So what you're not listening to the details. That's the difference. So to be able to get the new phone, listen, to be able to get the new phone half price and it's worthy to upgrade. Now, if it wasn't worthy to upgrade, here's my thing. I feel Nintendo isn't worthy to upgrade. That's my gripe. But this, if you were a phone person, like I feel like I'm a console person, right? I don't feel
you're not a Nintendo person. You're not a Nintendo.
Yeah. You're not making your case, Cowboy. You can do better than this.
No. I'm doing better because if you look at the specs,
you keep saying I'm a phone person and you don't like. But my whole point is the thing is whatever it is that you like, you will justify the purchase.
That's what I was going to say.
Murder, sit down. Let me put the nail in the coffin.
Look, I'm right here. I'm right here with Purple. What you're saying is, what you're literally saying is, it's okay if it's something that you like, or if it's, along the same lines of what Purple's saying. But continue. Sorry.
I'm gonna put the nail in the coffin. Nail in the coffin. So, nail in the coffin. One, if the Unpack event didn't happen yet, so I don't know. I'm just saying what I saw videos on. If this is worthy to upgrade, it'd be interesting because, again, I'll be able to trade in my phone to get half price, okay? Half price. Now, if it's worthy to upgrade, this is how I put the nail in the coffin. I might not bought a Nintendo. You know what I bought? A PlayStation 5 Pro. That cost $800, all right? I did that. Now, I made a video said this was not worthy to upgrade. This looked the exact same. So as far as a person who played video games and spent that much money and kept it real, I got eyes. I got eyes to see in this day and age a Nintendo come out with a console in 2025 and the graphics are the way they are. I'm just saying.
Okay, so they just did. I hear you, and my whole point is like you can see what you want to see, which clearly you do. You see value in the things that you like. I would say this Nintendo, for those people who like Nintendo, it is some of the time on par, if not better than some of the best handheld gaming devices because it's optimized for it. They just showed this. We just talked about Cyberpunk. It's showing that it's playing better on Nintendo than it does on Steam or Asus ROG Ally. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at the people who did the analysis.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you just stick to handhelds, you got that. But it's like I said, what would make me buy a game on the Nintendo Switch when I could get it on a PlayStation or Xbox?
No, I totally get you. I totally get you. So when but I think the thing is, for Nintendo fans or Xbox fans for that one or PlayStation fans, you're obviously a dual fan of PlayStation and Samsung. Okay. Y'all will justify that purchase. And I think
listen, anybody will justify what they want. I don't knock anybody's money. Listen, it don't matter what I say, buy what you want. But if you ask me to make logic out of it, I'm just saying as a gamer, Nintendo came out with a new console in 2025 and the graphics are behind something that you own in your house already. That's all I'm saying. So for me, but if you want to say that because it's handheld, which you have
the upscale graphics, the upscale. Well, so here's my thing. I see in LCD. So I don't even know. I played in console mode, right? So like I always say that I played in console mode. Right. So in LCD first, I think you're just people who say that are just saying that. Like when you actually play the thing, every single Linus Tech Tips has looked at this, Marquise Brownlee's looked at, all of them have looked at it and said yeah, the screen is but it doesn't take away that it's not like that. It's still cheaper than almost every single handheld thing out there. Yet, and it does do console better than virtually all the other handhelds out there, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but when we look at graphics, and I think this is a point that I was talking to someone about this. When we talk about graphics, Nintendo's art style is different than Microsoft ABK art style. That doesn't mean that the game can't push graphics better than that, right? We just saw that with.
So I'm saying, okay, so for instance, I get their art style, right? We get it. Mario looks like Mario, right? I don't even need to get into that.
baby?
But if you get a third-party game, let's say Cyberpunk, right? Cyberpunk on the Switch on your TV, right? Because we don't have to say.
I looked up over here, we're getting done podcasting on Cowboy, and I was like, damn, it's 620.
Yeah.
Versus the Xbox X or PlayStation.
Yeah,
5.
but there's a payoff where I said I do travel to it from one place to the other. Digital Foundry said that, but again, Digital Foundry is not a hardware group. That's why I don't like people always quote them. They're counting pixels on a screen. Like, if you actually listen to Digital Foundry, like they're actually pretty hyped on the Nintendo Switch. If you just listen to their little 30-second clips, and they'll say that themselves, it makes it seem like they're negative. But if you actually look at what they say,
I'm not. Listen, I didn't bring up Digital Foundry. You
yeah,
did.
no,
I'm just saying,
Jason did. But he
Jason.
also brings up they're talking physical. They do have every game came out physical. That's why, like, Jason's being a fanboy right now, which is always what he does with Xbox.
Oh, what does Jason even like?
He likes Xbox.
Oh, okay, all right.
He likes Xbox.
Oh. Yeah, they did. I did watch a little bit of the thing, or I watched the one video. They did say they did like the system, but they did say that they didn't like the screen. But
regardless of that, like I said, the games can run on phones easily.
Yeah.
All right, Jason.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, listen. I listen. I think the greatest thing is when a gamer finds a game they love, no matter whether it's on PC, whatever. Like the other day, I shared a video in the chat in the Discord of a mobile game, and somebody was like, "Oh, Vet tried to get him. Is that a mobile game?" I said, "Dude, I share PC games all the time." He was like, "Why would you do that?" I was like, "Because it's gaming. I see a trailer, I thought it looked cool. I'm just sharing it. I'm probably never gonna play it if it's only gonna stay on PC or on this or that, but I just shared it. I watched the whole Donkey Kong 15-minute thing. I thought the Donkey Kong looked dope. I was like, dude, that speaks to me." So the thing is, I listen. I have my opinions from gaming since Atari, right? And I have my opinions because I didn't miss any gaming, and I followed every jump from the 8-bit to the 16-bit. The gaming groomed you to they always doubled. Right, and then at some point with the PlayStation 2, I guess they just said, okay, and now we talk about teraflops. But I'm used to seeing something new, look better, be the new kid on the block, whatever. So for me, I guess my gripe with Nintendo is I was a big fan of Nintendo, and after the GameCube, for me, they just was like, we're not catering to you. So that's why I always just mess with Nintendo, but. Listen, I
totally get it. Look, what I'm saying is, I think, like, from what they've showed right now from the third-party support, right, from what they showed, there's very few games that are pushing what the systems can do.
Right.
I think we can all agree on that. So even if we're talking Xbox, even if we're talking PlayStation, there's very few that can do that. Even if we're talking PC, the majority of PC players, even if they have high-end PCs, are barely, most of the time, not pushing their hardware to what it can do. And so, hey, Larry David Wilson. So that's what I think the band, especially now with upscaling technology, it really becomes even less about what was in it, because it's the same argument we had with Stadia. It's an upscale 4K versus okay, what the F's the difference, unless you're literally making content about counting things that your eye cannot pick up.
Yeah.
Right. And so
But we could be fair, right? We're not gonna. It's a handheld. I mean, you know how expensive a handheld would be in order to produce to be on the same level of a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X. So I mean, we don't have to be like, well, I mean, maybe it might look as good. No. Like PlayStation doesn't have a.
No, okay. But I hear. But my thing is, like, when we talk about a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X, right? What are the games that push that system the most? It's a handful of games that push that system the most. When we looked at, first of all, it plays different in dock versus handheld, right? Docked, it actually, that's where you get the 4K. That's where you start pushing up at that level.
Okay.
Right. And so when we look at 4K 60, it's really not even about the graphics of what it looks like. It's now about what the processing looks like. And again, there's very few games that are pushing that processing power. We'll have to see over the next few years if the games that come ported to Nintendo, do they keep up with what Cyberpunk was able to accomplish on the Switch too, right? I think where I see, and this is to Jason, he says, they said, well, go play it yourself and buy. I own them all, right? And I'm telling you, I can't see it as a gamer, right? I bought 2 Xboxes. I bought a PlayStation. I bought this one too. And from my point of view, I cannot necessarily see it as a difference. I'm not saying one's bad, one's not.
Yeah, I've seen a video on that too, where it was like some people can't even see it. Some people say they can't tell the difference between 30 and 60. So.
No, I mean, sometimes you can, but definitely when you're people talking 120 to 240.
There's definitely games that I play, like with Doom. I was playing Doom. I was like, I had to ask. I was like, is Doom 60 or not? Because it looks 60 to me. He was like, no, Doom isn't 60. I was like, really? It's 30? I don't know what.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of unique things. They said the same thing with Ori. Ori runs on the Switch 1. Right, that's a 4K 60 game on Xbox, but they were able to fix some things, texture some things here and there, and it doesn't necessarily do the same thing unless you're playing on a very large screen right up close. But that's my whole thing is like, when I think about what is worth it, to your point, you're like, hey, the graphics aren't, or Jason's like, hey, you can play the games on mobile. Newsflash, every game because of cloud gaming can be played on mobile. That is no longer an argument, right?
Or remote play.
Or remote play. It's no longer an argument. Like, we already know the technology exists. We saw that 6 years ago. Stadia came out.
Yeah, I was doing remote play before I even knew it, before Stadia was announced. So.
Yeah, so that's right. Now I'm like, okay. So now it's about those other features underneath the system. And that's where I focus on what gaming companies are doing what. Are they doing something different?
Yeah, everybody's going to have their why, regardless. So the thing is, what's great is we're all different. These debates are okay, but a lot of them are opinion based, right? So like yesterday I had a whole debate on the movie Sinners, so it ended up leading me to like, you know what? Let's do a stream today.
I just saw Sinners.
Wow. So
okay. What's the debate on? So my issue was I felt my friend Mike was like, oh, it was great. There was nothing wrong with it. I was like, there was nothing in the movie that kind of was a little off to you? Nothing? He was like, no, not at all. I felt, spoilers to anybody who didn't see it, you could leave right now, where I'm going to mention Sinners. Not the whole movie, but something. I felt the 2 scenes when they had when they said his music transcends, I just felt that should have been a deleted scene, an extended scene, but it shouldn't have been in the movie. He should have said everything he said. His music's so powerful to say, and leave it up to the imagination and not show it on the actual movie. Like, I didn't watch it in theaters, but we just watched it on why do you think that's an interesting? That's because that scene is very important to the reason why.
So I love movies, you know me. Oh my god.
Yeah. And I'm just curious why you think that scene's, the whole premise hinges on that scene.
Because the movie was set in 1932, and you're watching a movie in 1932, and in the middle of the movie, close to the end, they have that scene, and it was so off. And I think placement is important. The scene was over 5 minutes long. It was overkill to prove the point, and it was just, all right, with 1932, let me just make sure nobody, all right, 1932, and then you got somebody DJing with a Kango on, twerking. Like, I get the point, but it was just like you took the parallels of a vampire / horror movie, even though it took 42 minutes before the vampires came out, which was great. Trust me, I liked the movie. Like, it didn't bother me that it took so long for you to see like, oh, the vampires, because it was great character development. And Michael B. Jordan did an amazing job playing two people. I love that Smoke had a deeper voice and wore a different hat. Stack had a lighter voice. Their personality is great, right? The movie was going so good. And just visually, it was so off from everything that came before it for well over an hour. It was, and it went on too long. I was just like, man, this just, I feel like it would have been great extended scene, or if they could have did what Dracula Untold did. So Dracula Untold was in the 1800s or whatever, Dracula, right? Spoiler alert. One of my favorite vampire movies because they did something similar. But at the very end, I mean, the movie is about the end, and you think, I won't say that, but it's about the end, and then it showed in the future, him walking around in Brooklyn or New York or whatever. I was like, it was mind-blowing that they took it from that level. Not in the middle of the movie where you felt like, for me, it just was like, ooh, this was...
I gotta agree. Look, Jason and I have been arguing
I
the whole
agree with
time.
Cowboy.
You agree with Cowboy on that one too?
Yeah, I love the movie. It was a good movie, but it just when that part happened, me and my lady were watching it together, and it just like at first I was like, "What the fuck are we doing? Like, where we?" I get the plot now that I thought about it, but at the time when I was watching the movie, it was like, "What the fuck?" It threw me off guard.
I thought.
And then Purple, the one other part, and then you could go talk about both.
Yeah, okay.
And then the other part was just not cool either. When they had the Irish dance, I was like, dude, this is like a music video. It was a minute and something seconds. It went on way too long. We get it. It's music. But literally, he was in it. I felt like I was watching Thriller. He got in the middle. They crowded around him. I was like, dude, what the hell?
Point of that. Okay. So here's my point on the first one. I thought the first one, they were really trying to showcase. It was actually two scenes that you described as one. This is just how me, right? I like art. Like I like things where I look at it and I'm like, oh,
no, beautiful. What do you call it again? Beautiful.
Pretty horror. Pretty horror.
Pretty horror. All right, gotcha.
All right, okay. So when I see that scene's opening up and really showcasing him as an artist, right? But then that scene closes with showcasing the power of music, right? That it connects generations, really showing what is culture at the end of the day. And then at that point, that's when we see the actual vampire, like the original vampire. I can't think of his name right now. It's like a really weird name. I can't remember. But we see him. We see like, okay, he's seeing that and he's almost like in envy of it. And we then find out later on that and he explains it. When I saw that you could do that, you could transcend, that your music could actually do that, I then saw I could talk to my ancestors back in the day or whatever. So to me, that scene was doing for one, it was a cool like tune that he was actually playing. But then it ends and it's a second scene. It's actually two scenes. So I thought it was very important to establish both of that's how powerful that from a visual standpoint, that's the only way they could visualize it. I get what you're saying, potentially like, hey, did they need to go to the future where they're showing like Rock and they actually show him in the future? Do they need to show all this other stuff? Maybe you could then talk about that. But I thought to say that maybe you should say the scene.
You don't think that scene was too long?
I actually didn't even know because I thought it was two solely different. Like it's obviously a vision. Like they're trying to showcase something. Anytime I see that in a movie, I guess I'm just trained to start to see like, okay, they're trying to show me something different now. I started somewhere and I ended somewhere else. That's literally.
I mean, that was obvious. It just was like same thing Murder said. I mean, I had hit TK9 up and he was like, I'll actually read exactly what it said. It was kind of wild, but I was like, bro. So I have a question. I know you've seen Sinners because you go to the movies. So I'm just curious because I had a thing about it. I want to know what you think. He said, yeah, that part didn't land with me. Actually, probably the only thing that I thought was kind of off with the movie. He said it went from yay, yay, yay to shay, shay, go, go, shay, shay, go, go. He said if you're gonna have twerking in the movie, he's saying the white chick twerk. He said people who say they love the scene are the type of people who just want to seem like they're smarter than everybody in the room. And
I just think it's different. I think it's different because this is why. And then the second scene you're talking about, because I think like there's a thing where you're just being entertained for a straight up horror. like gore, straight up horror. But obviously that movie is doing more than that, right? It's a commentary on actual society. It's a societal commentary the entire time. And so what they're trying to do is show what is music at the end of the day is culture. Your culture connects you to your ancestors. And then when they show the other scene, right, where they show the Irish, I want to call him a leprechaun for some reason, but the Irish vampire, they show him. Right. What they show is actually that he's appropriating, he's forcing his culture on the others, even though he wants their culture, right? But he gives them there. And then if you look at the actual actors while they're dancing, they're actually starting to do totally different movements. Stack actually does this weird head turn that is very nonchalant. Like, it's very obvious what he's doing in that scene. Right. And so to me, it was a total kind of showing what culture appropriation and then forcing your culture on others looks like visually. That's what I saw that scene for.
No, that's cool. I mean, it sounded like, he said, they seem like they're smarter or more in tune with.
No, I'm not saying that. I think, no, here's to TK9 if he wants to make content, and here's to you if you want to make content. If you feel like I'm trying to say I'm smarter, that's an insecurity on you.
I was just reading.
Yeah, I know. You obviously reiterated, so that means you obviously feel like you agree with it to some degree.
You cut me off. I was trying to read the part where he said, or more in tune with what the director was going for.
You didn't finish that the first time. But that's all I'm just saying. To me, those two scenes go together. I could understand, but I'm not going to say your criticism isn't warranted.
No. But those two, so the two scenes I said, the one was inside the house, and the one was a little bit later on. The one outside with him dancing was 1 minute and 21 seconds. I felt that was just too long. And the one inside the house was close to 5 minutes. But I get it. It made sense. It's what was supposed. The dancing outside probably made least sense. The inside, I get it. His vision was like, I want to actually, we're not just say it transcends time, but we're going to show it. I just felt like you could have showed the DJ with the Kango. You could have showed the African dancing. You didn't need to show the crip walking and then put the little music for crip walking. You didn't need it. Because I feel like it's making a little ghetto. You couldn't have showed the chick twerking. We didn't need that. But the DJ, I get it. Like, oh, wow, this is back in the day. And now, like, the twerking and the crip walking, I feel like you could have got rid of that. I don't know. I just feel like it was too long. And it was just like, I feel like, ooh, how do I say this?
I told you, I think your criticism is legit. And I also feel like, to me, your ultimate thing the thing you started off with is, I thought they should have deleted the scene. To me, that's where I thought, I even said it just now. You can I totally hear the argument. You could shorten the scene, but I don't think you can get rid of that scene. That's my whole point about that. And then the second scene, to me, they're linked. The second scene you talked about. Because it's so much about culture. That in the way they describe vampires, right? And about the idea around power, and the idea about like the traditional sense of a vampire. I thought it was like kind of too on the nose in my opinion, but at the end of the day, I think those scenes are.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what the problem was? I didn't know who Ryan Coogler was. Like, I always heard his name. And I go to the movies to see a movie, right? I don't, and I actually put a poll up. I was like, do you judge a movie based off of the movie you see, or do you judge the movie based off of the director, right? And so, like 83% says the movie, and 17% says the director. So my friend Mike, Big Mike, and Josh Warren, like, they're super. We got a chat called Mental Theater. They're super into movies, right? So they know all the directors and composers, and I'm just a movie goer. Like, I want to see on the screen and hype me up. So the day I watched it, which was crazy, I only watched this little video of Ryan Coogler because FCAP kept going on and on about Ironheart, the Disney Marvel show. And so it was talking about that. So I was watching it, and he mentioned him also directing Sinners. I was like, oh, snap, he's the same guy. So, and I know my friend Big Mike was like, bro, how you didn't know he did Black Panther? Because I didn't know I needed to know that to watch Black Panther. So, when I was watching him, I felt he was a little hood for me. And but it is what it is. And so then I got seeing them talking or whatever. And then when I seen the movie, I was like, man, I feel like black people gonna like this scene because he's black and they're black. And I feel like why black people always, and I'm black, but I grew up in the hood. Why black people always gotta make something extra? We didn't need twerking in the movie. We didn't need Crip walking in the movie. That bothers me because I feel like the movie was so good, and then now you kind of took it to like it was a little hood or something. I was like, why they had to do that? Like the DJing was cool because again I would have rather not have the scene because it totally took the 1932 and then you just switch. You know what I'm saying? But
I totally get why. Like I said, I get why you said like when we talked about this before. You like your horror films to be horror, right? You like your horror films to be monster, gore, like that's your thing. I think that film was trying to do two things together. I'm not saying like, oh, this is the best movie ever in the world, right? What I am saying though is that it was about music. You overthinking it. I think it was about me. I thought it was about culture, right? I thought music is culture, and to me, just looking at his prior work, like when it comes to that, I thought there is a critique on society about it, and I don't think that's overthinking. When you actually talk to the people and you listen to what they're saying, that's what there's a reason why they did it in the South. There's a reason why they made they utilized Smoke's girlfriend the way they did, right? Or Stack's girlfriend the way they used as that. Like there's a lot of symbolism there. Like I said, I thought it was a little too on the nose. But anytime you have cultural commentary, like it's not going to be cultural commentary unless you're going to push up on the edges and potentially make people feel uncomfortable. So to me,
I
think for that.
Yeah, listen, I think I get what the goal was, and I'm glad people liked it. It would suck if it was one of those scenes that people hated. So I'm glad. I'm actually shocked more people like it than not. But I can see the people who I know like it, and I kind of get it. But at the end of the day, I still like the movie. I thought it was good. I just felt that took me out of the movie. I was just like, and I just that just took me out. I was like, what in the hell? But I think it's placement too. Maybe if it was like, again, like I'm not telling the guy to make the movie, but maybe if it was at the very end of the movie, kind of like Dracula Untold was, so it didn't really stop the movie. Like it kind of let the movie be what it was, and then you get, oh wow, look at that. Versus like it just the placement was, and it was just like it was so because nowhere did I. If you would have told me. You seen the trailer for Sinners? Well, yeah. You think somebody would be twerking in a movie? I'm like, oh, I'll slap the hell out you. Why would somebody be twerking in Sinners? So that was one of those things. I was like, it was so like shocking to me that this was in the movie. I was just like, I couldn't believe it, but it made sense.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to rewatch it too, Jason. Like I just saw it. Like I said, I hear where you're coming.
He's like, I gotta rewatch the clip.
I think you like that pure horror and suspense.
No, I mean it wasn't even that. It could have not been. It could have been the Notebook or something, right? It's just that you were giving me one genre, and it's not even like you switched the genre. So it's not like it was you switched the genre. You was giving me a genre. The story lined up. The Chicago, everything was like okay, cool. I didn't nitpick 42 minutes it took for them to show a vampire, like because it was deep character development, but. The placing again, it was funny because my friend Josh was like, "You're not realizing it was in 1932." I was like, "No, you're not realizing it's 1932." Because my problem is they took it from 1932 to like 86 and beyond. You know what I mean? So I just felt like, and again, maybe if the scene was shorter, maybe I would be like, "Oh wow," they kind of, But it was dragged out. I felt it was like I get the point. Y'all really overdoing this point. Like it is really, But anyway, it is. Good movie though, definitely good.
So
movie.
Here's what I'm gonna say. Like, would it change your mind if you? I can tell you don't like twerking. What are the origins of twerking?
Listen, I don't mind if I twerk and if I'm going to the club, but I just.
Well, what are the origins of twerking? What are the origins of twerking?
I have no clue. Dancing, I don't know.
It's rooted in African dance, right?
Maybe, but
You're like, I'm out. But no, I'm dead serious. Like that's kind of like I think that's part of the conversation.
Listen, we didn't get mad when Patrick Swayze was Dirty Dancing, but the movie was called Dirty Dancing. He was dancing dirty as a white dude. I was like, bro, it's called Dirty Dancing. I got sinners and I'm seeing twerking and dude with a can go on and crip walking. Like, I don't understand nowhere. I can see if somebody was like, nah, I get it. When it first happened, I was like, what? But you know what? It made sense. The people who agree with it, they're like, nah. The moment it came on, I was like, invested. I'm like, wow, I can't believe y'all act like that. I don't see how like nobody was like, wait, what? Was she twerking? Like, so people come up with, where twerking came from. Like, I just don't get how people was like, that was a little strange, but I actually liked it. It kind of made sense. But no, everybody's like, that. Like my friend Mike was like,
look, I'm gonna be the first. I thought the movie was entertaining. Right. It's probably going to go. I probably will buy it in HD Blu-ray for visual cinematography reasons.
Right.
Right. Like that's kind of my thing right now. Do I buy it on HD Blu-ray or do I not? Right. And so I do want to see a couple of different things because I thought they did some really great camera angle stuff. What's that?
No, I see what Jay said. So I thought she was just shaking.
I thought she was just shaking ass. No, I mean, I thought it was a unique scene, but if you
hey, listen, you see what Jason said?
I had bigger issues.
He better not be She-Hulking. Hey, when she was twerking the She-Hulk, everybody lost their mind. What is she twerking? She got it was a Meg Thee Stallion in there twerking. Anyway.
Like for me, I think watching the movie, like my issues with it were a little bit I don't know, like just it was a little on the nose with too many things to me, like for being what it was trying to do. And as far as that there wasn't like any, like I could have probably guessed the ending. I'll say it like that.
Well, yesterday when we did the stream, FCAT was big on this, but he had 2 clips that showed the parallels of it and Dusk Till Dawn was kind of striking. Like, and they did say they give Ryan Coogler did say he gave credit to Dusk Till Dawn, but I mean, if you do kind of listen to FCAT and the different people he brought up, it was like, man, it was a lot of parallels to Dusk Till Dawn. So
yeah, there's a lot. Go ahead, keep going with it.
No, I was just gonna say his issue was he felt the movie didn't have originality because he felt like he's seen it before. No, I didn't take that approach, but
that's how I look at it from like a pretty like cinematography, like you heard me specifically say cinematography, like the art style of it. Like obviously it's entertainment, but I always say, okay, like what is different? Did you say something different? And so when I look at what they were trying to get at from a cultural appropriation power and taking it, like I look at another film that came out roughly 8 years ago now, that did that same exact thing, same genre, but I thought was a lot more original and a lot more like I can still watch that movie and be like, oh,
what was that?
That's Get Out. I thought Get Out was like the way they talked about some of the same themes and topics, and obviously they're utilizing the antagonist a little differently in both, as well as but to me that's a little bit more like, oh, I see there's a lot more thought. As where this one, it was also partly an action film, at the end of the day, and stuff. And so I understand why they did it. I didn't. I thought it was for what it was. Like I thought it was okay. Like I said, some good things, some bad things, but ultimately I'll probably buy it.
I think what the cool thing though, I do think I've seen some people didn't like it, but I thought Michael B. Jordan did a great job playing 2 people. I thought he did a great job at that.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a while, have we? I mean, I remember in the 90s there was a time where we were seeing that a lot, but we haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, remember Jean-Claude with Double Impact?
Yeah.
That was a big one. Will Smith with Gemini Project or Gemini. That was really good. Like the graphics of that, I thought was really good. I mean, this was too, but Gemini Man or Gemini, I think it was Gemini Man. It was like, oh snap! It really looked like it was two Will Smiths.
Yeah. I'll tell you something I didn't like about going right back to the film. What I didn't like about it is where you basically just dropped the Native American characters. It's just you're literally props. I did not like that. Like I was like,
So-
okay, he's like, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say yeah. So we were streaming. Damn, who else was on there? But somebody had a big problem with. Oh, my friend Big Mike. He had a big problem with that. He was like, "Why did they just get rid of them?" And it was like a story within the story, and they didn't tell a story. He also felt they should have did more with the. I didn't think that. I agree with that part, but he also felt they should have showed some scenes from Chicago because they talked about it so much. I felt I didn't need that. Once the one girl was like, "You probably robbed everybody in Chicago, and that's why you got money." I was like, "Oh." So I felt like they spelled it out a good amount, but the Native American or the Native Americans, I agree with you. That was a missed opportunity for something. You know?
Yeah. To me, the Chicago thing, it's like kind of their elusive past. And then to your point, they did spell it out. And then she basically says like, oh, I put it together. This is why you robbed the Italians and you robbed the Irish, you know, like, so they to me, they left it up there. Like that's not uncommon, right? The new person comes into a town, they have a shitty past. Like that's a trope I've seen. But hey Severn. But when we talk about the Native American in the beginning, it's like you kind of use them as this mythical medicine person that obviously they've been tracking the person,
right?
And they leave. It just seemed like it was literally like a prop.
I would have rather
especially in 1932. In 1930, the way they showcased them in 1932, it just seemed like kind of odd. The whole
they definitely was a plot device, but I would have rather if after he killed the people and turned the people inside their home, if they chased down and killed the Indians. I would have rather
maybe that's a deleted scene. Maybe that's a deleted scene. To your point.
Because that would be cool because they're like, oh, you put a button on it, you know. Now, my friend Mike was like, well, if you heard them, they said we need to go back to our land. So because they knew, like, okay, the sun's coming down. But yeah, I would, you know what I would have rather seen him escape from them. If they showed like them have him tied up or something, you got to see how he escaped and them chasing him. That would at least been cool.
Yeah, I think to me it just seemed like, to your point, it's a plot device. Potentially they'll open it up for I was talking to someone else. Potentially maybe that's to me, as if we're saying like what we liked about it versus what we didn't. Like I said, I did not come on here saying like, oh, Sinners is life changing, right? Like I would tell you
right.
like that. To me, just thinking about things that I did not like about the movie, that was one of them. And then, but just going back to the other stuff, I thought it wasn't necessarily too long. I don't know. It was interesting.
Hey, Purple. Jason said, "What if the Indians were werewolves?"
That's a totally different movie now. That's an anthology. That's an anthology if you're gonna do that.
Yeah, that's a totally different movie. But here's what I'll say: take out the werewolf part. I think what's cool is if they wanted to, they could have a prequel. Now, my friend Mike was like, "What? Just on the Indians chasing them?" I was like, "Imagine if they had a prequel that was two movies kind of in each other. It was them in Chicago and I forgot his. I wish I could remember the vampire's name because he got an interesting name.
It's an interesting name. Let me go look at it because
it is, yeah, and I keep seeing it too because Sinner's been popping up like crazy because I've been always putting memes and all this stuff. I'm late to the movie. Obviously, it came out months ago, but
Remick.
There you go, Remick. Yeah. So it'd have been cool if they had a prequel, Remick escaping and them also kind of finishing up their journey, their their journey in Chicago to come back home. That'd be kind of dope. Yeah.
I see, like, then it's not. I don't know how you tie them together. I mean, if you're gonna do a prequel,
maybe a short story then, like not a full movie, because it'd just pretty much be like, oh, this is like, you remember, I don't know how big you was into this, but I was a big fan. I was obsessed with the movie The Ring. Obsessed. Like, I was trying to Google everything I could on it, right?
Which movie?
The Ring.
Oh, The Ring. Oh.
Yeah, I was purple. It was crazy. I was super into it, right? So one cool thing happened was part 2. I'm trying to think if it was part 2 or part 3. But they had on the DVD all this extra stuff. And it was like mini movies that kind of added extra to what you didn't get. Like people meeting up, some type of the family stuff. And I don't know if they do that anymore. I don't buy movies anymore. But that would have been cool. Like if they had like a maybe 10, 15-minute mini movie, and it was, again, them leaving Chicago, and it cut into him being chased by the Indians, and then it just ends because your only reason you're watching that because you obviously watched the movie, so it kind of tied it in, But
they could definitely. I think what I'm a big fan of prequels. Like, I think games should do more prequels than sequels, personally. But I just am a fan because you get to develop stories differently. And so when you said prequel, what I would have liked to see, which I think would kind of play in with what you're saying, like Michael B. Jordan and what happens in Chicago, to me, I already know what happens there. Like, right? They already told me what happens.
Yeah.
Right? There's no mystery to what happens there. Like, they told us, literally, they were in, where are they? Georgia? Where are they? They're there. They go up there. They basically mess over those two, and they come back.
He even says, like, they're like, oh man, you went to Chicago, you're a free man in Chicago. He's like, no, it's pretty much Mississippi with big buildings. He spelled out, like, we don't really.
There's no imagination to that. But to your other thing, what I would have liked to see is you follow Remick. Right, you follow the vampire, because he has a story too, right? Like, I would be remiss. He's not like, he's like your tragic hero, right? Because he's been done wrong. He says it himself. When he starts to Our Father, he recites the prayer, right? He kind of shows that he himself, his culture has been appropriated and stuff and it's kind of a weird circle of events, right? Because he's saying, yeah, the Christian church did that to me, but the protagonist in the other one is the son of a preacher. See, stuff like that.
I think what's even cool is he went as far as to say, I don't understand this racism, but if you come with me, I'll free you of it, because then you won't no longer be worried about pretty much black and white. It was deep. I was like, oh, wow.
Like I said, he's a tragic. He's kind of like this. He's not totally bad. Like, it's a very fine line. So that's why I'm saying you could develop his character more, and then come back knowing what we know what happens in the second one, potentially, and then your sequel is maybe you follow Stack and his girlfriend. I don't know what you do there, but to me, if we were to do a prequel, I would want to follow Remick, and then you can show where the natives come in play, where you could kind of play with all that, as well as continue to go. But I don't know if they're gonna make it. I mean, obviously it did decent, but I don't think it's his style really.
Yeah, I don't. It's not the type of movie that I think they would do a prequel.
Yeah.
I think to be strong, they would need Michael B. Jordan in it, and for us to see Remick, they don't need him for that. So.
Yeah.
Now, what if they did this? I always thought Dracula Untold would have a new one where it would have been in present day, because they did that at the very end. What if they followed Sammy's story when he's older? You get a little bit of him because they showed him in present day.
So where you follow Sammy when he's a little bit older?
Yeah.
As he leaves?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could do any of it. I mean, to me, I thought like the Sammy story, it was interesting how I thought he was the weakest actor in the entire show, but in the entire movie.
A lot of people, when I was watching, like John Campa is like one of the top reviewers. Everybody loved Sammy. It's crazy. Like everybody loved Sammy.
I thought he was the weakest actor.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, everybody loved him, felt he was like the star of the show. I was looking up the character. He's based off a real person. And they feel he sold his soul to the devil because he was, back in the day in Mississippi, he was like the best artist. And they felt in real life that he sold his soul to the devil to be that great musically. And they call not the devil, but he's called the kind of what they call Keanu Reeves and John Wick, the Baba Yaga, right? So it was real interesting. I watched this whole little video on the real character or whatever. That was interesting.
Ghostbusters equals. Oh wait,
are
you gonna
anyways, I still have to stream this game, and it is now 10 o'clock. That's crazy because some people.
But when are we gonna ban Vet?
We need to ban Vet. You know how we gotta get Vet? I had never seen nobody make Vet shut up like Rudiggs. Vet came on here one day, it was going crazy, and Rudiggs came on, and he literally had Vet just jump off. I was like, I never seen nobody do that to Vet. That was crazy.
Rudiggs gets in his moods. Rudiggs is a different animal. That's all I know.
Yeah,
when he
this is
when
true.
He gets in his moods. He's a different Rudiggs. Different Rudy. And you don't listen to Purple. She thinks so. It's better movie. Ghostbusters top 3 film of all time.
What is it?
I said Ghostbusters. The first one I think is a top 3 film of all time. It's one of my favorites. But I mean, I came on here. I did what I needed to do. I extended the stream to 10 p.m. Eastern.
Sorry.
I did what I had to do. I had to get you back.
You know what, Purple, I have to say this with all my heart. I wouldn't be on here if I didn't enjoy it. I appreciate you. Like, I told myself I'm ending this stream in 15 minutes, and that was about an hour and a half ago. But
it was almost 2 hours ago. It was almost 2 hours ago.
Well, I love having conversations with you. You also, extended your show later for me as well. You're one of my favorite people. You're a person that I admire. You're a person I love to debate with. You're a person I love to argue with. Like, I am a fan of yours. I appreciate you. And no one else would have me staying on this late. The only person else probably did that was King Thrash. One time I was getting off, and it was like, oh, snap, King Thrash is on.
Oh,
so,
you gotta get Thrash.
I was like, all right, well, we just rocking out. But other than that, you're the only person that I would spend this.
Real quick, who came by, and I think I'm not going to take credit for it, but he came by and he changed. He's doing his show differently, or he has a different segment on his show now. Porter Rock.
Okay.
Because Porter Rock came by. He came by Thursday.
I seen when he was in the chat last week.
Yeah, so he came by Thursday as y'all were kind of coming on and off, and now his show. He has this thing where he's like, debate me, and he has people come on one at a time to debate him.
Really? So he's gonna let people come on?
Yeah, he did that on Friday. His show on Friday. He had it was kind of cool.
That's cool.
And so I don't normally he's more PlayStation, so we don't really intersect too much on our opinions.
Right.
But I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I know of him because of Doc. And I've watched just a few of his stuff. I again know of him. Some of his stuff started to pop a little bit more on my feed. But yeah, I mean, that's
really
that's
you don't watch. He's a PlayStation. He's PlayStation.
Yeah, he's doing his thing.
No, he's doing. They're both Doc and him are both doing really, really well for them.
Yeah.
I think they planned it out all along, but that's just me.
Listen, do you think they're real brothers?
Yes.
Okay, because I showed him just the other day. Like a couple of days ago, I showed him to my wife, and I was like, "You think this is Doc's real brother?" She was like, "It could be." And I was like, "Doc said it. They do look alike, but I don't know if Doc was being funny or not."
No, I think they are, because when you see them argue, that's kind of what it's a sibling argument.
Okay.
Unless they're really close and stuff. But I mean, Doc
Right.
it makes sense because Puerto Rican and Doc's like half Dominican, half Puerto Rican. So like
Right.
I can see that.
Yeah, like they could have the same dad or something.
They like that. Yeah, like they can have.
That's what Doc said before, but I didn't know if he was just playing, you know.
Or maybe not. Maybe they just met up. Like, because I know kind of both their backgrounds, so maybe they're not. But
yeah, because when I first heard of Puerto Rock, people were saying like joking, "Oh, Doc, your brother," and then Doc made it like I didn't know if he was serious. He made it like he was joking. It was like, "Yeah, that is my brother." Like he was like, "Okay, y'all say that's my brother. That is my brother." That's the way he kind of said it. So I didn't know if it was more like, are they real brothers? He didn't want people to know it's his brother, and now he's trying to be like, "Yeah, that's my brother," and people don't think it's serious. I didn't know, you know. So
yeah, I don't know. I saw Doc calls him Big Bro. Yeah, I know he's older than Doc because Doc is like, Doc's birthday is like this week, I think, or last week. Doc's about to turn 40.
yeah, I was about to say, yeah, Doc, yeah.
Yeah, he's turning 40.
Hey, listen, I would never repeat it or say it, but I know Doc's real name.
Oh, I used to know because like I talked to him before I did content. Like I talked to him up on the phone.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it was really cool when we met because he literally like shook my hand and said his name. It was like a cool thing. He was like, "Dude, we meet in person." He was like, "Hey," and he, you know, how like you meet somebody and be like, "Oh, this is my name." I thought that was pretty cool. Very different in person though. He's so calm.
I would say in person, if I had to guess, Doc is kind of more of like a shy type.
I didn't want to say shy, but yes, he seemed very shy. Like it was crazy. It was crazy.
Like I think Doc's pretty shy. I think, for
sure.
What's his name? TK9. I can tell he's used to talking to people.
TK9 is the same person. He
yeah,
is
you
so
can tell that's very natural to him.
Yep.
But Doc, you can just see because I don't know. There's certain little tells he does when he's on camera, like where he's about to like go. He has to like almost and I know why he does it. Like because he and I talked for a long time way back when, so I know who he is outside of streaming, and so I think he has to like what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, that's why I admire him so much because he's a showman. Like Doc turns the camera on and he's a showman, you know? And I feel like to be able to take yourself from there to there is pretty cool. Like, you know, I'm just me all the time, but I look at him and be like, man, that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty cool that, you know, he's, you know, it's like.
He's able to, I think TK9, like I said, I just know he deals with people. The way he can interact and bounce off of people makes it is very natural. So he deals with people just like I could tell like Thrash is like I said, Thrash is really smart. Like I don't think people get like he dices it up in his language, but he's actually really like you can tell he's he talks to a lot of people or something, but he's actually really smart. Like
I think I like what Thrash stands for is he said that he wants to bring content to people who don't feel like they have to change who they are. And I was like, wow, that's interesting, you know? So, you know, that's kind of, and to be able to shake hands, you know, with David Jaffe, the creator God of War, is like, have David Jaffe on his content. The guy who created God of War is like that, and y'all just cool, and that's crazy.
No, like he's obviously like that. And who else is there? Like, Vet is just a poser.
Vet. I bet Vet's real shy in person. You know, he's probably crying.
I don't know. Who else is there? But no, like, I think crazy.
And then there was this person, Purple Haze. She was so quiet, and you know, she was you know.
We met in person.
Oh man, I can't believe I met you. That was wow.
Yo, I can't believe Cowboys. What I can't believe is I walk up to the table. You don't even you look dead at me.
I look
and you're
dead
like,
at you.
You look at me and you're like, yeah, you can take the chair. Then you give me a second look and you're like, why are you still here? Kind of look.
I know that's what I was
You
thinking.
literally look like, why are you still kind of here? And then Sandy has to look over to you and be like, do you not? It was like it took you a second.
Because nowhere in my brain, it was like, I don't know. It was like I never thought I would probably meet you. Like there was times where I was like, Purple, I'll come to New York, but I was just I'm in my, I'm meeting a host for the first time.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, his family. There's a lot going on, and it's a dark setting. My brain I couldn't believe it. Like I'm gonna use the words. I was starstruck. Like I was like, I don't know. I just never. I don't know. It's crazy.
No, that was super. It was like a double. It was like, oh man, like that was supposed to be the surprise, and then she had to turn to you.
It was a lot. It was a lot for me.
Sandy was cool. Sandy's cool, peeps, because I didn't know how she was going to be in person. Because I know women, and they're always like, okay, you're talking to my husband about gaming, right. And so,
she's
chill.
just
Sandy was way chill in person.
Yeah, she's super friendly, super outgoing, and we have our moment. Well, I'm kind of always like this, but she has her moments where she takes over, right? Like she just talking. She's the super. I mean, she's outgoing regardless, but she's super friendly. She's the person that include everybody and stuff as well. So it's a really good time when we go out because we go out and you might walk into a club and see me dance with some girl, like, oh, that must be his girl. And then I finish dancing, I go over to her. Like we went out dancing a couple weeks ago, and I'm a funny guy, I like to dance. So this one club had a pole. So I'm on the stripper pole doing my little thing. You remember the cakes, verbal? So I'm doing my thing, and some girl jump up, and she's on the pole. So we both on the pole, all crazy, wild. And then the song ends, and I walk off, and the girl walk over. She's like, "Oh wait, you know him?" She's like, "Yeah, that's my husband." And she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." She's like, "Oh, girl," It's like from clubbing. It's like if you dance with the same girl more than one song, then it's like, okay, it's a little weird. Like, what are we trying to talk? But I'll dance with somebody. She'll dance with guys. Like, it's a cool dynamic we have. It's really cool.
She was super cool. But that's like I always have to, because like from my time in the military, I have a brother. Like I'm used to talking, and I work in business, so like I'm used to talking to like men, you know what I mean? Just like, but it's like nothing. But a lot of women, they're like, "What are you doing?" And so, I didn't know how Sandy was gonna be in person. She was actually the person I was most intimidated by. Like going up to it when Holt said, "Yeah, I had to tell Sandy." I was like, "Oh, geez, I don't know."
Right. Yeah. No, she was excited for me. She was so excited for me. That was really cool. I'm happy. I like our dynamic, and so she just was so happy that I was meeting Holtz. And then when she found out before I did, she was just, when she got to tell me, she was like, "Wow, I knew you was gonna be so excited," because she knew, we were super cool, So that was cool. I'll never forget that day.
Super cool. So we'll see. I gotta, we'll see if I venture out the house again.
Right. Oh man. And you know what's cool? That I got to meet Cherry Man.
Yeah, you did, Cherry Man. I saw that video. You got to meet Cherry Man, Cowboy, Maker.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Remember, people kind of hated Maker because he was anti-Stadia. So it's kind of cool that me and him got cool, that we ended up meeting up, because it was like, he was probably one of those people like, man, I want to punch him in the face. But and I got to meet Rudiggs. That was when I met Rudiggs, was really cool because he invited me to his when he got married, they never got to have it with his wife's family. So he invited me to their now reception for the family. And I was like, oh, wow, I got to go to that. And that was really cool. They had a huge event, big house on a hill, hired the truck to come by to make pizza in a truck outside. It was a spectacle. That was really cool. He's a real cool, calm dude in person.
Yeah, and I can take it. I think to Maker, I used to Baker used to get under my skin for sure.
Yes.
But then once Stadia actually died, like they announced it,
right.
I think I understood him more, which is I just think he knows his personality type. He knows he's a disagreeing type of person. He could argue something, go talk to someone else who agrees with him on his prior argument, and he'll turn the argument on them. Like I just think he knows that about himself. Like he knows he's a contrarian, right? But at the end of the day,
smart guy too.
Yeah, no, but at the end of the day, I think Maker wants to see things like I don't think he wishes ill on anything. He games too much. Maker games way too much to want something bad to happen like that. So like once I kind of saw that, what's that?
What was cool with Maker was this blew my mind. So and Maker's the only person that came to my house. He came to my house, so that was cool. Hung out all day pretty much. Drove him around because his mom grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. So I drove him around the city, showing him where his mom would have lived at, blah, 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 right? Had no clue he never had a Stadia controller. That blew my mind. I was like, what? And I got all these Stadia controllers. So I actually gave him his first Stadia controller. I was like, bro, you can have him. That was really cool.
So yeah, Maker's like I said, I think everybody just wants to see they just want to see gaming do well.
Vet is heading out. Take care, Vet. I appreciate it, man.
Later, Vet. Yeah, I just think people want to see gaming do well. And then some people have invested quite a bit in certain ecosystems, our brands, our personas, right? And so it's a lot harder to say, oh, what was all that for? So I hear that. I just look at it from having worked with some of these companies and then having it's a different feeling because I hear how they talk and it just is like a night and day to me. I'm like, y'all really don't know what these people think of you, do you? And I think if more people knew that, they would think about certain companies differently.
Oh yeah, I get that.
And so that's why I always say, look at how they treat their employees. And that's kind of what I advocate for is how do they treat their employee? Because I'm telling you, they all don't think too highly. Unless you're like the dude from Baldur's Gate 3. That dude's different. But most of the other ones, no, they're not. They're not great people.
Do you remember the game Death Carnival? It was supposed to come to Stadia.
Yes. Yep.
I can't say much, but I still talk to his name is Ice B, and I got to interview him. And that year that was my most anticipated game. All these years later, he is still working on that game. It's the most ambitious thing I've ever heard. I literally was talking to him late last night. We talk a lot on Discord, and I can't say stuff, but he showed me renders and stuff like that and videos and stuff. But man, I'll say this: I don't look to play a game on PC, but his game might come to PC first, and I probably would get it. And it's still gonna be an indie title, but I thought of it because you were saying the guy from Baldur's Gate, and this is definitely way lower scale, but just a good dude. And I just remember Stadia. One cool thing was allowing me to say, okay, let me play smaller title games, indie games, and so just bringing that up, that's going to be an interesting game when that comes out, whenever it does.
Well, indie guys are different though. Indie, like I said, indie developers usually are passionate gamers who have some coding background, and they're like, "Let me go off on my own. Let me try to do something on my." That's different, right? But when you're talking about a corporate person,
right?
There's something different between an exec and a senior exec. This is why I will never make senior exec, because I don't think like that. They already know, they're they know you are in the military. That's already a red flag, right? Because at the end of the day, they're like, you have a conscience. You cannot have a conscience. The way some people defend these execs, I'm like, you do not know what these people think about
It's kind of crazy. It's like
in the room.
they can turn you inside out.
I've been in the room and I've heard what they say, and they just they don't mind throwing people under the bus.
Do you think Phil Spencer is a good guy?
Do I think Phil Spencer's a good guy? I think Phil Spencer was a good guy. I think he's a better guy than others. But I think there's a point to where Phil, to get to where he got, right? Because Phil's the highest level of VP you can be. He's the highest level. He didn't start that way. And so to get to the highest level, he had to eventually are doing that. Like, I don't know how many times anytime Phil Spencer talks to the gamers, he's lying. There's not going to be one time, like in the since I've been watching and doing stuff, every single thing he said to gamers has been a lie. I don't think anybody's ever like noticed that. I notice it because I'm one of those people who writes talking points for people like him. But every single thing he has said has been a lie.
Well, you know what the crazy thing is, can't say that I don't agree because we've watched everything he said.
But, like, that's what I'm saying. Name me one thing he said that was not a lie this generation.
That's crazy, though. That's crazy. Like,
and I'm not trying to say like he's evil. What I am saying is that if you go back and look at go back and just watch the Xbox channels, and when Phil said something, how they defended, they jumped up and down like, oh, we're going to do it. And then look what happened. It's either not happened or he's done the exact opposite. And to me, that's what happens. Like, you get to the point where you're just saying whatever he does not care about you. Like, you know what I mean? If someone's willing to lie straight to you, they do not care about you. Right? But now compare that to the Baldur's Gate 3 dude. Everything that dude said came true. How ambitious that title was, everything he delivered on that. Name the indie devs who try to bring out games. They'll tell you there's just a difference of when, and it's not like, oh, things change. That dude lied to you knowing he was lying to you.
I can't believe Baldur's Gate was on Stadia first. That's crazy.
No. But there's other game devs who are like that in other people, or like, how do they treat their employees? That's the other thing. Like that's to me number one. How do they treat the people that they have a relationship with, right? That they're paying and they're at, like, that's a very close relationship. How do they treat those people? Do they lie to them? The truth is they do. So, but there's more than Phil. There's like I said, Phil's probably middle of the road when it comes to like people. You know who was worse?
Wait. Let me, since I'm asking
Harrison
about Phil,
was worse. Phil Harrison.
About Phil. Now, so in the chat you said he'll probably be done within 18 months. So what's your thoughts on that? Like, break that down.
Yeah, it's just time. It's time. Like, he's probably not going to move up. He's as high as he's gonna go. Right. Maybe they bring him out. Maybe if there's like if they're gonna go back into consumer side of things, but I don't think he's on that. Maybe, but I believe they brought in Sarah Bond, right? Like, I don't believe Phil Spencer hired Sarah Bond. Like, at that level, other people hired Sarah. Like, Phil may have interviewed her, but there's other people, and those other people brought her in to take over to do what she's doing. To where Xbox is going is where Sarah Bond was brought in for, right? So, and I think FCAT hit the nail on the head where he said, hey, you're seeing less of Phil, more of Sarah. That is all a PR thing they're doing with players, right? And so technically Phil is only there for, maybe he'll do another like pretty big statement in the next 6 months, but then next year I think it's all Sarah, and it's only a matter of time before they announce he's old. Like let's be real. The dude isn't, like at that age, unless you're gonna become.
Well, somebody
what's the next level?
I think
President of Microsoft.
I think what Jason said it. He's 57, and he's been at the company for 37 years. I think that's what they said.
Is he?
You know, it's so crazy, man. When I start.
No, they said Phil Spencer.
Is that what he said? Right? 57.
No, they're saying he's 55.
He's 55.
Is he? No, that's a different dude. Let me see. Who's this guy? 68. He's born in 68, so he's a little older.
Okay, so yeah. So Jason, you said what? He was 57 and been at the company for 37 years, right?
Yeah.
You said
He's been there a while. He didn't start in Xbox. He's pre-Xbox.
Mhm.
But like to me, but to me, it's no other thing that like what else is there to achieve? Like they've already got his person in place. She's clearly already getting FaceTime, delivering solid thing from a transition standpoint. Unless he's gonna become, what else could he become? That's how I look at it. Is that his next step is, I don't know, like they already like, I don't know what to tell you. Like that's to me like a transition plan.
Why not?
And then she'll be there like probably 2 to 3 years, and then her gig is gonna probably become a CEO somewhere. Like that's kind of just corporate corporate politics. Like her path is, she's gonna do this. She'll be the head of Xbox Gaming, a division that's about a $15-20 billion business, and then her next step will most likely be a CEO of some tech company.
Yeah, and Jason said maybe after next gen launch, he might.
I don't know why he would stay there for a gen launch, though. I get where people are saying that, like he would stay for a gen launch, but it really depends.
Maybe to like make the fan base feel that they're in good hands, that he open up, he's there when it starts off, and
maybe, but this is like, I've been pretty open that I don't think they do another console, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying there won't be another Xbox console. I'm saying they don't do another Xbox console.
Oh, gotcha.
Right, and so I think again, show me the last time Spencer said something that came true.
Yo, you gotta leave that man alone.
And so in my mind, like Phil Spencer's way of doing business, same thing I said about PlayStation and Helldivers and live service games and all that. That's all the other person. All that's getting like, that's all someone else is getting.
I actually am looking at the time. We're about to be on here for 5 hours. I gotta do this damn game. Because I'm leaving for Mississippi. I'm going to Mississippi this weekend. I'm leaving Friday right after work, and I won't be back to Sunday.
I got you. I prolonged it 30 minutes after I did it, so I did it again. Jason's been in there the whole time, so shout out to Jason.
I know. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it, man.
Making it exciting. So that's it. But yeah, I may do a video here pretty soon about
Hey, Purple, only you. So listen, just know you're very special. Only you.
Oh, thank you. I gotta get ready. I have doctor.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later. Thanks for having me.
Listen, you lucky I gotta go see Superman on Thursday, all right?
I do have a show.
And then I also gotta go to sleep early on Thursday because I gotta do all this driving the next
I gotta
day.
figure out what I'm gonna do. Oh, there's no gaming news. Maybe I'll interview someone.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. All right. Take care, Cowboy. All right.
Definitely. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on. Guys, give it up for none other than Purple Haze. Let's go. So as promised, I am going to do this game. I will do my first impression stream. Just give me like 5 minutes. I want to go to the bathroom, get something to drink, and then I will fire up Mind's Eye, my first impression. I like to play the game and stream it so you guys get to see my actual reactions the very first time I play games. And that's what I do. Every time I buy a game for the very first time, I stream it so you guys can see my reactions. But I'll see you guys in a little bit if you come back. Yeah, Mind's Eye. I'm gonna play that, Jason. So oh, Diablo 3 for you. All right, but let me get out of here, guys. I appreciate it. And with that being said, I got a lot going on. If you're a channel member, I'm putting in some more videos in there as well. So I'll see you on the next one. And tomorrow is We Russell Wednesdays. And with that being said, and now your mama knows. Oh, man. All right, I'm out of here. Ha-ha.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon!